Affaires courantes. Tabling of documents. Il est mon devoir de déposer sur le bureau, conforme.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Access to Information Act, the Information Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2024.
Standing Order 10838. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2023-2024 Departmental Plan for the Law Commission of Canada and, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2021-2022 Annual Report from the Federal Ombudsperson for Victims of Crime and, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2022-2023 Annual Report from the Federal Ombudsperson for Victims of Crime.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the combined 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 Progress Report on Canada's National Action Plan for the implementation of United Nations Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security. Thank you.
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker, and while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member from Newmarket, Aurora, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Oh, great.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Van Bynen, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you. I request a recorded division.
Thank you, call in the members.
La question est la suivante. Monsieur Lamoureux.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Van Buyden, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmierczak.
Mr. Kuzmierczak.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veulent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote because of a technical issue, they can now activate the raise hand function or rise in the House, and the chair will recognize them.
Okay. The Mr. Area.
I vote yes.
Yay, pour.
Mr. Fry. Excuse, Madame Fry.
Ms. Fry, yay, pour.
Madame Dillon. Oui.
Madame Dillon, yay, pour.
Madame Murray. Oui, pour.
Ms. Murray, yay, pour.
Mr. Genius.
Madam Chair, I believe the picture for the member for Mississauga Centre did not register.
Okay, so if it hasn't registered, we'll check that, but we'll continue going to the votes first. Okay. Mr. O'Regan. The honourable for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
I vote no.
Mrs. Goodridge, nay, contre.
Ms. Tassi.
Yay, pour.
Madame Dillon. On the So on the point of order that was brought forward for the honourable member for Mississauga Centre, that vote won't be counted. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
We remember.
I'll make sure my picture's
I never forget.
148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Bill C-65, standing in the name of the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs. The Electoral Participation Act, second reading. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Cooper.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And before you start, I just want to ask members who are having conversations to please take their conversations out. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to be able to speak on Bill C-65. Before I do that, if you would indulge me, I do want to send a congratulations to a member of my staff who's receiving his master's degree today, Ali Shassamon. Based on his excellent work in my office, I think he could be teaching many of the classes, quite frankly, but he's nonetheless learning a lot through his master's degree. And I'm going to do my best to pop over there if there aren't too many shenanigans from the other side that keep me here throughout the day. Madam Speaker, we are debating. Members are pointing out I might be the cause of some shenanigans later as well. We'll see. We'll see. I think tough but fair. We're debating Bill C-65, and in particular an amendment put forward at second reading by my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. And I don't know that there's been much discussion of the amendment in particular, so I do want to review. The amendment proposes that the House decline to give second reading to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Elections Canada Act, as the bill delays the next federal election so that more departing members of Parliament can collect taxpayer-funded pensions, a measure that is particularly offensive at a time when Canadians are struggling due to the NDP Liberal government's inflation, carbon tax, and housing costs. A wise and thoughtful amendment from my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, which I am pleased to support and looking forward to discussing. Madam Speaker, by way of context about the state of the country right now after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, I was reflecting today. Two of my children are in Ottawa as well, Gianna and Phineas, and it's great to have them here. And I was reflecting on some of the conversations that I sometimes have with my children when I ask them to do a task. Now, my children are very responsible 99% of the time, but sometimes it comes to pass that a part of the house needs to be cleaned, and I tell them, all right, guys, put the toys away. I need you to clean up this area of the house. And I'll maybe I have a phone call from someone or some work I have to do, and I'll come back an hour later, and nothing has changed, right? All the toys are exactly where they were, or maybe it's even worse. And I say, guys, what's going on here? You got to clean this up. They say, we've been working at this for an hour. It's like, okay, but nothing has changed, right? As a parent, we want to look at not just the amount of time spent on an activity, but the results of the activity, whether things have changed as a result of the efforts that have been put in. It's a good lesson for children that their activities will not be judged just by the effort they put in, but by the results that they achieve. And if you don't learn that you will be judged by the results you produce, not by the efforts you put in, then you might grow up to become a Liberal. The Liberals would like us to judge their activities over the last 9 years not by the results, but by the amount of money they've spent, the amount of energies they've purportedly exerted on behalf of certain outcomes. But Canadians are judging them on the results. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it is undeniable that the results are much worse. I think back to 2015 when I was first elected as a member of Parliament for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the same year that we had a change in government. We had a Conservative government of Stephen Harper prior to 2015, of course, and this Prime Minister came in 2015, and he came in promising real change. That was the slogan. The Liberals in 2015, their slogan was real change, and in 2024, their slogan is boo-hoo, get over it. It's quite a change in 9 years, quite a real change that this country has experienced. In 2015, the Prime Minister said real change was coming, and indeed real change is here. Rents have doubled. The violent crime rate, which was going down, is now has gone and is continuing to be on the way back up. The national debt has more than doubled. People had concerns, I recall these debates previously about the size of our national debt. It has more than doubled since 2015. We are now spending more servicing the national debt than is transferred to the provinces in healthcare. And as this debt was escalating, the message we heard from the government was, don't worry, interest rates are low. Well, okay, but interest rates have not remained low, and as a result, we are paying more and more in debt servicing costs. So debt is up, costs are up, inflation is up, crime is up, and Canadians are now looking at these results, and they're judging the government not by their flashy slogans or by their professions of concern or by their promises to spend even more. Canadians are judging this government based on the results that are being achieved. And it's amazing to hear these Liberals talk as if, well, okay, we just have to talk in a different way. We have to explain what we're doing in a different way. Well, no. After 9 years, Canadians have seen what they've done and the results. So what are they doing in response to that? After 9 years of failures, costs and crime are up, what are Liberals interested in talking about in the House? What are they trying to focus our attention in on? Well, they have this new bill, Bill C-65, and in response to all these challenges, in response to the public anger at the failures of the government, they're proposing to delay the election even further. Unbelievable. Well, if the public are upset and they're demanding change, they're demanding new direction, we better delay the election a little longer so we can stay in power for as long as we can and collect our pensions. That is the approach we're seeing from this Liberal government. You know, you look around the world, and there are a number of cases we can see where governments that are struggling for various reasons have at least the willingness to put their programs to the people and to make their case to the voters. And we've challenged this government. Rather than delay the election, most of the people I talk to in all parts of this country, they actually want an election sooner, not later. They want an opportunity to pronounce on this government's failures and replace them as soon as possible. And in the context of the level of fierce criticism and the challenges the country is facing, the responsible thing to do would be if this government said that they were ready to make their case, to put their case before the Canadian people, and let the Canadian people decide on that trajectory in a carbon tax election. But no, the Liberals are trying to move in the other direction. They want to delay the election further. They want to stay in power for as long as they possibly can and avoid the inevitable judgment to the Canadian people, a judgment on their 9 years of terrible failures and the results that it has produced for this country. So naturally, Conservatives are opposed to this bill. We believe that instead of having a later election, it's time for an earlier election, that Canadians want to have a chance to rule on the many failures of this government, and we will, of course, be opposing this bill. Now, in addition to their evident desire to delay the election, to cling to power as long as they possibly can, this government has coincidentally put forward a date change to the election that just so happens to allow many additional members of Parliament across the way to be eligible for a pension. And that, Madam Speaker, is certainly suspicious. And the members across the way who are putting their own pensions ahead of the desire of Canadians for an election that will allow us to replace this costly, corrupt coalition NDP Liberal government. Now, the wise amendment from my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton points out that this focus on protecting their own position and protecting their own pensions is particularly galling to Canadians at a time when so many Canadians are indeed struggling. And the struggles Canadians are facing, by the way, are things that this Liberal government loves to try to blame on other people. Well, how can you explain that after they've pursued inflationary policies, things cost more? This government has chosen to pursue policies that make things more expensive. And on this point, the amendment mentions the carbon tax, and I want to spend a couple minutes on the carbon tax because, the funny thing about the carbon tax is that New Democrats and Liberals refuse to acknowledge the basic logic of how a carbon tax is supposed to work, even as advocated by its proponents. Right? So proponents of the carbon tax, is that a?
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But just on a point of order, I've recognized a half a dozen times where my honourable colleague keeps talking about everything else but the amendment and the bill before us, just to remind him that this is talking about electoral reform and not carbon tax and not the umpteen of other things that he has mentioned.
So I just want to remind the honourable members as well that there is some flexibility, and when members are debating, and so I just ask members that when they're debating, just to bring it back to the original motion that's before the legislation that's before the House. The honourable member for Sherwood Parkport, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having been interrupted, I'll now start from the top. I think I will just reacquaint my friend across the way and the one person who applauded for her intervention with the fact that we are debating an amendment from the member for St. Albert Edmonton, an amendment that says the following: The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, as the bill delays the next federal election so that more departing members of Parliament can collect taxpayer-funded pensions, a measure that is particularly offensive at a time when Canadians are struggling due to the NDP Liberal government's inflation, carbon tax, and housing costs. So I am, of course, speaking, as I said, about the amendment. That would be not only related to the topic, but definitively the most germane thing that one could possibly talk about. That is the amendment that is presently before the House. And the amendment, of course, highlights how the efforts by the Liberals to cling to power by their fingernails by passing a bill to delay the election is particularly offensive to Canadians who would like to see the carbon tax end as soon as possible. Canadians know that the next election will be a carbon tax election. It will provide an opportunity for the Canadian people to make a decision about whether they approve of the NDP Liberal plan to massively hike the carbon tax in the years ahead, or the Conservative plan to scrap the tax, to axe the tax in every region of the country and for good. That's the choice that Canadians will have in the next election. And a confident government would say, they're ready for that choice. They would say, let's have that debate. The member for Winnipeg North says he welcomes that debate. It seems that he has more courage than the leader of his party, because the leader of his party and the minister responsible for this bill have put forward a bill to delay that great clash of ideas that will occur in the next election. So if the member for Winnipeg North is ready for this conversation and is ready to allow his constituents to rule on this vital question, then I suggest he tell his Prime Minister, scrap Bill C-65, we're ready, let's have an election. I can tell you on this side of the House, we are ready, we want to let Canadians decide. Do they prefer the radical NDP Liberal plan to hike the carbon tax, to quadruple the carbon tax, or do they prefer the common sense Conservative plan to axe the tax everywhere and for good, Madam Speaker? I think Canadians will choose axe the tax, but in any event, we are ready for that debate. We are ready to submit ourselves to the judgment of the Canadian people. And instead, this government, rather than being prepared to submit to themselves to the common sense judgment of the common people, they want to be able to delay the election, to hang on to their pensions for as long as possible, to hang on to power as long as possible, rather than letting the Canadian people decide. Madam Speaker, in this inevitable carbon tax election, they won't be able to delay it forever. So when the inevitable carbon tax election comes, Liberals and New Democrats will have to explain the following to the Canadian people: that the very purpose of a carbon tax is to increase costs. That is what even proponents of the carbon tax say it exists to do. The carbon tax exists to make driving your car more expensive, to make taking that family road trip more expensive. That family road trip that the Minister of Health thinks is going to burn the planet. Right? I think it was notable after that how various people on social media were able to find posts from the Prime Minister about family road trips he has taken. The Prime Minister doesn't just take family road trips. He travels much greater distances using more carbon-emitting options other than the simple family van. But it's another example of do as I say, not as I do. That apparently when everyday Canadians want to spend a few days seeing beautiful parts of our country, putting their kids in the car, traveling places, that the Minister of Health thinks that's going to burn the planet, Madam Speaker. This is the kind of do as I say, not as I do, radical extremism that we have come to expect from this radical NDP Liberal coalition government. But look, let's be clear. The purpose of a carbon tax, what it is designed to do, is to increase the price of goods so that people will consume those goods less. That is the theory behind the carbon tax.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, we've had about 150 opposition days on the carbon tax. And today we have another bill before us on a different topic, and yet my honourable colleague is just speaking about the carbon tax. This is a point of debate. I have already mentioned that there is latitude on this. The honourable member is speaking on an amendment that also mentions the carbon tax. I will let the honourable member continue his speech. The honourable member.
Il a 4 minutes et 43 secondes.
4 minutes and 43 seconds, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will, at risk of being accused of repetition, I will clarify the point for my bloc colleagues again, as I did earlier, that we are at present debating an amendment put forward by my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, and that amendment is about declining to give second reading to Bill C-65, because Bill C-65 is revealing the priorities of this government, priorities that are dead wrong. Conservatives would like to be focusing on providing economic relief to Canadians. We are ready for a carbon tax election in which the choice will be clear between a conservative common sense plan and the plan of the NDP Liberal and frankly of the Bloc to impose additional costs on Canadians, punishing new costs that will further undermine opportunity for everyday Canadians. So Madam Speaker, here is where we are. It's clear and unmistakable that at a time when Canadians are overwhelmingly disapproving of the direction of this NDP Liberal government, at a time when Canadians' disapproval of the government reflects their own frustration. It reflects the fact that they can see how policies of this government have made their lives materially worse, how there is more poverty in this country, how there is more division in this country, how there is more crime as a result of policies that have been pursued by this NDP Liberal government. In that context, where Canadians are upset at the government, see how this government has made their lives worse, and are therefore looking for an alternative to the current approach. In that context, rather than recognizing their failures, rather than having than changing course in terms of their policies, rather than putting their program to the Canadian people, this Liberal government is focused on pushing forward legislation to try to delay when that ultimate judgment will come down from the Canadian people. That's what we're debating. That's what Bill C-65 is about. Bill C-65 is before this House because rather than calling an election, or rather than putting forward bills that would actually make Canadians' lives better, Liberals are focused on trying to delay when that election will come. So, Madam Speaker, we're ready to put our plan before the Canadian people. Our plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Our plan to focus on the common sense of Canadians. And I just want to remind the New Democrats that plan is to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And I think we're winning converts, Madam Speaker. I think.
To ask questions and comments, so I ask them to please wait until the appropriate time. The honourable member has just under 2 minutes. The honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I think we're finally getting through. I think the NDP are finally hearing us. I think they're finally maybe reflecting that the House leader.
Order. I just want to remind the honourable member again that they will have an opportunity to ask questions and comments, so I would ask them to please wait. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
And Madam Speaker, the NDP House leader, he self-identifies as a worker bee. He's told us that he's a worker bee. And if you doubt that he's a worker bee, all you have to do is ask him and he'll tell you that he's a worker bee. Meanwhile, New Democrats are at committee putting forward motions specifically to avoid doing parliamentary work over the summer. Imagine that. At a time when Canadians are suffering, at a time when Canadians want their politicians to get down to work and find solutions to the challenges this country is facing, you have Liberals putting forward a bill to delay the election, and you have New Democrats putting forward motions so that they don't have to work until the election comes. This is what the NDP coalition is about, delaying the election and doing as little work as possible until it comes. Conservatives are ready to get down to work. We're ready to replace this government. We're ready to clean up the mess that's been created over the last 9 years, because our country did not have these problems 9 years ago, and it will be set on the right path under the the principled leadership of the member for Carleton, this is what we're offering Canadians. We are ready for that election. We oppose Bill C-65 because we don't want to delay the election. We are ready for that carbon tax election to put our common sense plan before Canadians for lower, fairer, and simpler taxes, to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. To bring it home, Madam Speaker, let's reject Bill C-65, let's have that carbon tax election, and let the Canadian people decide. Hear, hear.
I have the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. I believe it's a point of order. Is that the case?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was just wanted to ask if I could get a unanimous consent to have my vote recorded a yay. Earlier, I was unable for technical reasons to vote.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
In terms of the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I get to my question, I know the member mentioned the employee who received his master's today. An employee of mine here in my Hill office received 2 masters. I don't like to be outdone by a Conservative, so I'll note that. And as well, a dual master's in political science and has been accepted into the PhD program. So again, I want to congratulate my employee, Liam O'Brien. And my question to the member is, when he's talking about moving the election, has he spoken to the 32 plus members on his side that won't qualify for a pension when they don't get re-elected?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to first associate myself with the member's comments and also share congratulations to his employee who's getting a second master's. I think maybe once he gets his third master's, he'll see the light and become a Conservative. So wish him the best with that intellectual journey. In terms of the views of members, the Conservative Party has been clear and united that we are ready for an election. We want an election, and we want a carbon tax election where Canadians can choose. We don't want to delay the election. And as you will see when this measure comes to a vote, that is the united position of every single Conservative in this House.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, at the federal level, it's possible to vote on the day of the election. You can also vote in advance. You can do mail-in ballots. There are all sorts of options. There's campus voting. There are really many options. And yet, officially, this government is saying that it needs to accommodate Diwali for Indian communities, and that is how they're justifying putting off the date of the election. So this government is choosing to integrate the religious calendar to the electoral calendar. They are subordinating the rule of law to religious concerns. I'd like to hear from my colleague of what he thinks of this official reasoning.
For Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's fair to say that I would have a bit of a different view of many aspects of the religious accommodation conversation than my colleagues. I do think that a free society, a rule of law society, should make efforts to ensure the protection of religious freedom, of the deeply held convictions of people. Religious freedom is a foundational aspect of human rights. It's in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights very clearly. That said, Madam Speaker, the member is right that there are many different ways and times that people can vote. I think if you have a situation in which the main election day, as well as advanced poll days and early voting days, also intersect with religious holidays for the same community, then I think you have a much greater problem. But in this case, I think this is just cover for the government. I don't think it's really about accommodation. I think it's fundamentally about their desire to delay the election as much as possible and benefit themselves in the process.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Madam Speaker, amongst the members, many useless slogans that were put forward again once again today. One of them was around the Conservatives being clear and united. Now, I find that particularly interesting because listening to the member, he said he's not in support of this bill. Yet last night, the member from Calgary Confederation said very clearly that he would be in support of this bill unless, as long as there's an amendment to move the election date back. Now, Madam Speaker, I have made it clear that I will be putting forward an amendment to see this election date put back, because I agree we cannot be looking at legislation that will benefit members at a time when people are struggling to make ends meet. Now, my question to the member, Madam Speaker, is how can he continue to support and to sabotage, I should say, legislation that truly supports Canadians? Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The worker bees in the NDP want to tell us about amendments that they might or will or intend to propose in the future. Let me tell you about an amendment Conservatives have already proposed that is already at present before the House. This is the amendment that I spoke to from the member for St. Albert Edmonton that would, on the basis of the attempt to delay the election, decline to give reading to Bill C-65. No, Madam Speaker, our position is to support the amendment that's on the table, not hope that the worker bees in the NDP will, after taking sufficient time off over the summer, eventually get around to coming up with their own amendment in the future.
Comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To follow up on that point, it seems like we've got two options here. One is to get rid of the bill altogether because there's one provision in it that is inappropriate. And the other is to continue with the bill that has many important elements in it. For example, making it easier for folks to vote and advance polls. And at committee, as is often the case here, address the problematic provision. Greens, of course, would strongly support what the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has put forward. So my question to the member for Fort York, Saskatchewan, I'm close but not quite on the mark, is why not at least support the bill, given there are other important measures in it, and address the problematic provision at the place where that's best done at committee?
Member, order. The honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, here's the legislative process in a nutshell, right? It's at second reading, we look at the principle of the bill, and we determine if the principle of the bill is a principle that we want to support or not. And the principle of what the government is trying to do is they're looking for cover to delay the election. I think it's quite evident. The principle is that Liberals, the member for Kingston, the Island, and others, are reluctant to face the judgment of the electorate. That's what they're trying to do with this bill. We're not going to fall for this Liberal trick.
I just want to remind members again that when someone else has the floor, they need to wait to be recognized if they wish to speak. The questions and comments, the Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting what my colleague just brought up there. The principle of the bill is essentially making sure that as many Canadians as possible can vote in the next election. And I think that is a very noble pursuit that all members in this House should be working towards. To disenfranchise Canadians is not what we've been put in this place to do. And so we want the next election to be the most participated in, the most fair. And the issue that had come up with the October 20th election date, and I know in my community it was faced during the last municipal election when it fell on the volley, there was an extremely low voter turnout. Now in this case it falls on the volley, it also falls on an election in Alberta as well. So Canadians will be asked to have to make up their mind about their federal member and their provincial member, and I think this would cause a lot of confusion and cause less people to come out to the polls. So let's make sure we all work together to get more people to vote.
Hear, hear.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to assure the member that I think there will be very high participation in the next election. I know, judging from the Leader of the Opposition's rallies and public events, the level of enthusiasm that we're seeing from Canadians for the Leader of the Opposition's message. I know many people that have never participated in politics before are finally hopeful about the direction that this country could go under new common sense conservative leadership. Respectfully, the Chief Government Whip wants us to judge the government based on their intentions, not based on the results. They say our intention with this bill, and I'm not sure that's actually the intention, but the publicly stated justification is one thing, but the reality of what this bill is doing, it's delaying the election date. And look, they said, oh well, the current proposed date, it's got some issues and problems with it. Well, Madam Speaker, why didn't the government propose to move the election a week earlier instead of a week later? You know, I'll be willing to meet the Chief Government Whip in the middle. How about we just have an election right now? How about we just have the election right away? Because then we'll avoid the potential conflicts that the member mentioned. We're keen to have the election as soon as possible. But it's a bit suspicious that they want to delay the election in order to avoid apparently a problematic date.
We have time for a brief question. Okay. The honourable member for New Westminster, sorry, it's escaping me. New Westminster, Burnaby.
New Westminster, Burnaby. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From my colleague, but the reality is the Harper government was terrible at taking away voting rights from racialized people, from Indigenous peoples, from poor people, from young people. The Harper government and the member from Carleton stripped away voting rights for a whole variety of Canadians that they don't seem to like or appreciate. And it seems that the Conservatives are in the same frame here, with a bill that enfranchises more people, ensures that more people can vote, and Conservatives are opposed. Why are they opposed to more Canadians voting?
A brief answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Parkport, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the self-identified worker bee in the corner is making things up about the record of the Harper government, as he regularly does. I just think the choice Canadians will face the next election is they'll look at where this country was in 2015, and they'll look at where the country is in 2024, and they'll say, are we better off in 2024 than we were in 2015? Are we better off with the Conservative government, or are we better off with the NDP Liberal government? That's the choice, and I think the choice will look much better for us when Canadians finally have a chance to decide than it will for the buzzing bees in the corner of the room.
And I just want to remind members again, if they can please hold on to their thoughts or questions or comments they may have until it's the appropriate time, as opposed to trying to do that while someone else has the floor. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to stand in the House of Commons on behalf of the great people of Don Valley East to speak of a very important bill, Bill C-65, Electoral Participation Act. And I want to just lead where the actual Chief Government Whip actually talked about a noble pursuit to actually look at legislation to look for ways to increase participation. I think this is essentially, what this bill is attempting to do. I think as members of Parliament, we should always be looking for ways to increase participation within elections. There have been some elections over the last decade, and I've seen low numbers, in Ontario, provincially, municipal elections, where the numbers are quite low. And we need to, as members of this House, look for ways to better position people so they can participate in elections. I think it's important to look for ways to increase accessibility. And Madam Speaker, my participation in elections go back 7 elections ago. I've actually run 7 times. I ran 3 times as a school board trustee. I ran 3 times as a provincial member and once as a member of Parliament. And every single time, I've noticed a bit of a change in the elections overall. And I just wanted to mention that I will be sharing my time with the member from Surrey Newton. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But I think it's important for us to reflect on elections from the past, look at those elections, and look for ways to constantly make improvements. I can remember the first time knocking on a door as a candidate. It was back in 2003. I ran for school board trustee in Don Valley East, and I can remember knocking on doors with 4 or 5 of my friends. We knocked on doors the entire summer. We knocked on every single door throughout the riding, and at the end I was successful in winning that my first election.
And the cool thing about that campaign is that we got people involved who weren't traditionally involved in politics. People who, saw someone like themselves getting involved in politics. And I was the first person from my community, from Flemington Park, to be elected into to any level of government. So it was an important thing for our community. And, I go out to different schools all the time and I speak to young people. It's actually probably one of my favorite things about this job is talking to young people about politics, going into the classrooms, talking about politics. And I always remind young people that being involved in politics, you don't have to put your name on the ballot. You can, help organize. You can advocate. You can write to your elected official. You could work within the sector. But participation is important because it upholds our democracy and it holds our system accountable. And that is an important thing, I think, for young people to recognize and to know about. When I go into classrooms, I often talk about, I go back to, I think it was 12/15, June, when the Magna Carta was published. And, it was a document that today still holds a significant, I would say, role in the timeline of increasing democracy, because it was the first document in the West that said the king was not above the government, or the king and government were not above the people. And that they should be held accountable by the people as well. And that's something that I think the tradition in this House, that we are accountable to the people. But when you get half the people only showing up to vote, there's obviously a problem in politics. And we need to look for ways to increase that trust. And this bill, Bill C-65, does that. It increases accessibility. It increases integrity within the system, and it also puts trust back into the electoral process. It is important to make sure that as we're building these types of bills, that we look at all different ways, especially with emerging technology and the shift within our society as a whole, to make sure that people still feel that the system can be trusted. I don't know if folks can remember back, I think it was back in 2011, we had a major issue in this country with robocalls. This was a new emerging technology, and there were folks who got into some trouble for this because they were using this technology to discourage people from voting in the correct station, and they were sending them to different places to vote, and when they got there, they figured out they couldn't vote. So this was all about voter suppression. It is important that we, as members of this House, look for every single opportunity. And this is part of our due diligence as members of Parliament, to look for ways to open up the process even further so people feel like they can trust the system, so people feel like they're part of the system, so citizens can be involved in deciding which direction they want their democracy and their government to go in. So, we've seen the rise of AI over the last several years, especially over the last 2-3 years. And AI is going to be a challenge for democracy. It's going to be a challenge for places like the House of Commons and the electoral process. We've seen recently the use of deep fakes, where politicians, and I know that they're having challenges south of the border, but also in India during their election, the use of deep fakes are occurring more and more and more. And when you actually watch one of these AI-generated images, it's hard to determine if this is real or fake. In fact, I just saw a deep fake with the Prime Minister and with the Leader of the Opposition trying to sell some type of product. And I was like, what is this? It was so elaborate that it even had an anchor from one of the major media news stations interviewing the leaders. And when we start to see this stuff, and the voice is so perfect, the facial expressions are perfect, when the message is not real, we need to make sure that we as MPs put in place the right process so these types of technologies do not disrupt our pursuit for greater democracy and to uphold the integrity that the citizen requires. The other thing that's important, I think, for this piece of legislation is around accessibility. We need to constantly look for ways to open up accessibility, so when you have someone who wants to go out and vote, and maybe a first-time voter, they're not discouraged by the complexity of actually going out to vote. So a good example of that would be what happens in long-term care. Getting polling stations into those types of facilities where it's hard for people to specifically get to another location because of a physical challenge. We've also someone who may be living in one part of the province but might be on election day in another part of the province. Well, how do you accommodate them? We need to look for constantly look for ways for improvements in the system, and this bill addresses those challenges as well. Also, one of the things that has been a major concern for me over the last several years as a former provincial member, but also as a federal member, is the protection of personal data. We live in an age where personal information can be collected and it can be reused, it could be sold. We need to make sure that the data that we collect, meaning Elections Canada, that is used during that process is protected. Not only protected by where it's stored, but how it's actually disposed of. We need to ensure that the privacy of the citizen remains intact and that there's integrity connected to it in order to ensure that we have trust of people. This is an important thing, I think, for Canadians. It's an important thing for democracy. If people think that their personal information for even a second is going to be used by a third party after an election by by a political party, it'll increase the unlikeliness of them actually going out to vote. And that's why this act actually puts in place a process where it ensures the protection and privacy of the citizen. I'd like to thank the House for listening to me for the last 10 minutes and thank the people of Don Valley East for their continued support. And I will now take questions, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member delivered a speech on the bill and never mentioned the extension of the voting date by 1 week to secure pensions for about 80 MPs, which is about 25% of this House. I wish he would have probably talked about this, and because we've been asked by Canadians. There's so many questions came to me, so many emails asking about this very important element of this bill.
Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for the question. The member is, he's been around here for a while, and he's a smart guy. He knows the process. The bill goes to committee, and if there's improvements that can be made, the member and his team can actually bring forward those types of suggestions. My 10 minutes here that I was given to speak was to address the issues that I thought were very important, and that's why I talked about privacy. That's why I talked about accessibility, integrity, and trust. It means a lot to me, and I thank the member for the question.
The
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge my colleague in his speech. I'd like him to clarify his position. There are some good things in the bill, but there's also the change in date. Now, the member for Montcalm asked a question earlier about that change. For religious reason, for example. I see two things. A religious reason, well, how many religions are there in Canada? Will we end up being able to find a date without a religious holiday? So I'd like to hear him comment on that, if we'll have to accommodate all different religions. And secondly, what is also a well-known fact, is that there is an idea to extend the date by a week to enable members of the House to earn a pension. There was 1 day missing if the date were the date scheduled in October. Now, Many people are in precarious situations, so I'd like to hear his comments on that. First of all, on the religious component, and secondly, on a pension for more members. Are those good reasons to move the date?
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and it really is an important question. You know, we have such a beautiful country from coast to coast to coast of so many different nationalities, a mosaic of different cultures, and of course it's going to always be difficult for us to find the perfect date. But what we should be doing as MPs is trying to accommodate people when possible. And I think that should just be a common sense approach to picking an election day, and I think the member would agree with that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Speaker, and thank you to the member. Madam Speaker, I always appreciate hearing from fellow previous school board trustees. I think there's a lot of value in that experience and bringing that to the House of Commons. My question, Madam Speaker, is specifically around the component of the bill that speaks to expanding or lifting the restrictions on who can assist people living with disabilities, having it removed and having the elector choosing who can assist them. I believe it to be a big step in the right direction to look at who can support in having those ballots counted. But there's also a lot of work that I think needs to be done once we get this to committee. I'm an eternal optimist. Once we get this to committee, to make sure that people are able to have the autonomy to cast their own ballots. So I think about people who are visually impaired as one example. What does the member think about the necessity of us having ballots that make it possible for all Canadians to cast the ballots for who they would like to see elected?
The honourable for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the member, the honourable member, and former school board trustee for that great question. My father is legally blind, so I go with him to, when he goes to vote, and the accommodation they have, I'm always amazed on how they accommodate him. The first time we actually went when he needed assistance, I was wondering, how are they going to do this? But it was very professional. And I think if we can look for ways to even strengthen through consultation with the disability community to make accessibility increase, this would be a huge priority for me. So thank you very much for that question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. This legislation will make it easier to vote and increase voter participation across this country, which is essential to a healthy, modern democracy. One aspect of this legislation will include legislating campus vote as a permanent program, and its particularly importance because it will increase voter engagement for youth and young adults. Coincidentally, today, Madam Speaker, my nephew, Prabnoor Singh Taliwal, a recent graduate of Wharton School of Business of the University of Pennsylvania, which is one of the top business schools in North America, is visiting Ottawa. And I'm proud of his accomplishments, including being elected as a Vice President of Sponsorship and Finance for the student body. And it's important that our youth are engaged in political process and are involved in all levels of government. This is a type of legislation that will allow that. Madam Speaker, this important bill that supports voter participation, better protects Canadians' personal information, and enhances electoral safeguards and compliance measures. One of those safeguards, the government has been continuously improving its response to the evolving threat of foreign interference by enhancing measures and adding new measures that strengthen Canada's electoral system. And the government is not alone in ensuring our electoral system is well protected. Parliament has entrusted responsibility to the Independent Commissioner of Canada Elections for ensuring that the Canada Elections Act is complied with and enforced. The Commissioner's work is an essential element to upholding Canadians' trust in the integrity of Canada's electoral system and maintaining a fair and level playing field for all electoral participants. The critical role of Independent Commissioner of Canada's Election Act and how the safeguards in Bill C-65 are enforced is what I will speak to you about today. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I will outline how Commissioner fulfills her mandate. I will then turn to the specific proposals in Bill C-65. In order to enforce and promote compliance with Canada Elections Act, the Commissioner is primarily responsible for conducting investigations and applying a suite of compliance measures as appropriate. The Commissioner may initiate an investigation in a number of ways, including following a complaint from public, referral from Elections Canada, or her own initiative. If the investigation reveals any contravention of Canada Elections Act, the Commissioner has a wide range of enforcement tools at her disposal that she can deploy depending on the severity of the contravention. These tools include laying criminal charges, which may lead to prison time and/or fine, issuing a notice of violation accompanied by an administrative monetary penalty to promote compliance, simply issuing information or caution letters to raise awareness of the rules and encourage those who make an honest mistake to course correct. Which enforcement tool the Commissioner chooses to use depends on what would best serve the public's interest and whether the contravention has been categorized as an offense or a violation under the Act. The difference between the two is that offenses may result in criminal prosecution, fines, and/or prison time, while violations are considered administrative contraventions and are subject to administrative monetary penalties. Some contraventions of the Act could be considered either an offense or a violation, meaning that the Commissioner would consider the facts of the case to determine which route would better serve the public interest. Madam Speaker, the tools available to Commissioner have proven to be effective in promoting and maintaining compliance with the Act. Yet, as we are well aware, there is always room for improvement. Bill C-65 builds on the strong compliance and enforcement foundation by adding to Commissioner's toolbox in 5 new ways. First, to enhance the Commissioner's access to information pertaining to investigation. Bill C-65 clarifies that those who have been ordered by a judge to appear before the Commissioner or her staff may also be ordered to produce any relevant documents at any time before, during, or after the individual's initial appearance. This clarification helps avoid potential delays in the Commissioners gaining access to relevant information and lowers the risk of documents being lost or destroyed. Second, the Commissioner's authorities to enter into memoranda of understanding or other similar arrangements with national security organizations such as FinTrack or communications security establishment are made explicit. This added clarity around the expectations for collaboration between the Commissioner and government security agencies will not only facilitate investigations and ensure the Commissioner can gain access to information held by other federal departments, but it also supports government-wide efforts to respond to the threat of foreign interference in our elections. Third, Bill C-65 give the Commissioner the option to pursue administrative contraventions currently treated as offense under the Act as violations. An example would be taking a ballot selfie, where these types of contraventions are better dealt with by the Commissioner as opposed to our judicial system. Other examples of existing offences that would treat as violations and subject to administrative monetary penalties under C-65 include preventing apartment building access to Elections Canada or campaign staffers for the purpose of engaging voters and wearing partisan material at polling station. This expansion of administrative monetary penalty regime supports Commissioner's ability to maintain compliance with the Elections Canada Act without lengthy unnecessary criminal investigations. In addition to existing contravention that will newly classified as violations, non-compliance with a political party's privacy policy would also now constitute a violation. This means that the Commissioner would be able to issue a notice of violation and administrative monetary penalty or pursue informal measures to encourage compliance, such as issuing caution or information letters as appropriate. Fourth, the Electoral Participation Act also provides the Commissioner with the ability to issue administrative monetary penalties to those who support those who contravene the Act, in addition to the perpetrators themselves. Madam Speaker, while the measures I have highlighted would support the Commissioner in holding those who broke the law accountable, those who conspire or attempt to break the law should also face consequences. This brings me to the fifth and the last measure, which could permit the Commissioner to use her powers in instances where conspiracies or attempts to contravene the Elections Act have taken place. This means that those who try to break the law or encourage others to do so can be held accountable. Similar laws on conspiracies and attempts can be found in the criminal code and have already proven effective. Madam Speaker, this bill is very important to most of my constituents that need more time to vote in the pre-elections and different means so that maximum participation can be there. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this bill.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of what my colleague talked about, what he considers very important, as do I, in C-65, well, he avoided talking about the election report, supposedly because we want to accommodate Indian communities for Diwali, the Festival of Lights. But, Madam Speaker, can my colleague look me in the eye and tell me there's not some use of the Diwali celebration as a ways of saving these pensions for these 23 ministers?
Yes, Sir Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Contrary to what the honourable member suggested, I can tell you Diwali is a religious and a sacred event in the lives of many Hindus and Sikhs across this globe. In fact, we are talking about more participation, Madam Speaker, on the Diwali day, where people will be celebrating. You know, there will also be a lot more traffic on the streets of major municipalities, which will distract voters from going to the polls. In fact, it's a very good suggestion. On one side, we can celebrate the religious sacred day of Diwali, but on the other side, the voters can go and vote freely, with lot more numbers on the next week after the Diwali.
Then comments. The Honourable for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I also want to congratulate the member's nephew for their graduation. The member was just talking about transportation, and I know in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, we do have an aging population, and I know a lot of seniors have a difficult time with transportation to the polls, and they've been asking me for an extension to make it easier to have more days to vote. So I wonder if the member wouldn't mind sharing with the House what they're hearing in their riding with seniors and their ability to get transportation to the polls.
The honourable for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member, for her gesture towards my nephew, Prab. Madam Speaker, same thing I'm hearing in my constituency, because the elderly people, the people with disabilities, they need more time and accessible system to vote. In fact, that's why we are encouraging 2 extra days in the pre-polls, so as those members that are willing to vote, they should be able to make sure that that their vote is polled and is counted. And I appreciate the members' concern about our seniors and members with disabilities.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We all know that the House of Commons hosts the king of cryptocurrency here, better known as the leader of the Conservative Reform Party, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, within this legislation, what we see is more transparency and accountability. So, for example, cryptocurrency is something that you cannot do through a donation, whether it's to a candidate or to a political party, not only during elections, but between elections also. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts in regards to why it's important that we pass the legislation, because there's many aspects of the legislation that will make our election laws stronger, healthier, and better. Would he not agree?
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North and my dear friend, who's always inspiring, when it comes to making suggestions about the electoral process or helping communities that needs more help to get into the electoral system. Madam Speaker, the cryptocurrency bill should not be accepted as part of the donation. In fact, that's why we got to make sure that we are able to strengthen the Elections Canada, and let me pass it through here and let it go to committee, where all members, from Conservatives, Bloc, NDP, Liberal, they will be able to make suggestions to strengthen this bill to make sure that we have a fair and integral election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Cynical, cynical, cynical. Canadians have a right to be thoroughly cynical about this legislation. For all of the public hype around how this Liberal government wants to encourage Canadians to participate in the electoral process, notwithstanding the Prime Minister's claims that he's taking action to prevent interference in our elections by hostile foreign governments, this Bill C-65 should give little comfort to Canadians who feel that our democracy is eroding before our very eyes. Madam Speaker, living in Canada is like winning the lottery. We have a history of standing for justice. We're a country dedicated to the rule of law. We're prosperous, we're safe, and we've been blessed with an embarrassing abundance of natural resources. Our citizens are among the best educated in the world, and we boast a strong democratic system and a commitment to peaceful transitions of power. Now, since 2006, I've had the honor of serving the constituents of Abbotsford, British Columbia, who have elected and re-elected me 6 times through a robust, fair, and transparent electoral process. This very process is what Bill C-65 claims to improve upon. Madam Speaker, Trust in our democratic institutions, in our elections, is critical to a peaceful and vibrant society. And Canadians must have confidence that the members of this House, right here, this chamber, have been elected and arrived here fairly and without interference from foreign powers. As such, there are some provisions in this bill which we Conservatives would agree with. But we are also deeply concerned that the provisions of this bill are an attempt to conceal from Canadians a much more cynical ploy, namely the promotion of the private financial interests of the Prime Minister's NDP Liberal caucus, a group of MPs who expect not to be re-elected again. And I'll get to that in a moment. But to be sure, there are provisions in this legislation that we support. For beginners, there are provisions that make changes to third-party donations, and those changes are welcome, particularly as they are aimed at preventing foreign entities from contributing to election-related activities in Canada. With the recent revelations regarding interference in our democracy by hostile foreign actors, and the shocking disclosure that our Prime Minister failed to act in a timely manner to warn Canadian MPs and party candidates of threats to their own elections, we parliamentarians must act to ensure that our institutions remain secure and accountable to the only people that really matter, Madam Speaker, and that is Canadians themselves, not to hostile foreign powers. Ensuring that foreigners can't easily donate to candidates for federal election is a sensible, albeit very modest, improvement to a stronger democracy. So if that was the sole purpose of Bill C-65, we'd be content. But this modest improvement in our election laws is marred by other elements which are problematical. And I speak, of course, of the Prime Minister's cynical efforts to extend the so-called fixed election date by 1 week. A fixed election is exactly that, or it's supposed to be that, which is the setting of a fixed date for an election to take place in a predictable manner instead of the Prime Minister gaming the system for his own partisan purposes. Sadly, the fixed election that the law prescribes is no more. Instead, the Prime Minister has cynically pushed it back. He's pushed back the fixed date to benefit his NDP Liberal MPs who are facing imminent defeat in the next federal election.
Hear, hear.
According to this piece of legislation, Canadians are going to have to pay more to pay for the pensions of MPs. Accordingly, this piece of legislation is now becoming known as the Loser NDP Liberal Pension Protection Act. That's what it is. Let me repeat that. The Loser NDP Liberal Pension Protection Act.
What it is.
So let me explain. For those Canadians who have just tuned in, they deserve to know that in order for an MP to qualify for a parliamentary pension, they must have served a total of 6 years in this House of Commons. It just so happens that there are 80 MPs who were elected in 2019 who will not qualify for a pension if they lose the next election. They would fall 1 day short. And the Prime Minister, of course, sensing that he and many of his NDP and Liberal coalition MPs won't survive politically, has cynically included in this legislation before us a provision that, get this, would extend the fixed election date by 1 week to secure the pension entitlements of NDP Liberal MPs.
Shameful.
Now, the Prime Minister claims this extension to the fixed election date has nothing at all to do with vesting pensions in his MPs and everything to do with the Indian festival of Diwali. That's a fair point, except that he had the option of actually moving the date 1 or 2 weeks earlier to avoid a conflict with Diwali, or calling an election right now, as we have asked him to do. This would spare Diwali and avoid some of the corrosive cynicism that Canadians are experiencing today. But no, the Prime Minister has again exploited our long-suffering taxpayers by favoring the financial interests of elected officials who work here and, quite frankly, are well compensated for the work they do in this House. Remember, this is the Liberal government that has amassed more debt than all other Canadian governments in Canadian history combined. Combined, Mr. Speaker. This is the Prime Minister who so glibly proclaimed that budgets balance themselves. This is the Prime Minister who asked Canadians to forgive him for not thinking about monetary policy. So what's a few more taxpayer dollars going to pension off well-to-do and well-paid politicians? On that basis alone, Mr. Speaker, we Conservatives will vote against this legislation. We will always promote the interests of Canadian taxpayers. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, it is true that 32 of my Conservative colleagues are within that group of 80 MPs. But those Conservative MPs have made it very clear that they're prepared to go into an election right now and put our Conservative vision and plan for this country to the Canadian people, as up against the disastrous Liberal record. Now, there are also other elements of this bill that are problematical. Under this legislation, taxpayers will now have to foot the bill for having more advanced polling days. More costs to taxpayers. We're also concerned about new provisions that place the political party above the candidate on a ballot. So let me again explain. Elections determine who we wish to have represent us in Canada's Parliament, right here, this House of Commons. Which individual will be our community's voice in Ottawa? When Sir John A. Macdonald, our first Prime Minister, and the other fathers of Confederation came together to create the Dominion of Canada, they agreed that Canadians should elect a hard-working person from each of their communities to represent them in our capital city. Someone dedicated to serving the interests of their community and country without compromise. An individual, not a political party, an individual who truly cares for their district and the people within it. Sadly, this bill before us flips that time-honored principle on its head by suddenly prioritizing the party on the ballot rather than the candidate, him or herself. Rather than marking down the candidate of their choice on the ballot, Bill 65 would now allow a voter to simply mark down the name of a political party, and that ballot would then be valid. This provision goes against everything that our parliamentary democracy has been based on for over 150 years. That is, the premise that elected members of this House serve Canadians, and that we members, not our political parties or special interest groups, are employed by and accountable to Canadian voters. It is beyond worrying that the NDP Liberal coalition believes that bringing American-style ballot box party politics into Canada, with its attendant ballot harvesting abuses, will be embraced by Canadians. It won't, and it isn't. More likely, it's our NDP Liberal coalition friends that seek to gain an advantage over their political adversaries in this House. I began my remarks by describing this bill as cynical, capital C, cynical. It is our Prime Minister who, over a period of 9 long years, has failed to seriously address the integrity of our elections and the interference from hostile foreign actors. For many years, the Canadian government has known of foreign interference in our elections. In fact, the director of CSIS, which is our security and intelligence apparatus, warned our Prime Minister that there was a legitimate and significant threat, particularly from China, with respect to our democratic institutions and the elections that undergird those institutions. And time again, the Prime Minister refused to act. And it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. In July of 2021, a CSIS report said that China viewed Canada as a high priority target and invests substantially into influencing our elections and civil society. Indeed, my honourable colleague and friend, the member for Wellington Halton Hills, has said that he and his extended family were even targets of the communist regime in Beijing, and that this Liberal government failed to let them know, to inform them of that fact. More egregiously, the recent top-secret NSICOP report on foreign interference names MPs who have wittingly or unwittingly engaged in election interference. That report, sadly, has been censored, yes, censored, by our own Prime Minister, who refuses to let Canadians know who among us who are suspected of acting on behalf of a foreign government. Shameful. It is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that a parliamentarian who has wittingly aided a hostile foreign power should have their name protected and be able to run for re-election. Re-election, Mr. Speaker. That is incomprehensible, and Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, ask Canadians whether they believe that someone suspected of disloyalty to our country and who is in the thrall to a foreign power should remain anonymous. The overwhelming response would be no, absolutely no. So it's fair to ask the question, what is the Prime Minister hiding? Accordingly, it should surprise nobody that Canadians are losing confidence in their electoral process and have grown cynical about anything this Liberal government does or says. And yet our Prime Minister continues to claim that only he and he alone can fix his own mess and the many other things that are broken in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, at its very essence, this boils down to an issue of trust. Do Canadians trust this Prime Minister? Do they trust this government? And overwhelmingly, the answer to that is no. Our Liberal Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal coalition have failed Canadians so badly that we can't even trust our electoral process. This broken country needs a fix that only a change in government can deliver. The winds of change, fortunately, are sweeping across Canada, fanned by our Prime Minister's broken promises and his reckless disregard for the institutions of our democracy. This bill in no way fixes that. Trust has been broken, and this bill before us will do nothing to materially fix that. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of those reasons and many more, I will not be supporting this bill, and I don't believe any of the Conservatives in this House will be supporting this bill. But I ask again, do Canadians have a right to feel cynical? That's what I asked at the beginning of my speech. Cynical, cynical, cynical. Do we have a right to feel cynical about our government? And the answer is yes. They have a right to feel cynical about their government, about their Prime Minister, and yes, about this disingenuous bill. But the good news is that help and hope are on their way. Speaker, remember what things were like in Canada back in 2015, before the NDP Liberal coalition broke everything? They messed it all up. Remember, we had low inflation, we had low interest rates, we had affordable homes, affordable food, we had safe streets, we had respect on the international stage, we had balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. Hope. We all had hope for a brighter and better future. And I'm confident that a new government, a conservative government, will restore the Canadian dream and the hope of a brighter future. We will axe the taxes, build the homes, stop the crime, and fix the budget. Canadians are counting on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Kishore Kamatara, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am certainly going to miss that over-the-top rhetoric when this member is gone, as he's announced he won't be running again. I certainly will miss it, but I will say, you know, he seemed to bring up a lot of issues that don't jive with what was being said previously, because the member from Calgary Federation yesterday said, and I quote, "The issue that my Conservative colleagues and I have is the date that would change to create pensions for losing Liberal and NDP members. If that date changed, I would be in full support of this bill." So the only issue to Conservatives, according to the member from Calgary Confederation, is the date. The minister made it very clear yesterday when he was speaking. He was trying to attempt to change the date because there's also municipal elections going on in Alberta on the same day, and people will effectively have to go and vote at 2 polling locations on the same day. But the minister also said, if the committee decides they want to put the date back to where it was, he's willing to accept that. So my question is, given that this is the only thing that seems to be problematic with Conservatives, as stated by the member from Calgary Confederation, why doesn't the member just let it go to committee and change the date? Or better yet, during his 20 minutes of speaking, why didn't he just introduce an amendment to change the date? He could do either of those, and he's not. Why?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot in that question, but I was pleased to hear him mention Alberta. Because this Liberal Party and this Liberal government and former Liberal governments have never cared for Alberta. Right. Remember the National Energy Plan? Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason I focused...
Honourable. Honour. Order. Order. Let me find the right word. Let me just find the right word in my brain for a minute. Lord, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford has the floor.
Thank you. I noticed I touched a nerve, Mr. Speaker. These folks over here, they don't care for Alberta. They don't care for Western Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, my speech focused in on the totality of this legislation. Right. The reason my colleagues focused on the cynical ploy that is the election date is because Canadians, by and large, are not aware of this. They're not aware that this Prime Minister is monkeying around with the election date simply to protect the pensions of his own well-paid MPs. Shame on them.
The ones that are going to lose. Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't wait for Quebec to become a country, so I'd no longer have to hear these 3 Federalist parties arguing between themselves. I guarantee that it'll happen one day. Now, there is something I agree with in my colleague's speech. Yes, it is indecent that they are trying to change the date of the election, especially with this very surreal justification. They're saying they're changing the date because there's a religious holiday that day. Mr. Speaker, there are many religious holidays because there are many days in the year and many religions. We can't go around just using that as an excuse. Really, this is just to let some members lay hands on their pension. So does my colleague find it as indecent as I do to mix up election dates and religion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I find really shocking this government is that it's prepared to Mickey Mouse around and gerrymander our election laws to favor themselves and goes so far as to actually try to protect, invest the pensions of MPs that wouldn't qualify otherwise. There's a very easy way of fixing this, Mr. Speaker, and that is for the Prime Minister to go to the polls. Call an election right now. See if they can back up their words. You know and I know that they will never call an election now because they know they are going to lose because of their disastrous record. As I said in my speech, I'm prepared to put up our plan for the economy, our plan for our country, how we unite Canada up against their disastrous plan any day.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Abbotsford for a very long career as he spoke about representing constituents of Abbotsford. Now, I want to share with the member from Abbotsford that I have some great news. We've been talking about this from the onset of C-65. I will be putting forward an amendment to change that date back to the original date so that this is no longer a question. Now, we've made this very clear. The Liberal minister has made it clear that he would follow the will of the committee. The Conservatives are against it, the Bloc are against it, the NDP are against it. This is no longer part of this legislation that we need to be worrying about. Now, will the member be sharing this with his constituents in Abbotsford so that they can also share the good news?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
So now what the NDP, which is part of this disastrous coalition, is saying, trust us. At committee, we'll fix this, but in this House, let's let it go ahead. Let these pensions vest in MPs that are not going to get elected and shouldn't have these pensions vest. She's asking me, well, what if we fix this at committee? Would you support it? Listen, if this change had not come along, we as Conservatives would be very happy. Leave the fixed election date as it is. But I'm not prepared to any longer accept trust us as being the mantra coming from the Liberal NDP coalition.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would say that I believe today is the 50th anniversary of the member for Abbotsford's 19th birthday, so I do wish him well on this this special occasion. But the member did talk about foreign interference into Canadian elections in his talk, and I want to know from him how concerned he is about this government and the other coalition partners' response to foreign interference into Canadian elections, and whether he shares my concern that the government really hasn't lived up to their responsibilities in keeping Canadian elections safe from foreign interference.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's a great question, Mr. Speaker, and it's not only that member and I that have concerns about foreign interference. We as Conservatives have real concerns about foreign interference, and Canadians across this country are shocked to learn that the Prime Minister has already known for many years that foreign hostile actors were interfering in our elections. He knew about it, didn't advise MPs who were affected by this, didn't put into place anything that would push back on efforts by foreign hostile regimes to try to manipulate our election outcomes. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of MPs in Canada that likely lost their re-election because of interference from the communist regime in Beijing. Did it affect the ultimate outcome of the election? No, but it certainly affected the lives and futures of those individual MPs.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House here.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, imagine the hypocrisy that we're actually hearing. The member is saying that the Conservative Party cares. That's a bunch of bull, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, think about this. The leader of the Conservative
I only interrupt when I'm hearing disorder in the House, and I think that there was a statement there the Honourable Member used. You can't do indirectly what you can't do directly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary should know better.
Sometimes I get a little colorful, I guess, Mr. Speaker. Delete the word bull. The point is, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the Conservative leader won't even get a briefing so that he can find out which members of the Conservative Party might be interfered with on the international scene. He doesn't even want the briefing. He'd rather be naive, Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP leader or the Green Party leader. How does the member get off in any fashion whatsoever to say that the Conservatives are genuinely concerned about foreign interference when in fact their own leader won't get the security clearance to find out what's actually taking place?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, as they've done many times before, our Liberal friends across the aisle are trying to muzzle our leader. That's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker. Our leader will speak out on the issues of the day, especially the issue of foreign interference. Foreign interference is corrosive to our democracy. And these folks over there are laughing. Look at them. They're laughing at us. They're mocking us for taking foreign interference seriously. When we form government, Mr. Speaker, we will take foreign interference seriously, and we'll take steps to fight back and ensure that we remain free and sovereign.
Yeah. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand today to speak to C65. And first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to forget, I just want to give a really big thank you and shout out to my former colleague, MP Daniel Blakey, who has done a tremendous amount of work on this file. And deserves acknowledgement for all of the work that he has done to date. Now, I'm going to try to carry on the baton of work that he has handed to me. They're big shoes to fill, literally, but I will continue on this important work. Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill that we are talking about today. We know that it is vitally important that Canadians have access to voting in a way that is barrier-free, to increase participation of Canadians across the country in feeling like their vote counts. This is a time right now, Mr. Speaker, that is vitally important that Canadians know that our democracy is strong, that the process is accessible for everybody to vote. We are in a climate crisis. We're feeling the impacts of that right now in a heat wave here in Ottawa. We're seeing smoke-filled skies in British Columbia that from forest fires, flooding. There's endless examples of the ways in which we are being impacted by the climate crisis. We know that people across Canada are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Right now, Canadians deserve to know that our elections are fair, our elections are accessible, and that our democracy is strong. And so this is vitally important that we are doing the work today to set up Canadians for success for elections to come. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill does a lot. One of the things, and I'll get into some of them, around 2 additional days of advanced voting. Now, this is really important because we know Canadians are busy, and we need to make sure that Canadians have access to be able to show up at the polls and cast their vote for the candidate that they feel is the best fit. Now, expanding these days out allows Canadians more options in being able to do so. There's going to be with the passing of this legislation, a phased implementation of voting anywhere. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you have heard from constituents the same as I have in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, that there are barriers when people go to vote in federal elections. They show up at the poll, excited to cast their ballot, and they're told, you know what, actually the polling station that you need to go to is on the other side of town. Now, imagine, Mr. Speaker, the single mom who's worked all day, packing up her kids to get to the polling station to show her kids participating in our electoral system, and then to be told that she has to go to the other end of town. This is a huge barrier, and I hear this from constituents in my riding, but as well as Canadians across the country, that we need to know, similar to other levels of elections, that they can go to a polling station within their riding and know that their vote will be counted. Mr. Speaker, there's also improvements to the mail-in ballot process. We know that in previous elections there were barriers, particularly when people registered for mail-in ballots, and if they received it and they forgot to mail it back, which, you know, this is busy times, of course this happens. If they showed up at the polling station to cast their vote and had already registered and received a mail-in ballot, they weren't able to cast their vote. Now, this is a huge problem and an issue that's being looked at in this legislation to ensure that people who do register for mail-in ballots can still vote at the polling station to make sure that their vote does count. Lots of good pieces. And so another piece, Mr. Speaker, is around students voting. Now, in 2015 and 2019, Mr. Speaker, we did have the Vote on Campus programs where we saw big turnouts of students showing up at the polls to cast their ballots. And then, unfortunately, that is no longer in place. Now, this legislation would make the Vote on Campus program a permanent in all general elections. Now, this is vitally important for students to know that while they're on campus, they can easily and accessibly cast their ballots. This also offers an additional option for community members in the surrounding area to have another poll that they can go and cast their ballots at. So this is really important at a time when we need young people to be participating in our elections. It is ultimately their futures that we are making decisions about today, and this is a really important part of this bill. Another piece, Mr. Speaker, is around long-term care polling stations. Now, long-term care polling stations, we know that there are many people across the country are aging in long-term care homes, and to know that they do not need to leave their residence, that they can instead cast their ballot right at home at their care home is a huge step to make sure that the people that have contributed to our communities across the country for years and years can continue to have their votes heard or seen. Now, Mr. Speaker, another piece that I'd like to point out that's not in this legislation, but something that I would love for us to dig into further at committee stage, is ensuring that we see an increase of polling stations and having those polling stations as mandatory on reserves and Métis settlements. We know because of the impacts of colonization throughout history that there are many reasons why we are not seeing the participation at the level that it should be of Indigenous people across the country. This is a step in the right direction to make sure that Indigenous people are able to vote accessibly right at home amongst community members. Now, Mr. Speaker, I found it interesting to learn one piece actually just today in Article 5 of UNDRIP, which I just want to reiterate as a very important piece to this discussion that I hope to have at committee. Now, Article 5 of UNDRIP says Indigenous people have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions while retaining the right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. Now, I read that out, Mr. Speaker, one, because it is in UNDRIP, which is vitally important work that we all need to be paying attention to and prioritizing, but also around the fact that this could help to ensure that Indigenous people understand their rights when they show up at the polls to vote for their candidate that they see as the best fit at the federal level. This is work that needs to happen and needs to be prioritized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another piece of this legislation is around making sure that, and this is something that I spoke to earlier in a question, is ensuring that people who may be living with disabilities, as one example, are able to cast their ballots. Currently, there are restrictions on who can assist in casting ballots, and this legislation is working to address that, to broaden the scope of who can support, or specifically allowing the electorate to choose choose who can assess them. So, for example, somebody could have a support worker to cast the ballot on their behalf, which is very important work in the right direction to make sure that everybody's votes can count. Now, in addition to this, Mr. Speaker, my hope is that once this gets to committee, yes, again, I'm an eternal optimist and hope that we can come together to see this at committee. But we need to be looking at ways in which people with disabilities can maintain their autonomy and to be able to cast their ballot independently without the support of other individuals. Now, it's great to set up those systems of support, and where we can, let's set up a system where all Canadians can show up at the ballot and know that they can confidently and successfully cast their own ballot. I think about the tremendous amount of people who are reaching out with visual impairments as just one example. People with visual impairments could cast their own ballot if the systems were set up for them to do that on their own. And so this is important that we are looking at this, Mr. Speaker. Now, another piece, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to cover on here is around the inclusion of Inuktitut on federal ballots. Now, this is vitally important. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of visiting my colleague, the member from Nunavut. In Nunavut, we visited Pengerton and Iqaluit, and it is quite evident that there are a tremendous amount of individuals living in Nunavut who speak Inuktitut as their primary and first language. And so making sure that the ballots have the language spoken by the residents in the area is vitally important to decrease barriers in participation, to ensure that people are understanding confidently who it is that they're voting for. My colleague, the MP from Nunavut, has been doing an incredible amount of work on this, Mr. Speaker. The member has put forward, for example, Bill C-297 that I wanted to highlight, which, Mr. Speaker, the goal of this bill is that in an electoral district that is on Indigenous land, the chief electoral officer may require that all the ballots for the electoral district be prepared and printed in both official languages as well as in the Indigenous language or languages of the electors, using the appropriate writing systems for each language, including syllabics, if applicable. Now, this is really important that we are listening to Indigenous people across the country and making sure that ballots are accessible for them to be able to vote as well. And this is an example of important legislation that the government can be leaning on to move us in the right direction. And I hope that this is legislation that we will be reviewing very closely at committee stage. Now, the MP from Nunavut, now I know, Mr. Speaker, I have quite a bit of time. Good, I'll continue on here. The MP for Nunavut did actually participate in the process of a report from the Standing Committee on Procedural and House Affairs that's titled The Inclusion of Indigenous Languages on Federal Election Ballots, a Step Towards Reconciliation. And there was a couple of pieces in here, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to highlight. The MP for Nunavut pointed out that most elders in Nunavut cannot read English or French, so this expands on what I was just talking about. And she speaks to the fact that in order to make reconciliation meaningful, Indigenous languages needed to be protected and promoted. She went on to point out, Mr. Speaker, that unilingual Inuktitut speakers find the complaints process inaccessible, so it makes it challenging for them to be able to voice the barriers that they are experiencing in being able to cast their ballots as a result of previous oppressive systems that they have experienced. And also, Mr. Speaker, the MP for Nunavut told the committee that she heard of people who've been turned away from voting in Nunavut because of language barriers. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is clearly not good enough and something that we need to be looking at closely in committee to make sure that we are moving in the right direction. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill does have some pieces that we need to make sure that we are looking at committee stage. One piece is around the third-party activities. Now, I'd like to reiterate that it is vitally important that unions are able to communicate with their members. We know that at the core of a union's mandate and function is the ability to communicate freely and effectively with members. Mr. Speaker, workers across the country who are unionized are impacted traumatically by the decisions that are being made right here in this House. We know that these decisions are life-altering. They are important that people across the country are aware of these, and it is vitally important that unions are able, union representatives are able to communicate these matters with their membership. And so with that, there is some work that needs to happen and needs to be prioritized at committee stage to ensure that this bill is not taking away those rights of unions across the country. And Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't speak about the issue that seems to be coming up over and over again in this House. Now, there was a date proposed to push forward the date of the election by 1 week in this legislation. Now, unfortunately, this is highly problematic. The reason for this is because the unintended or intended, I really can't speak to any other member's intentions, but the consequence of this is that members of Parliament would be receiving a pension that they would not have otherwise been eligible for. Now, right, as I said at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, there are so many across the country who are struggling to make ends meet. Now is not the time for members of Parliament to be thinking about their own financial gain or their own pensions. Now is the time for members of Parliament to be creating legislation that truly helps Canadians across the country. And so I want to reiterate that first priority. Once we get this to committee, I will be moving an amendment to ensure that this date is moved back to the original date so that this is no longer a concern of members of Parliament and Canadians across the country. Mr. Speaker, it is vitally important that we are doing what this legislation intends to do, which is strengthening our democracy, which is making sure that we are reducing barriers for people to be able to fully participate in our electoral system. There is important content within this legislation that we need to be moving forward with. Now, Mr. Speaker, much to my surprise, but yet also not much to my surprise, in response to this portion of the legislation, the Conservatives came out with an amendment to cut and gut the entire legislation, to see this legislation no longer moving forward at all. So with that, it would take all of the items that I have been talking about during my intervention today, Mr. Speaker. With that, it would take the increasing accessibility for people living with disabilities, having polls on long-term care homes, having polls on student campuses, looking at increasing the advanced polling days so that we're not so reliant on just one day. There are many important aspects in this bill, and to see the Conservatives respond by saying, well, we just need to cut the whole thing, is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, because currently we have a system that benefits them. We know that the existing system where we have barriers in participation that benefits the Conservatives' corporate friends is exactly what they want to see maintained. Yeah. And so, Mr. Speaker, instead of putting forward an amendment to cut and gut this legislation, my NDP colleagues and I are proposing a solution to the problem, which is amending the existing legislation to move it back to the original date and to see this particular issue no longer in place so that we can move forward with strengthening our democracy and making sure that Canadians can fully participate in the electoral processes. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of work that needs to be done to strengthen our democracy. This is an important step in the right direction, which of course I'm fully in support of. The NDP has done a tremendous amount of work to make this legislation happen, to see all of this work being put into place. There is more that needs to be done. I hope that my colleagues in this chamber will continue the important work of looking at electoral reform, looking at implementing a system of proportional representation. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party campaigned on the 2015 election being the last first past the post election. Now would be a really wonderful time to see the Liberals following through with that promise so that Canadians can see their votes adequately and effectively represented right here in the House of Commons. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is an important bill. There's some work that needs to be done, but I think that it is vitally important that all members unite together to see Canadians showing up at polling stations, feeling confident in our democracy and confident in their vote. Thank you.
Questions and comments. I think the Honourable Member for Torres-Blainville has tried several times, so it's her turn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have a good sense of observation. Well, at the block, if you remove this idea of delaying the election date to the third Monday of the month of October for a reason that doesn't make any sense, I'm just wondering how this ended up in the bill. How come it's here already? We're having a discussion saying that the NDP will bring forth an amendment. If it goes to committee, everyone seems to want to move an amendment on this. But right now, why don't we just adopt this bill so it goes to committee and getting rid of this issue of delaying the election day? So for me, it's a question of we don't want to have to live with this issue. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Molina-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et je remercie.
I'd like to thank my colleague.
A couple of responses around that. First of all, I'm so pleased to hear that the member is in support of this legislation for us to get it to committee and to be able to ensure that we are moving the right direction. I'm seeing a no, but I would like to clarify. That's what I heard, so I apologize if that's not what the member was saying. Now, to clarify, first thing is that this legislation needs to make sure that it is looking at increasing accessibility for Canadians to be able to cast their ballots. We do need to be looking at other things that are happening in those timelines. Now, I believe that the strength in this legislation is us looking at not having all of our options on one day. So looking at having it so that Canadians have multiple ways in which they can participate in our elections. So expanding the advance voting days, having the polling stations accessible and available. We need to be not having just one day as the main day, and that'll help resolve many of the issues we're talking about here today.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I mean, this whole issue around changing the election date, I appreciate and I support the member's initiative to change the date. Maybe in committee they'll even find that a week earlier is better because it kind of helps to accomplish a bunch of things, so I think that that's great. But I took note with her issue that she talked about proportional representation. And I go back to the supply and confidence agreement between the Liberals and the NDP. And the issues that they list under democracy are a commitment to work with Elections Canada to expand voter participation, a change to the election rules to allow people to vote at any polling place, improvements to mail-in ballots so that voters are not disenfranchised, and a commitment to ensuring the number of seats in Quebec in the House of Commons remains consistent. There was no talk in the supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals about proportional representation. If it's an issue that's so important to the NDP, why didn't they bring it up and put it into that agreement?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so happy that the member has brought up this very important question. Now, first and foremost, this is an issue that was brought up by the NDP, and I know this as a fact overtime with the Liberals to try to get this into the supply and confidence agreement. We could not get the Liberals to agree. So this is an unfortunate series of events. But now I'd like to reiterate that there was an opportunity aside from this legislation that we're talking about today for the Liberals to show their support for proportional representation, for electoral reform. When I brought forward motion 86 recently, which came to a vote in this exact chamber for members of Parliament to vote for a National Citizens Assembly on electoral reform where Canadians can provide their voice on how to best move forward. Now, unfortunately, many of the Liberals, and I hear that the member voted in favour, but many of the Liberals and Conservatives, I'd like to say the Conservative Liberal coalition, voted against this motion moving forward. And so we did not see M86 pass. Perhaps the Liberals can, as in the position of power that they are in, could put forward legislation to see electoral reform happen.
Well done.
So many coalitions. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank and congratulate my colleague, Nanaimo Ladysmith, for her work and her speech. What we're seeing today with this bill is once again the NDP's work that forces the Liberals to enhance the voting system and accessibility for people. But as my colleague said, that's the minimum for us. But we have greater ambitions. And her motion, M86, which was defeated by the Liberals and the Conservatives, well, after the Liberals promised that was broken, saying that we'll never have another election under the first past the post system. So after that betrayal, the NDP has continued to work in favor of a proportional representation system. That's what's fair. That is what respects the desire and will of citizens. How come we can't have a proportional system? It's very fundamental for our democracy. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for all of his work. Mr. Speaker, one thing that gave me optimism when putting forward M86, despite it failing, was that I did see members from across party lines voting in favor of us looking at how do we improve our electoral system, how do we strengthen our democracy. And so this gives me the optimism to believe that, just because M86 did not pass, it does not mean that there are not opportunities that members of Parliament can be taking right here in this House to see it happen. The Liberal government is in power right now. They can make it happen today. They can follow through with their promise to see the 2015 election being the last first past the post, although, you know what, it's too late for that. How about this? The next upcoming election will no longer be a first past the post election, and we can move forward with a system of proportional representation. We can see that happen today. We can see the Liberals follow through with their promise, although with a very long delay, and my hope is that we'll see that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to pick up on the fact that within this legislation, there's a lot of aspects of it that provide strength to the Elections Act. It'll make it stronger, healthier, better for Canadians as a whole and our democratic system. And I cited things such as, the enhancing of accountability for individuals donating to the campaign, issues like cryptocurrency and other ways in which there was a need to shed more light. I'm wondering if the member can just provide her thoughts or amplify her thoughts in regards to some of the things that we don't necessarily talk too much about during this debate, but there's a lot of detail within the legislation that will, in fact, add a great deal of value and strength to our elections.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for his question. I think if anything has been shed to light in the last few months is the importance of all legislation looking at the potential of foreign interference, looking at the prevention of foreign interference, looking at the identification of foreign interference. It needs to be implemented in all legislation. Yes, there are some components within this that look at addressing those. The as the member mentioned, the type of payments or donations that are being made, not being allowed through money orders or cryptocurrencies, also looking at who can donate, making sure that they're permanent residents and Canadian residents. These are components that are part of a bigger puzzle of work that we need to be doing together to make sure that foreign interference is identified, prevented, and avoided altogether, and also held to account when it does happen. I was happy to see all members of Parliament voting together on the recent foreign interference bill, M70, and my hope is that we'll see that work and this work strengthened so that this no longer is as problematic as we've been, as has been coming to light in the last few months.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are facing a bill where you have to realize that it's not insignificant, a bill on the Elections Act. The Elections Act is the hinge on which weighs our parliamentary legitimacy. This legitimacy, which is the people's electives and that of the government as well. First, they're tabling this important bill 48 hours before the end of a session with a gag order. Bravo. That's really good for a debate. They're saying they want to facilitate election participation. There seems to be some justified obsession with this bill. And the Elections Act, federally, is one of the most permissive, as they say, in terms of the ability to be able to go vote, as I was saying earlier. But yes, this is an important bill that is fundamental for the legitimacy of parliamentary democracy. And they're tabling this with a gag order. They don't want more discussions on it. And people will head off to vacation. And we think these people, over the holidays, will know what's in this bill. And they think that over the holidays, they'll be looking at media coverage and talking about this bill and detail all of the advantages in it. Mr. Speaker, this is just an insult to the intelligence of parliamentarians and those who have elected us to proceed in this fashion. But that's not all. This bill proposes a delay in the election that was planned for October 20th, 2025, and delays it until October 27th, 2025. And the pretext used for this is an accommodation for a festival of lights that is Indian, that is not a federal holiday or provincial holiday. But at the very bottom of this, well, even though the intentions may be noble, but there seems to be an elephant hidden in the room to allow members, Liberal members of Parliament, because they're the ones who are tabling this bill, 22 Liberal members, 3 ministers, to be able to receive their pension because they were missing 1 day of work to be eligible for this pension. This is the real motivation behind this. And when you have a little bit of respect, well, even though in my opinion, we should not subject the rule of law to religion. When you do respect religion, you don't instrumentalize beliefs for pension benefits. And that is what this government, at the end of its power, seems to be doing by tabling such an important bill. And we could even remove this section. And the problem is, even if I want to move an amendment, the Conservative amendment doesn't allow us to table a sub-amendment. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting against this legislation. We cannot support such a maneuver which insults the intelligence of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if there had just been one day to go vote, one day only to go vote with 2 early voting days or advanced days, we could say perhaps we should be able to see what we can do. But no. Right now, and if you add the 2 extra days under C65, there's six early advanced polling days. You can't see this anywhere else. 6 advanced polling days. And how come we'll have 6 days? Because voters have developed their habit of going to vote before voting day. And then with also the actual voting day, there's 7 days. So not only there are 6 advanced voting days, you can vote any day at the returning officer's location. Then they're saying there's a festival of lights and it will hinder the ability of these people on election day to go vote. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. They can also go vote through the mail. And then they're saying, no, we have to make an accommodation here. We have to really subordinate the rule of law to religion because there's a religious holiday. That is illogical, Mr. Speaker, and that's how I'm saying it's a lack of respect for the intelligence of our voters, because when you can vote 6 days in advance, in addition to the actual voting day, when you can vote any day at the returning office or vote through the mail, and there are also roaming voting places for people with reduced mobility, and also in nursing homes. Don't tell me that we're limiting accessibility to voting. What else could you ask for more? For the next Elections Act, we'll be adding 2 extra early voting days, advanced polling days. So the actual voting day is no longer the only day when people can go vote. And then they're saying, well, we have to delay it by a week. Well, what does this do? This 1 week delay. It proves there's a lack of consideration that this government has for democracy municipally. In Quebec, Mr. Speaker, there will be more than 1,100 municipalities that will be having their elections only 6 days before this. And in 2021, their turnout rate dropped by 6% because there was a federal election at the same time. But that ended much earlier than the municipal votes, which also took place at a set date. They can't say that they didn't know that there were municipal elections in Quebec for more than 1,100 or more or less municipalities. It's not because they don't know the date. It's a set date. It comes up at the same time. So there's a real lack of consideration, Mr. Speaker, because there are municipalities in 2021 where the turnout rate for voting was so low, even as low as 18%.
We need to consider municipal governance not as some kind of administrative extension of the government of Quebec. We need to treat municipal governments as governments in their own right, local government. So how is it that the chief electoral officer, how will the chief electoral officer do something logistically to find space for voting, for example? Can you explain that to me? It's going to be quite the experience. In 2021, things were already difficult. It was a complete mess. And now, the returning officer is going to have to compete with municipal returning officers? And will we really be able to access municipal spaces for the election? No, no. Already in Quebec, there were difficulties for advanced voting to get space in schools for that. That's a reality. And yet, these people across the way are telling us that it's because we want to accommodate the Festival of Lights. Well, I can say this decision wasn't very enlightened, if you'll pardon the pun. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some good things in this bill. The problem is that this bill seems to be obsessed with accessing the vote, and they're so obsessed that they're forgetting that there needs to be an appropriate balance between preserving the integrity of the voting process and then accessing the voting process. Now, if this bill carefully elaborated that there are polling places in schools or in post-secondary educational institutions, that there will be, say, 2 additional days of advanced polling, that they want to make it easier to have polling offices in certain locations, that we need better tools to counter foreign interference, and to ensure that we have a process that is protected from this kind of interference. If that were the case, well, of course, the Bloc Québécois would say that that's a good idea. But what about municipal elections, Mr. Speaker? Aren't municipal elections important? Did you know that in 2017, there was a 44.7 turnout rate? In 2021, it was only 38.6. And in Quebec, in 2008, we should look back to the past and look for the lessons of history, because that's very important. In 2008, there was a federal election. And the government of Jean Charest in Quebec said that the elections would be 6 days after the federal election. And the turnout rate in Quebec, which was usually between 78 and 81%, plummeted to a mere 57%. Now, some people said some might say that he was just trying to take advantage of this to get more control. He was putting forth an economy first message, even though things were actually going poorly. And so Jean Charest didn't want to have to face up to that reality in an election, so he triggered elections. But we have fixed date elections here. So unless this government unless this government gets toppled after it presents the budget next spring, well, we're going to have our set election date. But in C-65, it says that the chief electoral officer can accommodate certain things if that election date harms the municipal election process. It's in the bill. But instead of thinking about that, they've chosen to consider a religious festival, the Festival of Lights, to the detriment of municipal democracy. Yes, I heard what was said earlier about Alberta, and that will also be the case in Quebec. It seems to be that if your priorities were in the right, if your heart was in the right place, if you had the right priorities, you wouldn't set the rule of law above religious concerns, especially when this holiday is not even recognized as a statutory holiday. And if we looked at all of the religious holidays that different communities have, it might be quite difficult to even find a date. And this is going to set a precedent. If you tried to accommodate every religious holiday, there would be issues. No one's even asking for it. These communities aren't even asking for that to be accommodated. And with good reason, because they're not going to lose their right to vote, because there are many other ways of voting. They can vote by mail, for example. And indeed, this bill was going to enable opportunities to improve the conditions for that. This makes no sense. But what we can see, what actually makes sense about this, is that this government has instrumentalized a religious holiday for purely pecuniary advantage, for financial benefit. And then we wonder why people are cynical about politicians. We wonder why people don't want to vote. Do we really think, Mr. Speaker, do we really think that there will even be enough street polls to post the posters of all of the municipal and federal parties and candidates? Everything's going to be going on at the same time. We're barely even going to be able to post signs. It's going to be a complete mess and debacle. It would have been better to make more room. It would have been better for this bill to give the chief electoral officer the leeway that he needs between now and the election to prepare elections that will be carried out appropriately and without undue complications, because there will be logistical problems on the ground, insurmountable problems on the ground. You just have to think about it on a purely logistical level. Returning officers were having great difficulty in the last election. If I have any hair left at the next election, I'll be doing the same. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois, if there are no further guarantees that something will be done about this, there's no question of our supporting this bill, even at this stage, because this is simply not acceptable.
A commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Governor HoC.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is a double standard at play here that should be pointed out. Well, the Bloc Party articulated quite well, much like the member just did, in terms of why it is postponing the date would have a negative impact on the province of Quebec because of the Quebec actual municipal elections. At the time when they first raised the issue, they weren't even aware that there was a municipal election taking place in the province of Alberta on the exact date of the next scheduled federal election. And when that was pointed out, when I pointed that out to the member in the Bloc Party, the response is, well, that's not our problem. We represent Quebec. Well, Madam Speaker, there are many members of Parliament that are national in their thinking. Many of them sit in the Alberta caucus in the Conservative ranks. And they seem to have completely forgotten that particular point. The minister has made it very clear. He will support what it is that the committee has to propose. The NDP are proposing that we change the date. Mr. Speaker, we're open to ideas. Should we be respectful of the municipal election? Calgary and Edmonton having the same election. Imagine you live in Calgary, Edmonton, you're going to be going to vote for a mayor and a prime minister. You're members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the question is, should we at least be open to the idea at the committee stage?
The The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, all too often we've shown up at committee after voting for the principle of something, and then because of the Liberal majority, we were not able to present an amendment. Election legislation is too important for us to take that risk. So no, we can't trust people who have the gall to give us this type of legislation. It's twisted, and we will not trust people presenting something so twisted. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to what my colleague had to say. He explained what's happening in Quebec very well. A federal election, then a few days later, a municipal election throughout Quebec in all municipalities. We saw what happened in 2021. We saw our municipal colleagues have to have an election at the same time as we did. It was very hard. People were bumping into each other while they were canvassing. But I have a question about the NDP. If the NDP were ready to overturn this government, we would be able to hold elections during the next few weeks, and that would be perfect. What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a bill that would topple the government, but I would say to my colleague that I do want to make sure that Bill C-282, which is currently in the Senate and which is being blocked by Liberal and Conservative senators, even though everyone voted for it in the House, I would like that bill to come out to get through and help our farmers before the elections. I hope he agrees. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I know how much he cares about matters of elections and democracy. We were on the Electoral Reform Committee together at the time when the Liberals were still pretending that they wanted a more democratic voting system. Of course, they have changed their ways since, changed their tune. And today, we know that this bill, by changing the date, would allow MPs to access their pension, certain MPs. We see that some of the Liberals might benefit, but actually, even though the Conservatives are criticizing them, most of the MPs that would benefit are actually Conservatives. There is a great deal of hypocrisy here. This bill isn't perfect, but I would ask my colleague, does he not agree that adding days for advanced voting, adding campus voting, adding more options for mail-in voting, isn't that all a step in the right direction? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my speech, I indicated that if that were the only thing in the bill, my position might have been different. But I would add that without a guarantee that indeed this twisted addition be removed from the bill, there is no question of going to committee because we don't know what will happen. We cannot support the bill. Now, in the legislation, there is the option for the Chief Electoral Officer to consider the fact that two elections are going to overlap. And that's important because I do trust the Chief Electoral Officer. I believe that he's impartial and has a logistical capacity to organize elections that are worthy of a parliamentary democracy.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all I'm asking the member is to apply the same standards that he applies for the province of Quebec to the province of Alberta with respect to the election law. If the member is concerned about the municipal election in the province of Quebec, should he not at least be concerned about the municipal election in Alberta? It's an issue of fair treatment. You can still be a separatist in Quebec, but sympathetic to the democracy in other regions of the country.
The
Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've already said several times in this House that I am a sovereigntist, but I'm a sovereigntist because I fundamentally believe in the ideals of democracy, because the ideals of democracy are part of the idea of the sovereignty of nations, of peoples. So, indeed, I'm not against the idea of ensuring that the Alberta vote can happen properly. I agree that that's also important. Democracy is democracy wherever it happens. And we see that globally, by the way. We are fighting globally for democracy to be respected beyond borders. Thank you.
L'honorable la députée de Calgary-Shepherd.
I know this is a member from Quebec. Usually I would use French, but I just want to be clear to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Liberals who keeps raising this point, and I'd like to hear the members on this. I am an Alberta MP. The Local Authorities Elections Act in my province in Section 11 says that any municipality can move up its election to the Saturday before a federal or a provincial election. It's a non-issue, and it's a talking point the Liberals keep abusing in order to try and curry favour or to find some way to wedge the Bloc in its principled position on this bill. So I'd like to hear the member maybe perhaps think about this issue. The Liberals seem to want to use Alberta as a talking point, just the way they sometimes use his province as a talking point to further their political ambitions.
Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I don't think this was a question for me. This was more of a comment on what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said.
Toujours, c'est des questions et des commentaires.
Well, it is questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, my question. What was this government's justification for going from the 20th to the 27th? What was it? It had nothing to do with municipal elections. What they brought as a justification was that it was the Indian Festival of Lights. So my question for my colleague. I would like him to explain why religious festivals are being mixed up with the electoral process. The honourable member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this is the elephant in the room. This is just a pretext. This government is inappropriately instrumentalizing religion for purely financial reasons. I expressed that earlier, and it's regrettable because it stokes the flames of cynicism towards politicians, and it affects everyone in this House.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
It's always very nice to hear from my colleague, Mr. Speaker. If I understand correctly, the Bloc Québécois will be supporting the NDP amendment. According to that amendment, the election will be moved back to the original date. But my question for my colleague, under the Conservatives, we saw that the right to vote would be withdrawn for so many Canadians, low-income Canadians, racialized Canadians. We saw that under the Harper government. They wanted to make it harder to vote. Does my colleague agree that what happened under the Harper government should never happen again? And that, in fact, all MPs should be pushing for more access to voting for everyone in Canada? The honourable member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I think the Harper government was punished in 2015. So I think that gives a pretty clear answer to my colleague. When a government oversteps, what's in the democratic interests of the people, well, people will be smart enough to punish that government. I believe in the intelligence of our voters. I believe that we do indeed need to enable voting for everyone. The right to vote, Mr. Speaker, when a society lets an individual vote, that's an incredibly important moment for people participating in the social contract. It's extremely important, and so as someone who has that right, it's very important to participate in the process.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to address the House today to speak to Bill C-65, the Electoral Participation Act, which amends the Canada Elections Act. One of the cornerstones of our democracy is our electoral system. And at the root of that system is the Canada Elections Act. I would go so far to say we all stand here today as beneficiaries of this key piece of legislation, having been chosen by Canadians through free and fair elections. The Canada Elections Act is already recognized worldwide for its robust rules, administrative procedures, tight political financing rules, and strict spending limits. It is also recognized for how it promotes transparency, fairness, and participation in elections. But we know that Canada is not immune to the growing threats aimed at undermining confidence in democratic electoral process around the world. For that reason, Bill C-65 proposes a number of improvements to the Canada Elections Act to continue to maintain the confidence of Canadians in our electoral system, which remains the envy of many countries. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-65 addresses three targeted priorities. The first priority is to encourage participation in the electoral process. The second priority is to enhance the protection of Canadians' personal information. And the third priority is to further safeguard the electoral process. Allow me to provide an overview on each of these priorities, starting with voter participation. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we know that voter turnout has been declining over the last two general elections. To help counter this trend, measures proposed in this bill aim to remove barriers to voting and expand the ability for people to participate in Canada's federal election. We also know that in recent decades, more and more Canadians are choosing to vote ahead of polling day, either through advance polls or voting by mail. In fact, voting at advance polls has increased in every general elections since the year 2000, with over one-third of the voters choosing advance polls in the latest general election. To better respond to Canadians, Bill C-65 provides voters with an additional 2 days of advance polls. That means a total of 6 advance polling days in addition to election day, making it even more convenient for Canadians to cast their ballots. Mr. Speaker, this would be a welcome addition, but we know it can be difficult for Elections Canada to hold advance polls in remote and isolated communities because of a lack of poll workers and suitable polling places. To overcome these challenges and ensure all electors have ample opportunity to vote, Bill C-65 provides new flexibility to set up advance polling stations for the days and hours needed to effectively serve electors in more remote communities, many of which are Indigenous communities. Voting by mail, also known as voting by special ballot, is growing in popularity, and this trend is expected to continue. This is why Bill C-65 proposes 5 improvements to the current special ballot process. First, for the fixed date election, voters will be able to register earlier for a special ballot at the start of the pre-writ period, which is June 30th, to help reduce late ballots. Second, all electors will now be able to register online, a convenient option for voters. Third, voters will be able to cast their ballot by returning their special ballots in person to a polling station rather than having to mail it back. This was a popular temporary measure tested in 2021 election. Fourth, people who register for a special ballot but do not use it, for example, by not mailing it before the deadline, will be able to vote in person at their polling station with safeguards in place to ensure no one votes twice. Fifth, if a voter writes down a party's name on their special ballot, the ballot will be counted as a vote for the candidate, provided the party has endorsed a candidate in that riding. But of course, Mr. Speaker, despite the growth in popularity of advance polls and special ballots, voting on polling day still remains the most popular option for how Canadians vote.
May we have a point of order? The honourable member for Avalon.
I hate to interrupt my colleague in his speech, but there's a loud noise outside the chamber. I can hardly hear the person 2 seats away speaking, let alone hearing what's on the outside. So if you could request.
I appreciate the intervention. The Sergeant at Arms is going back there to see who's making all the noise. I just remind all of our members that when we're coming into our lobbies, to make sure that we try to keep our volumes down as we enter those lobbies. It just seems that depending on which side we're coming in, the sound is coming from the back side as people enter in. So again, just a reminder to our lobbies and of course our members that are here today. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, despite the growth in popularity of advanced polls and special ballots, voting on polling day still remains the most popular option of how Canadians vote. That is why our government also wants to pave the way to make it easier and more convenient for those who vote on election day to eventually be able to vote at any polling station in their electoral district. This will shorten lineups for voting, provide more options for voting, making voting more convenient, and allow election officers to make better use of their time. But this significant change can only be done after the appropriate technology and procedures have been tested to ensure the integrity of the voting process. This is why Bill C-65 asked the Chief Electoral Officer to prepare 2 reports for Parliament on implementing voting at any polling station through a phased approach. The first report, which must be tabled 120 days before the next fixed date election, will outline the measures that will be put in place for the 2025 election so that voters can vote at any table within their riding's polling station in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical first step for voters to be able to walk into their polling station and go to whoever is available to cast their ballot rather than waiting in line based on alphabetical order of their last names. This is possible because Elections Canada has been testing the use of electronic list of electors to ensure the success of this technology, including for the Durham by-elections earlier this year. The second report, to be tabled in 2027, will look at what is needed for voters to be able to vote at any polling station anywhere in their riding by 2029. This report will outline expected costs, new technology, as well as any legislative amendments needed for full implementation. These are critical milestones towards giving electors the flexibility to be able to vote in person anywhere in their riding. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to highlight the targeted new initiatives that would make voting easier for post-secondary students, residents of long-term care facilities, and electors who may require assistance in marking their own ballot, such as electors with disabilities. For students, Bill C-65 enshrines the Vote on Campus program that Elections Canada has offered in past general elections. Working with willing post-secondary institutions, as they did in 2015 and in 2019, Elections Canada would set up offices on campus so that Canadian students studying anywhere in Canada would be able to easily vote for any candidate in the student's home riding during a general election. In 2015, close to 70,000 electors cast their votes through this initiative at 39 post-secondary campuses. In 2019, more than 110,000 electors voted at approximately 100 post-secondary campuses. Currently, an estimated 120 campuses across the country are set to host the program at the next general election. With respect to residents in long-term care, the pandemic highlighted for all of us in this chamber the challenges faced by those residents when trying to vote. During the 2021 election, the Chief Electoral Officer rose to this challenge and established a process for those residing in long-term care facilities to vote safely. Bill C-65 facilitates voting for the residents in long-term care homes across Canada, building on the success of the Chief Electoral Officer's temporary changes made in 2021. First, returning officers would work with the staff at these facilities to identify the most convenient dates and time for residents to vote. Voting would continue to be 12 hours in total, but could be spread over more than one day to take into account the specific needs of residents. Second, proof of address would no longer be required for those residents choosing to vote in their long-term care facilities. Many residents have difficulty proving their residence because identity documents are often in the possession of family members, or they no longer have a driver's license, which is the most common proof of residence. This change removes an unnecessary obstacle to voting for those in long-term care. In addition, the Canada Elections Act already permits electors to request and receive assistance at the polls, including to mark their ballot from Elections Canada officials, friends, or family. But this assistance is currently limited to a friend, spouse, or family member. Bill C-65 proposes to remove these restrictions and give electors the freedom to choose their assistant, including caregivers or personal support workers. And to maintain both the integrity and the secrecy of the vote, a solemn declaration would continue to be required from the assistant. Election workers would also continue to be available to assist electors if needed. The final measure to support participation in our electoral process that I will speak to is the proposal that the Chief Electoral Officer prepare a report for the Parliament on a 3-day election period for any general election held in 2029 and beyond. This report will allow for a detailed consideration of the feasibility and path forward given the considerable operational shift and electoral integrity implications that a 3-day election period would bring. It will also identify challenges and potential solutions for implementation. Mr. Speaker, the second key priority of Bill C-65 is further protecting the personal information of Canadians. In this day and age, personal information is a coveted commodity that must be protected, including in the electoral process by federal political parties. In order to do so, the government took a first step in 2018 through Bill C-76, the Election Modernization Act, introducing the first ever policy requirements as a condition of party registration. Then another step was taken last year through Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act 2023, to affirm the Canada Elections Act is the exclusive and national regime applicable to federal political parties and those acting on their behalf. Bill C-65 proposes to expand on these measures to better protect personal information. Mr. Speaker, in order to be a duly registered political party with Elections Canada, each political party must already provide a policy on the protection of personal information. This condition of registration would be maintained, but Bill C-65 adds the following new privacy policy requirements for political parties: to have appropriate physical, organizational, and technological safeguards, such as locked filing cabinets in place, and restrict access to those who need it; to ensure that suppliers or contractors who receive personal information from political parties have equivalent safeguards in place; to notify affected individuals in the event of a serious breach, and prohibit political parties from selling personal information, providing false or misleading information, regarding why personal information is collected and disclosing personal information to cause harm. Mr. Speaker, the privacy regime under the Canada Elections Act recognizes that outreach, communication, and engagement between federal political parties and voters are essential to a healthy modern democracy. Personal information is at the root of the dialogue between political parties and the Canadian electorate. It is therefore essential that this information be protected accordingly, which is exactly what C65 proposes to do. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to highlight the measures proposed in Bill C65 to safeguard the electoral process. This year is an important year for elections around the world. While Canada's next federal election is not scheduled until 2025, over 60 countries encompassing almost 50% of the world population will have elections in 2024. Mr. Speaker, I just would like to highlight the elections that was just concluded this month in the largest democracy in the world, India, where about 1 billion people were eligible to vote, approximately 900 and odd million, with about 60% turnout. I think the elections were held over a period of almost 7 to 8 weeks. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, I am told that it is proposed going forward, the next general elections in India, where the federal elections will be held simultaneously with about 32 states, 32 provinces in India. As I earlier mentioned, we are fortunate in Canada to have one of the most secure and reliable electoral systems in the world. Canada's electoral system is grounded in accessibility, fairness, and integrity through the Canada Elections Act. Canadians have confidence in the electoral system. In a survey by Elections Canada following the 44th general election, 82% of participants felt that Canada's voting system is safe and reliable. Yet Canada's democracy, like other democracies globally, is being tested. Rising security threats that undermine the credibility of democratic elections include foreign interference, disinformation, the misuse of evolving technologies, and the threat against its participants. To address these concerns, Bill C-65 introduces a series of amendments to the Canada Elections Act to further protect the integrity of the electoral system from these threats. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Elections Act already has strong and wide-ranging measures to help counter these threats to the electoral system. Yet, as the threats evolve, so too must our response. Currently, certain provisions of Canada Elections Act apply only during elections. Since people and entities with ill intention do not limit their activities to a specific time frame, Bill C-65 expands certain provisions beyond the election period. This includes expanding the existing bans so that they are not limited to the election period, specifically those against foreign influence on an elector to not vote or to vote in a certain way, and misleading publication that falsely purport to be from someone they are not, such as the chief electoral officer or a political party. Mr. Speaker, like all my honorable colleagues in this House, I have great faith in and a deep appreciation for Canada and its democratic institution. Bill C-65 further strengthens Canada's world-renowned electoral system, which is at the heart of our democratic system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse-Matin-Matapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With this bill, the government is proposing a delay in the date of the election dates by 1 week. And they're saying it's because of a religious holiday, Diwali, a Hindu holiday. Perhaps there are other groups, such as Sikhs and Buddhists as well, that practice this holiday. And I went to look quickly on Statistics Canada what religious groups are presented in Canada by percentage, and there are more than 20 religious groups. And what I realized that Hindu represent 2.3% of people in Canada, Sikhs 2.1%, Buddhists 1%. So what the government is proposing to do is to delay the elections to allow less than 4.5% of the population to celebrate this religious occasion, while in Canada, there are more than 34.6% of people who don't practice any religion and 29.9% of people who are Catholic. So I find this somewhat strange. And I'm wondering if it's not irresponsible or even dangerous to start changing such an important date as the federal election day because of a religious holiday. And I looked at the 21 religious groups that were mentioned. There are probably many religious holidays for these groups, maybe more than 365 of them. So if we want to be fair, we'll never find a good day in the year to hold a federal election. So is this not somewhat irresponsible on behalf of the government to use this reason for a delay in the elections? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member asked a very important question. As a Hindu by religion, I don't need that election date be postponed so that I can celebrate my religious holiday, my religious celebration. As she mentioned, there are many, many religious groups in Canada. We have got Jewish Canadians, we have got Buddhist Canadians, we have got Muslim Canadians. To accommodate every single religious day so that it doesn't affect the election day, I think it will be very difficult going forward. But one of the flexibilities what we propose in this legislation is that we are providing the Chief Electoral Officer the flexibility to determine what day of the election should be instead of a fixed date, depending on the circumstances surrounding that date. It can be a similar a provincial level poll or a municipal election. So what we are providing here is to give the flexibility, and I agree that we can't start making exceptions based on the religious requirement of various Canadians. Not only this on the election date, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I was at a committee when one of the major corporate players declined to appear, stating that they are doing the silent period enforced by the Ontario Securities Commission. Parliament is supreme, Mr. Speaker. We cannot make exceptions based on any of the witnesses who have been called to appear before any parliamentary committee. That exceptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member report Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank the NDP member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, who has really opened the debate and the discussion on electoral reform in this Parliament, and I really want to thank her for that. One of the things that the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith raised today was the opportunity for persons with disabilities to have an independent, a private, and a vote and an election poll, or even at home. If they're going through what could be telephone voting. So I wanted to know what the member thought about the fact that there are persons with disabilities in this country that do not have the opportunity to secretly, privately vote in an election because they need an assistant.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the important things that we have proposed here is to give, we have asked the Chief Electoral Officer to submit a report on how we can make it easier for people with different abilities to be able to actively participate in elections, to use whatever the technologies that are being made available. The member did mention about the voting by telephone. I am not very sure that as of today, the technology is secure enough for any Canadian to vote privately using the telephone as a system. But hopefully in future, the technology will be advanced so that every single Canadian with whatever ability they have should be able to vote privately and securely.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear a lot about our diversity within Canada. And when I think of the diversity within Canada, I think of whether it's Eid celebrations that are taking place today in our Muslim community. You can talk about the Christmas celebrations in the month of December. Diwali is, a festival of lights, darkness or light over darkness. It's something in which I participate in. You don't have to be of a strong faith to enjoy a celebration or to participate in a celebration. I think what we need to put into perspective is that the suggestion that was brought forward also reflects on the fact that there's an election taking place in the province of Alberta, municipal, province-wide, for Calgary and Edmonton. 2 million plus people. Is that not something at least worth giving some thought to? And at the very least, seeing this legislation go to committee, the committee and the minister has indicated will support the will of the committee.
Honourable Member for Nepean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the honourable colleague that the municipal election in Alberta, with about 2 million Canadians participating in an election, is a right need that needs for us to relook at the changing in the date of the election day. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as a Hindu by religion, I don't want to be signaled that the Canadian government is making any concession to the people, Canadians of my religious faith, that because of our religious faith and practices, that this election needs to get changed, election date needs to get changed. Again, as the honourable member said, it is not Diwali is not just celebrated by Hindu Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Many other Canadians of different religious faith groups also do participate. Like we participate in all religious faith groups, all the heritage events of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have an interesting question related to the government's commitment to Indigenous peoples. It's been very obvious that this government publicly has stated that it supports Indigenous peoples' rights, and most particularly the United Nations rights, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Particular to that document, it suggests that Article 5, that Indigenous people have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions while retaining their right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. Does the member have any comments as to when or how the government will continue to advance reconciliation, continue to advance the principles of the United Nations Declaration, in particular to this legislation, and ensuring that Indigenous people can be seen as self-determining and even sovereign if they so choose? Could the member speak to his support, if he does have it, of Indigenous people's own pursuit of self-determination and sovereignty?
Yes, good question. The honourable member for Nepean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has done tremendous work on the reconciliation process with Indigenous communities. Even in this bill, specifically, if I can state that many Indigenous communities who live in northern part, in remote part, we have made specific efforts so that their participation in the electoral process is pain-free.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Often with the Liberals, well, this is somewhat hypocritical in terms of this bill, to extend access to democracy for seniors or students. Well, basically, the actual intention of the bill is to allow the Liberals, who may lose an election in 1 year, to receive their pensions. I'd like my colleague to answer me based on his conscience if something is possible like this in the House. What does he think about the basis of this bill, which actually, during this housing crisis, healthcare crisis, seniors who are having a hard time making ends meet, people who need all of our funding to help Canadians, and they're voting on a bill that we're going to spend hours debating that will only allow Liberal members to receive their pensions. What does my colleague think of this? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadian democratic system is an envy of the world. One of the reasons why we are the best in the world is that we always try to improve than what we have now. The member touched upon the students and the seniors in the long-term care facilities. we have made provisions especially to encourage easier voting by the seniors in the long-term care facilities, and the campus voting, which is increasing year by year. In 2015, it was just around 70,000 students who voted, which has increased to more than 110,000 in 2019, and which is yet going to increase much further in 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, and just want to tell the honourable member for Edmonton Manning that we'll be cutting him off at about in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. The honourable member Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member of Mission Matthew Fraser Canyon. Mr. Speaker, they call it Bill C-65, the Electoral Participation Act. But maybe it would be more accurately titled to help our friends qualify for a pension act. Perhaps that was an unwritten part of the deal by which the New Democrats have propped this incompetent Liberal government for 2 years. Then 2 years that have shown us that was not a good deal for Canadians. The NDP pharmacare program only covers 2 types of medication, which is not what Canadians were promised. It is just another broken promise, like so many that the NDP have supported. Now, though, there will be a guaranteed pensions for those first elected to the House of Commons in the general elections of 2019. Pensions they would not qualify for if the 2025 election is held at scheduled date of October 2025. What was a reward for propping up the Liberals? This bill, rather than encouraging electoral participation, delays the day when the Canadian voters can hold parliamentarians to account in a federal election. In the process, it makes sure that taxpayers are on the hook for millions of dollars in pension payments that might not have been required. The government tells us that the next election cannot be held as scheduled on October 20, 2025 because it conflicts with Diwali, a festival celebrated by many Canadians. The Liberals want to move it a week later to October 27th. It is merely a coincidence that 80 members of the Parliament will qualify for a pension on October 26, 2025. A pension they would not qualify for if they were to be defeated on October 20th or choose not to offer themselves to the voters once more. Of course, just about every day is a holiday or a special occasion for someone. October 2025 is Guatemala's Revolution Day. It is also Heroes' Days in Kenya, Jamaica, and British Virgin Islands. For Jews, the Sukkot. And let us not to forget, the date is also International Chef's Days and World Osteoporosis Day. In Serbia, on that day, they will be celebrating Belgrade Liberation Day. In Vietnam, it is Women's Day. And in Ukraine, Breast Cancer Awareness Day. Those are all days worthy of celebrating, even if the Liberals don't mention them as important enough to mention as a reason for changing the fixed election date. There's no perfect date for an election, no date that doesn't conflict with someone else for some people. That is why we already have advanced polling in place. Even more, those unable to get to an advanced poll can vote any time at the returning officer for their riding. No one is being forced to vote in Diwali. Who is the government trying to fool here? The date change isn't about Diwali. It's about securing pensions. If that wasn't the case, who not move the date earlier in October or even into September? The Canadian Taxpayers Federations tell us that the change means 80 additional MPs would be eligible to collect a pension. That estimate lifetime pension cost should be all 80 of those lose their seats or up to retire rather than face voters is $120 million. Now, we already know that $120 million mean nothing to the Liberals. Having saddled Canadians with record deficits and the biggest national debt in our history, they apparently don't see that an amount worth worrying about. What they don't seem to realize is that people care about government spending. Canadians understand that debts must be repaid. Canadians know it's ludicrous to pay more on interest service the debt that you pay on health care. Canadians realize that such a fiscal irresponsibility needs to stop. It is also too bad that Liberals and the NDP allies seem incapable of grasping that simple math involved. As custodians of the public purse, the $120 million should make us pause and think before supporting this legislation. But neither the Liberals nor the NDP have shown any understanding of the value of a dollar. They seem to believe that government can spend, and who cares if it is our grandchildren or great-grandchildren who had to pay the bills. All that matters is they get their pensions. I'm sure that once I finish and the floor is open to questions, some Liberals, some brave Liberals or NDP will point out to me that there are many Conservatives who will benefit if this bill passes. That is true. But Conservatives, though, are united in their opposition to this legislation, even those who stand for benefit if it passes. This is a matter of principle and honor. Conservatives do not believe in changing the rules to benefit themselves. Mr. Speaker, I would like to list the names of those who are set to benefit from this legislation. The Canadian people need to know who will make money from this change. I think those names should be in the record for the House. However, the rules prevent me from naming them. In this case, the rules and conventions of this place, as is sometimes the case, allow members to pretend the truth doesn't matter. What Canadians do know is that when these members receive those pension checks, money that comes from the Canadian taxpayers, they will have those former MPs' names on them. They will not be addressed to the Minister of the Environment or the President of the Treasury Board. Nowhere will be the checks read payable to the Parliamentary Secretary or the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Whether it is the Member of Parliament from Edmonton Strathcona or the Member of Parliament from Don Valley North, those pension checks will have their names, the names of real people. But under the rules, I cannot mention those names here. No wonder so many Canadians are fed up with this place and feel all politicians are hypocrites. I should point out that any member who is affected to this state change, anyone first elected in the general election of 2019, is in conflict of interest if they vote in favor of this bill. The Conflict of Interest Act is quite clear. A public office holder is in a conflict of interest when he or she exercises an official power, duty, or function that provides an opportunity to further his or her own interest of those of his or her relatives or friends, or to improperly further another person's private interest. Furthermore, no public office holder shall make a decision or participate in making a decision related to the exercise of an official power, duty, or function if the public office holder knows or reasonably should know that in the making of the decision he or she be in a conflict of interest. As well, we read that no minister or of the Crown, Minister of State or Parliamentary Secretary shall, in his or her capacity as a member of the Senate or the House of Commons, debate or vote on a question that will place him or her in a conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm out of time. I will finish after the voting. Thank you very much.
After the proceedings, of course, the honourable member have a minute and a half, and of course, questions and comments when that time comes. Just a reminder to all members to try to keep the noise in the chamber down a little bit so we can get the SO31s complete. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, June 23rd is the National Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terrorism. 39 years back, on this day, Air India Flight 182 was blown up mid-air from a bomb planted by Canadian Khalistani extremists. It killed all 329 passengers and crew members, and this is the largest mass killing in Canadian history. Unfortunately, many Canadians are not aware that even today, the ideology responsible for this terrorist attack is still alive among few people in Canada. Recent celebration of assassination of Hindu Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi by Khalistan supporters, glorifying violence and hate, shows that the dark forces have been energized again and point to a dreadful times ahead. Hindu Canadians are rightfully concerned. I stand in solidarity with the families of the victims of Air India bombing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, 82 years ago, the Toronto Maple Leafs rallied from a 3-0 series deficit to win the Stanley Cup final. No team since has managed to do that in a final series. Our hopes and dreams as a nation now rest with the Edmonton Oilers in their quest to bring the cup home where it belongs. It has been 31 years since the Canadian team won the cup. They were down 3-1 game, but we believe Saturday night's 8-1 victory showed us that we are right to believe. The Oilers, like its fans, never give up. The team is battling back. Game 5 is tonight. As a nation, let us rally behind Canada's team, the Edmonton Oilers. The Stanley Cup is belong here. Let's bring it home.
Let's bring it home. The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, I marched the York Pride Parade alongside York Pride, PFLAG, and the York Region Liberals, and thousands of others who joined in unity to celebrate and support the 2S LGBTQI+ community. This past weekend also marked the beginning of Eid al-Adha, or the Feast of Sacrifice, one of the most important celebrations in the Muslim community, observed by many in my riding. In the past, I've also joined with them. When communities gather to celebrate, we all can observe or participate to learn more. With understanding and familiarity, we're able to accept and appreciate the unique and diverse neighbours we all have here in Canada. These occasions remind us to stand against discrimination and assure that everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, or culture, feel valued and safe. As we approach Canada Day, let's all do our part to ensure we are inclusive and proudly united as we work together to build an even better Canada. Happy Pride, Eid Mubarak, and Happy Canada Day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The people from the Maison des Cageurs de Lanaudet are on the Hill today. True walking encyclopedias of the era of the voyageurs, Isabelle Regout and Alexandre Pampalon know how to immerse their visitors in the impressive universe of these men who feared nothing. To the tune of stories by Jules Verne, Charles Dickens, Joseph Charles Taché, and many others, visitors can imagine floating on these inhospitable waters on these huge rafts made of wood. Thanks to Isabelle and Alexandre, many actors of these stories will soon be designated as heritage characters of our history. It'll be the case for Joe Montferrand, known for his size and his footprints on the ceiling, and for Honoré Beaugrand, the author of the legendary Chasse-Galerie, which has been recounted in many versions. Bravo to the Maison des Cageurs. Your rigor and your perseverance ensure the sustainability of our collective memory. Thank you.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, recently we celebrated Asian Heritage Month, the time when we honour the historic and profound contributions of Asian Canadians that have shaped our nation. Growing up, I was fortunate to have a true Canadian hero, Art Miki, as my next-door neighbour. In 1988, Art successfully lobbied and worked alongside Prime Minister Brian Mulroney to have Canada officially apologize and compensate Japanese Canadians for the horrific treatment they were subjected to, including forced confinement to internment camps during the Second World War. Art Miki's contributions extend beyond this historical achievement, as he continues to educate through a new book that has captured important chapters of Canadian history. Art continues to advocate for a Canada that is more inclusive, equitable, and recognizing of our vast cultural mosaic. Mr. Speaker, individuals like Art Miki exemplify the best of Canada. Thank you, Art, for the personal impact you've had on shaping me as an individual and for your lasting contributions to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. The Francophonie is at the heart of Canadian identity and represents a fundamental pillar of our history and culture. It's a source of pride for our country to have Francophones across the country contributing to the vitality and linguistic diversity of Canada. On June 24th, I'm very proud as a Quebecer to celebrate Quebec's national holidays, an emblematic day that brings together Quebecers and all those who hold the Francophonie dear. And how can we talk about the national holiday without mentioning Saint Jean-Baptiste? This celebration, which originated in popular tradition, has become a time of celebration throughout Quebec, but also in many Francophone communities from coast to coast to coast. Throughout the history of Canada, as a Quebecer, and as Quebecers, we have contributed to build a unique and prosperous country. Happy National Day. Happy Saint Jean-Baptiste.
Bonne fête nationale.
Happy National Day. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to recognize and celebrate the exceptional team captains who are visiting Ottawa today. These 3 national hockey teams brought home gold medals from the World Championships this year. Tyler McGregor.
Men's national para-hockey team led his squad to gold at the World Para-Hockey Championships. Porter Martone, who broke Canada's all-time tournament scoring record, was instrumental in the team gold medal at the U18 World Championship. And Marie-Philippe Poulin, captain clutch and 3-time Olympic gold medalist, led the women's national team to their 13th gold medal at the Women's World Hockey Championship. Ces athlètes remarquables.
These remarkable athletes and their teammates have inspired players and fans across Canada this year, thanks to their performances on ice and their devotion to their communities off ice. We congratulate them all.
The Honourable Member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, it's National Indigenous Peoples Month, a time to recognize and honor the contributions of Indigenous peoples, their knowledge and wisdom, along with their continued commitment to protecting the land and the creation. This month, I want to recognize and thank the countless elders, knowledge keepers, and leaders from Batchewana, Garden River, Mishipacotton, Mississauga, Sagamok, Missinaibi Cree, Serpent River, Thessalon, and along with the Sault Ste. Marie historic Métis community. They work tirelessly to teach, guide, and pass down their sacred knowledge and their language. I also want to recognize the on and off reserve Indigenous peoples who inhabit Wawating and the surrounding area. They're integral to the prosperity of Algoma, and their leadership is thanked in so many ways. So again, Speaker, I'm going to spend this month to continue to educate myself on how we can continue to walk the path of reconciliation together. Thank you very much. Happy National Indigenous Peoples Day. Chiwagwitch.
The Honourable Member from Courtridge-Lisgar.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister, the scandals are adding up and Canadians are paying the price. The Auditor General's damning revelations of the Liberals' Green Slush Fund underscores the depths of corruption happening under this Prime Minister. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame lies directly at the feet of this industry minister, who failed in his duty to protect taxpayers. Over $123 million in contracts were illicitly awarded, $76 million to Liberal insiders, including the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair of the Green Slush Fund, who siphoned off $217,000 to her own company. Conservatives demand accountability. We demand that every misspent dollar must be returned immediately. And thanks to Conservative action, the RCMP now has access to all relevant documents, allowing them to investigate and uncover the full extent of this rot. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have lost the moral authority to govern, and common sense Conservatives are ready to clean house and end this Liberal corruption once and for all.
The Honourable Member from Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable constituent of mine, Varavati Monahan. When she arrived in Canada 30 years ago, the first books that her husband Harry gave to her were the classic Anne of Green Gables series by L.M. Montgomery. She loved the books so much that she decided to translate them into Thai, her mother language. It took over a year to translate them, a true labor of love. It's a fitting tribute in a year that would have been L.M. Montgomery's 150th birthday. Ms. Monahan is looking forward to traveling to Cavendish PEI, which is the site that inspired the Anne of Green Gables series. These books will be presented to Thai and Canadian dignitaries as a symbol of the cultural bridge between our two countries. This is a testament to the universality and relevance of the stories of our iconic protagonist, Anne. Now, thanks to Varavati, another generation of children can enjoy these inspiring tales. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
This finance minister's latest tax hike did a direct hit to the Canadians who were lucky enough after 9 years of Liberal government to find itself still in the middle class. Despite this government's attempts to start a class where the real Canadians who will be hit the most by this tax are the middle class, the union leader and the worker selling the home he inherited from his parents, the small business owner trying to retire by selling their business, our farmers selling the family farm to their children. These are the real victims of this Liberal government's cruel tax hike, which will rob the working class, middle class to pay for the obese government and its reckless spending. The capital gains, job-killing tax will make finding a family doctor even harder, raise food prices even higher, drive home starts even lower, and make starting a small business even pricier. Instead of the Liberal NDP tax hikes, we need common sense tax reforms. We'll make taxes lower, simpler, and fairer to bring home prosperity to all Canadians and all that live here.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, his inflationary carbon tax is driving up the cost of everything, making life more expensive than ever before. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already proven that the carbon tax, just like the Prime Minister, is not worth the cost. Right. As a result of Conservative pressure, the Liberals were forced to finally reveal the true damage of the carbon tax that is causing the Canadian economy. That economic hit, adjusted for inflation, is $30 billion a year, or almost $2,000 per Canadian family. The government hid this number for years and even tried to silence the Parliamentary Budget Officer from exposing this information. The Prime Minister cannot be trusted to be honest with Canadians. Conservatives continue to call for the full release of all the data on how the carbon tax hurts Canadians. The NDP Liberal coalition must be transparent over the harm they are causing Canadians until common sense Conservatives can axe the tax.
That's right. The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend marked the beginning of Eid al-Adha. During Eid, families come together to pray, share meals, and distribute food to those in need, stressing the importance of unity, charity, and sacrifice. It is a time to deepen bonds with family and friends, to show kindness to others, and to reflect on the blessings of life. As Eid passes this year, let us recognize the contributions of the Muslim community to our society and reaffirm our commitment to promoting diversity, understanding, and respect for all faiths. And Mr. Speaker, let us acknowledge the challenging times faced by many in our communities. As politicians, we must do more to combat all forms of racism, including Islamophobia, while ensuring all have access to proper mental health supports as we feel the devastating impacts of conflict and loss of innocent lives throughout the world. Mr. Speaker, may Eid usher in a year of joy, peace, and understanding. Eid Mubarak.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
For Indigenous peoples to celebrate Indigenous Peoples History Month and the upcoming Indigenous Peoples Day, a lot of hurdles must be dismantled. The decades of underinvestments to ensure Indigenous peoples can thrive persist. While Conservatives made cuts, Liberals tout increases but do not come close to closing the gaps. Just these last weeks, we heard racist attitudes freely expressed without repercussions. Indeed, racist attitudes are protected in this House. When this happens, it is Indigenous peoples that suffer the consequences. It is Indigenous peoples that will remain overrepresented in the justice system and who will have less access to health care. It is Indigenous children who will keep going to school having slept in substandard, overcrowded housing conditions. I take this time to remind Indigenous peoples to voice and stand for your rights. Show your strength by speaking your cultures and your languages. Take this time to celebrate your strength.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Quebec has just lost one of its most brilliant directors, Éric Canuel, who lost his battle with cancer at the age of 63. He began his career by directing ads and video clips for Sylvain Cossette, Sass Jordan, and Vilain Pingouin, but he quickly went on to become a reference in his field. He worked on the popular show Fortier, but he especially left his mark in the area of movies. There was La Loi du Cochon, Nez Rouge, Le Dernier Tunnel, Le Survenant, and his major success, Good Cop, Bad Cop in 2007, for which he won the Genie for Best Film and the Jutra Biel d'Or. At a time when Quebec cinema seemed to alternate between the dark and the fluffy, Éric Canuel knew how to create the perfect mix of genre with a great dose of suspense and action. Obviously, our condolences go to his family and dear ones. Thank you, Éric Canuel, for having proven that in cinema in Quebec, we could do everything and do it very well. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Calgary Mid.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
NDP government is not worth the cost or the corruption. Thanks to the leader of the NDP, Canadians have been forced to endure one more year of this cover-up coalition avoiding accountability. From the $60 million Arrive scam app to the $200 million spent on McKinsey to the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, the NDP and their leader have been there to cover up for the Liberals at the expense of taxpayers. And now the NDP are putting forward motions at parliamentary committees.
Interrupt the honourable member. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Timmins James Bay, please, to not speak unless he's recognized. I'm going to ask the honourable member from order, please. Order. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Calgary Midnapore to start from the top. The honourable member.
This Liberal NDP government is not worth the cost or the corruption. Thanks to the leader of the NDP, Canadians have been forced to endure one more year of this cover-up coalition avoiding accountability. From the $60 million Arrive scam app to the $200 million spent on McKinsey to the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, the NDP and their leader have been there to cover up for the Liberals at the expense of taxpayers. And now the NDP are putting forward motions at parliamentary committees to block any attempts to uncover the truth in those scandals over the summer. How many more billions of taxpayer dollars need to disappear for the leader of the NDP to finally stand up to corruption, stand up to the Prime Minister, and say enough is enough? This summer, while they protect this Liberal Prime Minister, Conservatives will continue to fight not only for the truth, but for Canadians each and every day.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, I rise to recognize the passing of John Murphy, the former Member of Parliament for Kings Hants, who contributed a lifetime of work to advancing the public good. After obtaining his master's degree in social work, John became the director of the Fundy Mental Health Clinic and later a psychiatric social worker at the Valley Regional Hospital, while also teaching at Acadia University. Following his time in Parliament, John served as the chair of the National Council of Welfare, advocating for initiatives to reduce poverty. He was awarded the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers and the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal for his many contributions to community. He was a man of faith, and when I visited him in his final days, he was not afraid of death. He knew he had lived a good life worth living and was enjoying one of his favorite songs, the Irish tune, Danny Boy. I know I speak on behalf of all members of this House when we extend our condolences to his wife Julia, his children Pat and Kelly, and the entire family on John's passing. May he rest in peace, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. Oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le ministre radical et libéral de
Radical Liberal Environment Minister is threatening to impose an order in council which would put at risk thousands of jobs in the Quebec forestry sector. I would undo that radical order in council in order to protect those jobs. But until I can do so, there will be an increase in the cost of lumber and wood for home building. We will also see job losses. How many Quebecers will lose their jobs because of this radical Liberal order in council? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for decades now, the federal government has had a responsibility to protect species at risk throughout the country. We need to protect species at risk. In this situation, the woodland caribou is impacted. When we protect species, we work with the provinces and territories and various orders of government. We're going to work with our partners to ensure that we protect both jobs and species at risk. I look forward to continuing to work with the Government of Quebec to protect both the environment and jobs. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes, but Quebecers can protect both of those because this matter falls under provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc has maintained this radical Liberal government in power. They've kept them in power, and that's how the Prime Minister is able today to impose this order in council, which will kill a bunch of jobs. And the Minister said that the Bloc, and in fact it's been reported that the government might in fact get involved and interfere with this file. Why is the Prime Minister and his minister deciding to get involved and interfere with Quebec's jurisdiction to kill jobs in the forestry sector? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, another day, more evidence that the Conservative Party simply does not understand that to build a strong future is to protect both the environment and the economy. We cannot build a strong economy without protecting the environment, and that is exactly what we are doing. On the other side of the House, though, they don't have the ability or the desire or a plan to protect the environment, to protect species at risk, or to protect the future of Canadian children. Mr. Speaker, we need a plan to protect the environment. That's what we're delivering on. But the Prime Minister's, the Conservatives don't even have a plan.
Just common sense Conservatives who are saying that the Prime Minister's latest tax hike on small businesses, farmers, home builders, and healthcare is not worth the cost. Now, former Liberal Treasury Board President Scott Bryson says the Prime Minister's support for the tax hike is a combination of moral sanctimony and economic complacency from ministers who simply do what PMO tells them. He calls it socialist bafflegab. Why is the Prime Minister going ahead with killing jobs and raising costs with what his own Liberals call socialist bafflegab?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, despite the Conservative leader's partisan attacks, the raise on capital gains inclusion rates is very simple. If Canadians make more than $250,000 in profit from selling investments in a given year, we're asking them to share a little more of those profits with Canadians who need those investments, whether it's by investing in housing, whether it's standing up for school food programs, whether it's delivering dental care to seniors. These are investments we're making to support Canadians by asking the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's not partisanship for me. It's his own former Liberal Treasury Board President who calls it socialist bafflegab. In fact, the tax begins applying on the very first dollar that a small business earns. And, you know, he's been promising that raising taxes would make life fair. We find out today from the Food Banks Association of Canada that now a record-smashing 25% of Canadians live in poverty after 9 years of his taxes, his deficits, and his doubling housing costs. Why is he going ahead with the same wackonomics that caused the poverty in order to solve it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition opposition talks about affordability, but he's standing against raising taxes on the wealthiest so we can give more supports to those who actually need it. He's standing against our school food program, which is going to help 400,000 kids across the country have fuller bellies as they study, and take the pressure off about $800 a year for families who are pressed with the cost of groceries. We're continuing to deliver dental care supports to seniors, and as of next week, to young people and Canadians with disabilities. We're there for Canadians. He's voting against it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It has been 9 years of this Prime Minister promising trickle-down economics, that if he just takes money away from small businesses and workers, it will go from one level of government to another level of government to another level of government. It will trickle down. And now 25% of Canadians are living in poverty, something he tried to cover up, just like he covered up his own data showing $25 billion of extra costs with the carbon tax, nearly $2,000 in carbon tax cover-up for every single family. How can we trust anything he says about taxes, poverty, or money?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition hid for 8 weeks while he was trying to come up with an answer to us asking the wealthiest to pay their fair share so we could invest in fairness for every generation. I think he needs to go back to the drawing board because his answer is completely illogical and unfounded. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to delivering for Canadians struggling with food prices, we've got a national school food program that's going to help 400,000 kids. That party is voting against, Mr. Speaker. They talk about affordability, but they're actually only interested in themselves and their political advantage.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The Premier of British Columbia, David Eby, wrote to the Prime Minister to ask him to share more information and share information better about foreign interference with his province. Now, we know that with foreign interference, the Prime Minister isn't very proactive. He prefers to just close his eyes and wait for things to calm down. What we've seen is that foreign interference is not limited to the federal government. It can impact many orders of government. So why does the Prime Minister refuse to share critical information about foreign interference with premiers and provinces? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are working with intelligence services and with CSIS to be able to share classified secret information with provincial premiers so that we can better work together on this very real matter, this problem, the problem of foreign interference. We have also created many mechanisms and institutions to counter foreign interference. More than any government before us, we will continue to be transparent and thorough in countering foreign interference. I thank the Bloc Québécois leader for proceeding to get security clearance, and we hope the Conservative leader will do the same. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, the Prime Minister's dilly-dallying has had consequences. He refused to give information about the Winnipeg National Laboratory until ordered to do so. Also, there were problems with lack of collaboration with provinces when it comes to information sharing. The Prime Minister is as much part of the problem as he is part of the solution. He needs to step up. What is he waiting for to give Quebec and the provinces the information that he has? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-70 that we just passed through the House with the support of the Bloc Québécois and that has been sent to the Senate for further study, well, Bill C-70 seeks to enhance information sharing with provincial and territorial premiers, information sharing when it comes to foreign interference or any national security threats. Through the bill, we would share information more often and more consistently. We are working respectfully and in cooperation in order to protect our democracy together as a team.
For 3 months, this Prime Minister has known about serious allegations that parliamentarians are knowingly working with foreign governments to undermine our country Yet we don't know if he's had a single conversation with any member of his caucus. And the Conservative Party leader doesn't even want to know about serious allegations of foreign interference that directly impact their party. Why do both of these leaders put the interests of their party in front of our country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as all parliamentarians know,
the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot knows indeed that he should not be speaking at the time. So I'm going to ask the honourable member, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, to start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians in this House know how important it is to protect our democracy from foreign interference. That is why we've been working together, whether it's on a National Security Committee of parliamentarians that we created over the objections of the Conservative Party, whether it's through strengthened mechanisms within our national security universe, but also through election interference monitoring by top public servants. We have taken more actions on preventing foreign interference than any other government, and we've continued to work with independent commissions like the Public Inquiry to get to the bottom of it.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
And not taking action.
For 3 months now, the Prime Minister has had information about allegations of parliamentarians knowingly helping India and China. The Prime Minister thinks he knows better than everyone, but he has failed to act. He's done nothing. And meanwhile, the Conservative leader is hiding because he does not want to know the truth. Why will neither of these leaders put Canada's best interests before their own best interests?
The
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, last week, both the NDP leader and the Green Party leader obtained security clearance such that they were able to read the full, unredacted, classified NSICOP report. Then they were able to share their point of view. They had 2 different points of view, but they were able to read it and share that. But the Conservative leader has chosen to remain ignorant, in the dark. He does not want to obtain security clearance to read the classified information because he prefers to simply engage in partisan attacks. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister divides to distract. He turns groups against each other. He fans the flames. He gave funds to an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. And so even before October 7th, hate crimes were up 162%. And since, we've seen the rise of Hamas-inspired hate camps at university campuses that intimidate Jewish students and promote genocide. Will the Prime Minister finally summon the courage to join with me and call for these hate camps to be shut down and closed up so that students can safely go back to school?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I welcome the Leader of the Opposition recognizing the divisive rhetoric and the division that is occurring in Canadian society right now. We have a problem with hatred. We've got to address that problem with hatred. We know that the statistics show that hate crimes are on the rise 130% in the last 5 years. That's why I was proud to stand with CJA when we tabled Bill C-63, the online harms legislation that would improve penalties for hate crimes, that would provide a definition of hatred, that would ensure that we are keeping Canadian communities safe. The Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism supports the bill. CJA supports the bill. I'm just wondering why the Leader of the Opposition does not.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
About those hate camps, all while he allows 700 agents of the Iranian regime to openly operate in Canada 4 years after they killed 55 Canadians, 30 permanent residents, and funded the brutal massacres of October 7th. 6 years of excuses and they did nothing. But with a by-election on Monday and the Prime Minister desperately needing to pad his margins, it turns out that there might be enough pressure for them to finally ban the IRGC terrorists that they should have banned years ago before they set up shop here to terrorize our communities. Why does the Prime Minister always put himself ahead of the safety of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, our government has taken a series of measures to hold the murderous Iranian regime to account. We have consistently said and taken measures, whether it's under immigration legislation. We've listed the Revolutionary Guard Quds Force in terms of being a terrorist entity. Mr. Speaker, we take advice from national security agencies in terms of listings, and we think that honourable members should allow that process to take place. And when we have some news, we'll be making an announcement appropriately.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why people are saying that the Environment Minister should resign. Once again, he is going after forestry workers. Thousands of jobs are at stake in the Saguenay region, and yet Quebec has the largest network of protected areas for woodland caribou. But the Environment Minister still wants to impose his order in council without considering the socioeconomic consequences. This minister, who lives in Montreal, never understands our regional issues. When will the Environment Minister stop punishing forestry workers who are just trying to do their job and earn a living? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Well, I would like to remind my colleague that I was born and grew up in the beautiful town of Latuc in my colleague's riding, the Minister of Industry's riding. Now, my second point is that Quebec has committed since 2016 to publishing a caribou recovery plan. And there was a letter from the provincial and federal government in 2022. And in 2022, once again, Quebec promised to implement a caribou protection strategy and to protect 65% of that species' habitat. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, how many times has the Environment Minister been to the Saguenay region to meet with representatives of the forestry industry? Once? Twice? No, 0 times. No times, because he doesn't seem to be able to travel outside of Quebec. The forestry industry is crucial in Quebec, but he doesn't even seem to understand that. He needs to stop going after the industry. He needs to decide not to impose his order in council. Thousands of jobs are at stake, and that means thousands of families are at stake too. Conservatives will always protect forestry workers' paychecks. Will the minister respect Quebec's jurisdiction once and for all, and will he leave forestry workers alone? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Mr. Speaker, a little guy from Shawinigan or Latuc will not be taking lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to protecting our regions, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know how to protect both the economy and our environment. We've always invested in the forestry sector. We will always continue to invest in the forestry sector and industry. And for workers in that industry watching, tuning in from home, they should know that on this side of the House, we will do everything we can to defend them, to make Canada stronger and better, and to guarantee a great future for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 9 years of this Liberal government means 9 years of encroachment on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. The Environment Minister wants to impose an emergency order in Council to restrict the work of forestry workers, and which would imperil thousands of jobs in this sector in Quebec. Only a Conservative government would protect forestry workers' jobs. With the help of the member for Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia, will the Environment Minister stop infringing on Quebec's jurisdictions with his radical ideas? He and the Bloc Québécois member should stop this. The Honourable Innovation Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that forestry are part of Canada's DNA, very fabric, and the workers of the forestry industry are incredibly important. We're investing in the forestry industry. Not only are we doing that, but we're also looking into developing new technology because we want the forestry sector to continue to be prosperous in the 20th and the 21st century, and then beyond that. We are working with all sorts of partners, and those who are tuning in today can rest assured that we always protect the forestry industry and its workers. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, after 9 years in power, this Liberal government still hasn't figured out its place. It persists in imposing its incompetence on the provinces. It wants to pass an emergency order in Council to protect the woodland caribou and completely encroach on the jurisdiction of the Quebec government, which is seeking to protect jobs, nature, and the economy. And just imagine, the Bloc helps them every time. Can the radical Minister of the Environment put his radical ideas aside, mind his own business, and let Quebec handle its affairs? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Yes, we have been in power for 9 years. And after 9 years, finally today, the Conservatives are waking up. It's Groundhog Day. Well, the beginning isn't today. We've been here. We'll continue to be there. We've been there for the forestry industry. We'll be there for them tomorrow. We are protecting the jobs of today and the jobs of the future. On this side of the House, we will continue to work hard, and we'll let the Conservatives chat and not do much, Mr. Speaker.
I have Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. The program, Aging Well at Home, is a perfect example of the federal government's lack of compassion. Since 2022, the Quebec government has been asking for the money to be transferred to Quebec because this falls under Quebec's area of jurisdiction. Meanwhile, Ottawa has been trying to impose its conditions. Today, the federal government prefers to cut seniors' checks rather than reach an agreement with Quebec. The government's priority is clearly not helping people. This government's priority is to make all the decisions and then look good while being the ones to hand out checks with maple leaves on them. What is this government waiting for to transfer the money instead of just failing seniors? The Honourable Tourism Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. The program Aging Well at Home is a federal national program to help seniors age safely and with dignity. Mr. Speaker, our government invested $90 million in this program so that community organizations can put forward projects. Mr. Speaker, Quebec organizations and groups put forward projects through this program and this funding. We will continue to work very hard with them to ensure that they receive funding. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, there's clearly a problem, though. This government has already created 2 classes of seniors. For 65 to 74-year-olds, the government will not enhance old age security. For those aged 75 and up, they're entitled to an increase of OAS. The Aging Well at Home program once again creates 2 classes of seniors, Quebec seniors and Canadian seniors. Seniors in Quebec will not receive any assistance from Ottawa under this program, which helps people age well at home and supports community organizations. Seniors in Canada, though, will receive assistance from Ottawa. What's the government waiting for to transfer the money? Why is it holding Quebec seniors hostage? The Honourable Tourism and Economic Development Minister. Mr. Speaker, community organizations have worked very hard to present projects through this national federal program. Seniors need these projects. Sometimes it's meal delivery, sometimes it's help with transportation and getting around. We are in solution mode. We're working with Quebec. We'll continue to work with them because we want to ensure that community organizations will receive the funding they need so that they can help seniors. There are no 2 categories of seniors. There's 1 category of seniors. There are just seniors, and this government is here for them. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, one of the best ways, Mr. Speaker, to address labor shortages is training. Training is the key to ensuring that we have a skilled workforce in all sectors of the economy. Everyone agrees about this. Workers, employers, the government, everyone's unanimous. Yet Ottawa is cutting transfers, leading to a windfall of $145 million. We know that the government is tired, but the government needs to wake up. Will the government reconsider its decision to cut transfers for labor force training? The Honourable Minister. As soon as we formed government, we began to invest significantly and heavily to train millions upon millions of Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. Now, the program in question was not renewed in Budget 2024 because it was a temporary measure. We are here to work with provinces. We will continue to help them. Training is very important. Training is an area of shared jurisdiction. We are here for Canadian workers, all Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
This Liberal NDP Prime Minister is robbing hardworking Canadians to pay for his out-of-control spending. The level of that thievery was exposed last week when the Liberals were forced to admit that their carbon tax scam robs our economy of $30 billion a year, and it picks the pockets of every single Canadian family of $2,000 a year. This Environment Minister is not worth the economic vandalism he has wrought on Canadians. Will he admit that his carbon tax is a scam and just resign?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Speaker, a deception was revealed last week.
It was.
The deception was the fake pose of the Conservatives to pretend to be on the side of working people. And last week we gave them a choice. We said they could be on the side of a nurse or a welder, a Canadian who lives from paycheck to paycheck, or they could side with a multimillionaire. It did not surprise anyone on this side of the House that the Conservatives yet again chose their rich lobbyist friends. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
About the NDP Liberal carbon tax scam was exposed last week. Yep. And it confirms what every hardworking Canadian already knows. Yep. It makes life unaffordable. Right. The Liberals' own data, which they desperately tried to hide, shows the Liberal carbon tax scam robs Canadian families of $2,000 a year. This is money that they would put on dance fees, hockey registration, a summer vacation, or just to put food on the table. Right. The truth is, hardworking Canadians can't afford this Environment Minister's carbon tax scam. Will he admit it's a failure and just resign? Give Canadians a break.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there really has been a scam that has been revealed. For weeks, for months, the Conservatives have been trying to distract and deceive. They have been trying to bamboozle Canadians. They have posed as being on the side of working people, on the side of people who live from paycheck to paycheck. But, Mr. Speaker, last week they showed their true colors, and they voted against the plumber and the nurse. Now Canadians know whose side they're really on.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Speaker, the Environment Minister has been caught covering up a damning secret from Canadians. After years of telling Canadians they'd be better off from the carbon tax, his own government's data has proved him wrong. The carbon tax will cost the Canadian economy $30 billion every year. That's nearly $2,000 per Canadian family. Now that we know the Environment Minister chose to vandalize the Canadian economy with his carbon tax, will he do the right thing and resign?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that climate change is already costing Canadians $25 billion in the last 10 years alone. Not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. It's already happening. And if we don't do anything, it's going to be an extra $35 billion to Canadian taxpayers. What we're doing on this side of the House is we're helping Canadians fight climate change, and we're helping Canadians with affordability, which is why 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back from carbon pricing than what they pay, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal Costly Coalition can no longer dispute the Parliamentary Budget Officer's finding that carbon tax will cost most Canadians more than they pay in. Their own report, which Conservatives forced them to release, shows that carbon tax will cost every single family in Canada $2,000 per year. Wow. And it'll cost the Canadian economy $30 billion per year. This is nothing short of economic vandalism. So after 9 years, will this Prime Minister finally do the right thing and fire his Environment Minister, or will he once again prove that he's not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Let's go through the numbers yet again, Mr. Speaker. For a family of 4 in Alberta, it's $1,800. For Manitoba, it's $1,200. For Ontario, it's $1,120. In Saskatchewan, it's $1,504. In New Brunswick, it is $760. In Nova Scotia, $824. In PEI, $880. In Newfoundland and Labrador, $1,192 a year. To most people, that's a lot of money. To these guys, it's phony. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
People are increasingly turning to food banks in Halifax because of sky-high grocery prices, with food bank visits having risen by 21% since last year. Instead of tackling the corporate greed gouging these families, the Liberals gutted the NDP's bill to address price fixing and harmful mergers that are increasing prices for Canadians. Just like the Conservatives, they'd rather protect CEO profits over lowering prices for Canadians. Why did the Liberals choose corporate power and profits over the people of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We did not even only choose the people of Nova Scotia. We chose all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, when we call all the CEOs of the grocery chain to come to explain themselves in this town in Ottawa, to answer to this government, to answer to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have introduced one of the most comprehensive reform on competition because we want more choice, less consolidation, and more competition. But if the NDP and Conservative want to do something, Mr. Speaker, they should call Walmart and Costco like I'm doing to ask them to sign the Grocery Code of Conduct so we bring fairness in this country for all grocers across the nation.
The Honourable Member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Air Canada made $2 billion in profits last year, but apparently that's not enough because now Canadians are facing steep summer price hikes at a time when they can least afford it. WestJet is even charging people $25 just to book a ticket by phone, and these costs affect northern communities super hard because their flying is often the only option. The government's response has been crickets, whether it's grocery chains, oil and gas companies, or airlines. The Liberals seem perfectly fine with corporations gouging Canadians. Why is that?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues know, WestJet make their own business decision, but charging extras for customers who book flights over the phone makes absolutely no sense. On this side of the aisle, we're working with the Canadian Transportation Agency to increase transparency of fees to make life more affordable. And what are they doing, Mr. Speaker? They're voting against all of that.
Okay.
The Honourable Member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month. It is time to reflect on the legacy and impacts of colonialism and work together towards a better future. This is a top of mind for the 12,000 First Nations and non-Indigenous residents who live in the Winnebago region in Northern Ontario. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services tell us what the government is doing to ensure everyone has a fair access to quality health care?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Brampton South for her advocacy. She's right. For too long, Indigenous people have been facing discrimination as they access health care, but everyone in this country has the right to quality health care. In 2018, our government contributed $158 million to plan the replacement of the Winnebago Hospital in Northern Ontario, and just like I said in this House last month, we are going to get that health care center built. The federal government's contributing $1.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, so that all members in the Winnebago area region have equal access to health care.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The $30 billion carbon tax cover-up has been exposed. This costly cover-up coalition hid a secret government report proving the carbon tax scam commits $30 billion of economic vandalism. The culprit of this cover-up is the Environment Minister, who has a profound love of orange jumpsuits and handcuffs. He did it to protect the leader of the NDP's pension. These champagne socialists are not worth the cover-up or costs. Why hasn't this Environment Minister been fired for misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the average income in Calgary Forest Lawn is $35,000 a year. The average person in Calgary Forest Lawn can only dream of having an income of more than $250,000 a year. But their MP thinks that the average person earning $35,000 in Calgary Forest Lawn should pay tax at a higher rate than a multi-millionaire making a profit of more than $250,000 a year. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker.
I know this is the 5th week in a row that the House is sitting, but I'm going to ask all members on all sides, please, to not use your voices unless you're recognized by the Speaker to ask a question or to answer. The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Looks like she has a PhD in whackonomics. Facts are like common sense in this government and not so common. This proud socialist environment minister's woke, radical, extreme agenda sent 2 million Canadians into a food bank and 1 in 4 into poverty. His government hid a secret report that proves the carbon tax scam cost Canadians an extra $30 billion. If anyone in the private sector covered up a $30 billion loss from shareholders, they'd be fired. So how the hell does this guy still have a job?
The honourable member has to be this is a message for all honourable members. You have to be very careful about the language that you use in the House. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me share some economic analysis, and I quote, "Here we have a monstrous policy of transferring wealth from wage earners to asset holders, from the working class to the wealthy. Here we have a policy that is specifically designed to transfer wealth from those who earn wages to those who earn capital gains through their assets." Who said that? The current Conservative leader. He was railing against the holders of assets and claiming to support working people. But we learned last week that is fake populism.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canada's on track for the worst living standards in 40 years. Now the Prime Minister's radical finance minister are hiking taxes on farmers to pay for their inflationary spending, all during a food crisis. A new report indicates that the Liberals' job-killing tax hike will cost average farmers 30% more in taxes. Canadians know that when you tax the farmer who grows the food, tax the trucker who ships the food, it's all Canadians who pay the price. How is that fair?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as the proud daughter of a farmer, I know the huge contribution farmers make to our country. And that is why I am glad that with these tax measures, we are able to increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to $1.25 million for each farmer in Canada. I also know that farmers are hard-working people. They're on the side of the working people, not on the side of the multimillionaires. But that's not the side the Conservatives are on, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
More Canadians are struggling to feed their families. 25% of Canadians are living at poverty. They can spin this 100 different ways, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians know the truth. First, this government punished Canadians with a carbon tax. Now they're imposing a job-killing tax hike on the people who produce and provide the services we need to survive. Farmers, welders, plumbers, home builders, doctors, and small business owners will all be decimated by this hike. Will the minister commit to exempting any Canadian earning less than $120K a year from this job-killing tax hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are showing that not only are they fake populists, they're populists who can't do math. We have been really clear that the new level of capital gains inclusion kicks in only after each individual has made $250,000 in capital gains. And you can do that every single year. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives are ashamed of themselves.
Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yet another federal failure with the French language. Canada Post hired unilingual English-speaking letter carriers in Belleuil and Saint-Rémy. They claim it's not necessary to speak French to deliver mail. Let's remind them that in Quebec, French is a language of work. We won't accept Canada Post anglicizing the workplaces of all its Quebec employees. Further proof that the charter of the French language should prevail. Knowledge of French in Quebec is essential. Will the minister immediately bring Canada Post back in line? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to remind this House that all federal institutions, including Crown corporations, including Canada Post, must follow the Official Languages Act of the Government of Canada. And the good news is that this Act was strengthened in recent years. For the first time in the country's history, it recognizes, and the Government of Canada recognizes, that we must defend French all over Canada, but in particular in Quebec. That is the responsibility of all, and it's the responsibility of the Government of Canada, with a plan with billions of dollars to help communities throughout the country. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. By hiring unilingual Anglophones, Canada Post is calling into question the right to work in French for all its Quebec employees. It's a test for the reform of the Official Languages Act. Remember, the Liberals and Quebec reached a compromise that doesn't require federal corporations to comply with the Charter of the French language. Canada Post is using this compromise to anglicize its workplaces. Does the minister realize that this proves that, once again, despite the reform, the Official Languages Act continues to foster the anglicization of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the new Official Languages Act, for the first time in the country's history, recognizes that French is in peril in Quebec, that it must be defended throughout the country, but in particular in Quebec. I've already answered this question by clearly indicating that all Crown corporations are subject to the same treatment. Since I have a few seconds left, thank you on behalf of all members to the most recent cohort of pages who will soon be leaving us for the extraordinary service they've provided over the past year.
The Honourable Member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Larry the plumber from Winnipeg told the Finance Committee this morning the Liberal change to the capital gains tax is not fair to his generation. He's not wealthy. He doesn't have a gold-plated public sector pension or a trust fund to fall back on like the Prime Minister.
I'm having trouble, colleagues. Colleagues, I'm having difficulty hearing the Honourable Member's question. I'm going to ask him to start from the top. The Honourable Member.
Larry the plumber from Winnipeg told the Finance Committee this morning the Liberal change to the capital gains tax is not fair to his generation. He's not wealthy. He doesn't have a gold-plated public sector pension or a trust fund to fall back on like the Prime Minister. He worked hard to build a small plumbing company, to save for retirement for his family. And now the Prime Minister is pulling the rug out from his retirement plan, penalizing his hard work. Will the Prime Minister exempt plumbers like Larry from the capital gains increase, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, these deflecting and deceiving Conservatives should be a little bit careful when it comes to talking about gold-plated public pensions. After all, their leader has worked his entire life for the government. He currently lives in government accommodation.
Colleagues, like I was having difficulty hearing the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, I'm having difficulty hearing the Deputy Prime Minister. I'm going to ask the Deputy Prime Minister to please respond again from the top, and I'm asking all members please to allow the Speaker to be able to hear the member.
Very happy to do so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these deflecting and deceiving Conservatives should be a little bit careful when it comes to talking about gold-plated public pensions. After all, they are led by someone who has worked his entire life for the government, someone who currently lives in government luxurious housing and has a government chef. Now, when it comes to working people, Mr. Speaker, we are on their side. They've just shown they're not.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. The Minister of the Environment, with the support of the Bloc, is poised to impose more radical policies on Quebec by imposing an order that will destroy the forestry industry in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. TVA Gaspésie reports that, according to the Bloc environment critic on the issue of caribou, Ottawa could get involved. Only the Conservative Party defends forest industry workers in Quebec. Can the Minister of the Environment let Quebec manage its land as it sees fit? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I thank my colleague for his question. He knows well that we've always been there for the forestry industry. We will always be there for the forestry industry, Mr. Speaker. Forestry industry workers know that we have to protect the environment and the economy, and they also want to ensure they have jobs now and for generations to come. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in innovation. We will continue to support the industry, and we will always be on the side of forestry workers in Quebec and throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance, who never thinks about or consults farmers. With the help of the Bloc Québécois, she has found a new way to harm our agricultural sector. This new capital gains tax increase will jeopardize the retirements and succession plans of our farm families. UPA President Martin Caron wrote a letter to her on June 6th, a heartfelt plea to denounce the situation. Will she make a commitment today that no farmer will lose his or her retirement because of this tax hike? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as the proud daughter of a farmer, I really want to assure my honourable colleague that I often speak to farmers and I respect their work so much. That is why I am proud to be able to share the news that on June 25th, we are increasing the lifetime exemption for $2.5 million. This is a big deal for farmers in Quebec and Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, thousands of seniors, including those in my riding of Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, have already visited their dentist for treatment, demonstrating the importance of the Canadian Dental Care Program. Unfortunately, the opposition persists in opposing this program day after day. Can the Minister of Public Services and Procurement give us an update on the success of this program for seniors of Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the Conservative Party is against the Canadian Dental Care Program, and he is fooling the seniors of the Quebec City area by saying on the radio that the program didn't exist. So don't sign up. Mr. Speaker, this is a disdain for the seniors of Quebec. The good news is it's not working. Out of the 2 million Canadians who've signed up, over a third are in Quebec. And the good news is that next week, all children from 0 to 18 and those with disabilities will be able to sign up for the new Canadian Dental Care Program.
The Honourable Member from Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. For all the wrong reasons, Canada is now a world leader in high taxes. Ranked only behind Chile and Denmark, we now have the highest capital gains tax rate in the world. In the midst of a productivity crisis, how can the Minister of Small Business support a tax hike that will kill jobs and decimate our entrepreneurs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, yet yet again, the Conservatives need to work just a little harder, not only on being less hypocritical about support for working Canadians, but just on getting their facts straight. After this move, the capital gains rate in Canada will be lower than the tax paid in California or in New York City. Furthermore, the meter, Canada's marginal effective tax rate, is the lowest in the G7, and anyone who read the budget would have seen that.
Wow. The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Sean, a 20-year veteran, planning to retire next year, is gutted that he will have to put that off, given this government's punitive policy on capital gains. It wasn't enough for this Prime Minister to leave veterans high and dry because they were asking for more than he could give. Now, despite Sean's decades of service and prudent planning for his retirement, the Prime Minister wants to take more. So my question is this: how is that fair?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have already established that the Conservatives are not on the side of working Canadians. They are not on the side of the nurse or the plumber or the soldier who is living from paycheck to paycheck. They're on the side of the multimillionaire who has already made $250,000 in capital gains profit in a given year. But in opposing this measure, they're also opposing dental care that will help 9 million Canadians, school food, 400,000 children, and our plan to build 4 million homes in Canada. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from St. Margaret's, South Shore, St. Margaret's, rather.
The Environment Minister is already under fire for his $30 billion carbon tax cover-up. He was a lobbyist for Cycle Capital. Cycle Capital companies got more than $200 million from the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Wow. Now we learn he is still a big shareholder in Cycle Capital. And since becoming Environment Minister, Cycle Capital companies have gotten another $17 million from the Green Slush Fund. Liberal insiders getting rich on taxpayer money, a carbon tax cover-up, the Environment Minister profiting from the Green Slush Fund sleaze. When will Liberal corruption end?
Never. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
For the question, you know what is profiting for all the work of this government and all the members in this House is record investment in green technologies in this country, Mr. Speaker. We rank #1 ahead of China for the battery ecosystem, Mr. Speaker, in this country, and I have more.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
3 more sleeps.
Couple of more sleeps. The Honourable Minister of Innovation from his top, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I have more to say for these sleepy Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We have seen, thanks to the work of this government, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Environment, all these men, the Prime Minister, we have seen record investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. We rank first in the world for the battery ecosystem, ahead of China, Mr. Speaker. Windsor, St. Thomas, Bécancour, Mr. Speaker, Kingston. Canadians are winning. Canada's winning, and we'll fight for Canada every step of the way.
If I could ask all members, ministers, members, please. I am thinking about 3 more sleeps. The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, last month, eligible Canadians were able to begin receiving care under the Canadian Dental Care Plan. In my community of Newmarket, Aurora, and across Canada, many seniors who haven't been able to afford a dentist are now able to visit participating dental providers. Can the Minister of Health update this House on how many Canadians have already received care under the plan, and what the newest cohort that can begin applying for the Canadian Dental Plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Newmarket Aurora for his incredible advocacy, along with the parliamentarians in this House who are standing with vulnerable Canadians who need dental care. In just 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, more than 200,000 seniors from coast to coast to coast were able to receive dental care. And to put that in practical terms, the call center got a call yesterday from an 87-year-old woman in tears because for the first time since she was 11 years old, somebody allowed her to get her mouth taken care of. We're going to make sure all 9 million Canadians everywhere in this country get the care they need, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
The Canadian Armed Forces have been saying for years that their grievance system is broken. Today's Ombudsman report confirmed this. On average, Canadian Armed Forces have to wait 1,000 days to get compensated when there's a mistake with their pay. People are frustrated, they're tired, and they're angry. Our men and women who bravely serve our country and keep Canadians safe deserve better. This government keeps failing our armed forces. Will the minister tell us the steps he will take to implement the Ombudsman's recommendations?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, from COVID-19 to natural disasters for their excellent work in Europe, our brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have always been there for Canadians. It's our job to make sure that our forces and their families are well supported. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I have accepted all of the Ombudsman's recommendations to transform and modernize our military grievance system. And as well, Mr. Speaker, we're making significant new investments to support those members. $100 million for child care, over nearly $300 million for a housing strategy, and nearly $500 million to digitize the healthcare records. Mr. Speaker, we and our government will always be there for the members of the Canadian Armed Forces.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Between 2010 and 2020, 191 Canadian military personnel died by suicide. And instead of addressing mental health challenges, Liberal and Conservative governments have cut funding, putting veterans at risk. The Burns Way is ready to provide more trained peer-to-peer support to our brave veterans, particularly for Indigenous and 2S LGBTQIA+ veterans. They deserve nothing less. So will the minister commit today to funding the Burns Way? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to take a moment to thank the members of the Veterans Affairs Committee for their important study that they presented last week on women's veterans. We certainly recognize that a lot of work needs to be done, and I want to commend all the members who worked on this report. On the issue of mental health services as well, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the Department of Veterans Affairs Canada ensured that when members of the Canadian Armed Forces or veterans are applying for mental health services, they can have access to those services immediately without any assessments. We want to make sure when veterans are applying for services that they will have the care that they need when they need it the most.
Bravo.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Bravo.
Speaker.
Excellent.
Colleagues, following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, assassinated in Surrey, British Columbia, 1 year ago today. I now invite honourable members to rise. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded visions on the motions of report stage of Bill C-69. Call in the members.
La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 1.
This is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 through 31. Mr. Gourd, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting Clause 81. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Miss Findley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed will please rise.
Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Bergeron. Pardon me. Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. The honourable member, Mr. Aria.
I vote no.
Mr. Aria, nay contre.
The honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park.
I wish to vote yea, Chair.
Mr. Janice, yea pour.
I forgot your riding name.
Banff Airdrie.
The honourable member from Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, I'd like to vote yea.
Mr. Richards, yea pour.
The honourable member from King's Hands.
Technical difficulties against.
Mr. Blois, nay contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 207, 207.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 2 to 31 defeated. The question is on motion 32. Le vote, la mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 30.
The question is on motion 32. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 33.
Schmale, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting Clause 147. The 10-minute... Excuse me, we're missing it. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote with the Liberal members voting nay.
The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Monsieur le Président, les conservateurs...
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote. Conservative members will be voting yea.
L'Honorable Whip.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We vote against.
Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it is the birthday of the member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie, so I would like to, in his honor, say that we accept to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Greens agreed to apply the vote and will be voting against.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I will vote against.
Merci, Monsieur Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 116, 116. Nays contre, 206, 206.
Je déclare la...
I declare motion number 32 defeated. I therefore declare motion number 33 defeated.
The question is on motion number 34. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 35 to 37. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting Clause 150. I see that the Honourable Chief Government Whip is on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement from all parties to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with the Liberal members voting nay.
I see that the Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock is on her feet.
Opposition whip, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yea.
Je vois le...
I see the Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip rising. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote. We vote against.
That the Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party is on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Democratic Party of Canada will agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
And the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre is on his feet.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens agree with applying the vote and will vote against.
Et je vois que l'honorable...
I see the honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska has his hand raised. Mr. Speaker, I agree for the result of the previous vote to apply, and I will vote against.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 116, 116. Nays contre, 206, 206.
Alors, je déclare...
I declare motion number 34 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 35 to 37 defeated.
The question is on motion number 38. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting Clause 154. I see that the Chief Government Whip is on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement amongst the parties to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting nay.
I see that the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip is on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Conservatives agree to apply the results of the vote, and the Conservatives will vote yea. I see that the Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois is on her feet. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
I see that the Honourable Whip of the New Democratic Party is also on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
I see that the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre is also rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greens agree to apply the vote, and will be voting against.
Et Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes. Inaudible.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I agree for the vote to be applied. I will vote against. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 116, 116. Nays contre, 206, 206.
Yes.
Je déclare.
I declare motion number 38 defeated.
The question is on motion number 39. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 40 and 41. Mr. Baldinelli, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting Clause 173. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip is on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting no.
I see that the Chief Opposition Whip is rising on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives do agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yea.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against. The Honourable Whip of the New Democrats.
Speaker, the New Democratic Party agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Greens agree to apply the vote and will vote against. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree for the vote to apply. I will vote against. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 39 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 40 and 41 defeated.
The question is on motion number 42. A vote on this motion also applies to vote number 43. Mr. Baldinelli, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C. The Honourable Whip for the government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting nay.
The Honourable Chief Whip for the Conservatives.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the results of the vote. The Conservatives will vote yes. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the results of the vote and will vote yea.
For the NDP.
The NDP agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree for the results of the previous vote to apply. I will vote in favour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 174, 174.
I declare motion number 42 defeated. Therefore, declare motion number 43 defeated. The question on motion number 44, a vote on this motion also applies to motion number 45. Mr. Baldinelli, seconded by Mr. Nader. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting nay.
The Honourable Chief Whip for the Conservative Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives do agree to apply the votes. Now I can't say it in English. Agree, and with Conservatives voting yea.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
Honourable Whip for the NDP.
The New Democratic Party of Canada does agree to apply the vote, and we'll be voting no.
One member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Greens agree to apply the results of the vote and will vote against. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote and I will vote against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 44 defeated. I therefore declare motion number 45 defeated.
The question is on motion number 46. A motion on this motion also applies to motions number 47 and 48. I see the Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting no.
I see the Chief Opposition Whip.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote, and Conservatives will vote yes. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agree to apply the vote, and we'll be voting no.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting against.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote and I will vote against. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 46 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 47 and 48 defeated. The question is on motion number 49. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 50 to 78.
Mr. Sainte-Marie, the Honourable Government Whip.
Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this one, with Liberals voting no.
I see the whip for the Conservative caucus.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives do indeed agree to apply the vote, and we are voting, all Conservatives are voting yea.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
Neo-Democrats.
The NDP agree to apply the vote and we'll be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. The Greens agree to apply the vote and will vote against. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the previous vote and I will vote in favour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 174, 174.
I declare motion number 49 defeated, therefore declare motions number 50 to 78 defeated. The question is on motion number 79. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 80 to 129. Mr. Holland, secondly, I see the Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting nay.
Chief Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote. Conservatives will vote yea. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
Whip.
The Honourable Whip of the New Democrats.
The NDP agree to apply the vote and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Greens again agree to apply the vote and will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote and I will vote nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 79 defeated and therefore declare motions number 80 to 129 defeated. The question is on motion number 130. Le vote.
A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 131 to 141.
I see the Chief Government Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this one, with Liberals voting against.
The Honourable Whip of the Opposition.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yea.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Speaker, the NDP agree to apply the vote and will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
The Greens agree to apply the vote and will vote against.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the vote and will vote against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
Je déclare la motion numéro.
I declare motion number 130 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 131 to 141 defeated.
The question is on motion number 142. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 143 to 145. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Ney. I see the Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberals voting nay.
I see the Chief Opposition Whip.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote, and Conservative members will vote yes. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Much, Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party of Canada does agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Greens again agree to apply the vote and will be voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote and I will vote against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 142 defeated, therefore declare motions number 143 to 145 defeated. The question is on motion number 146. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 147. Mr. Halland, seconded by, I see the Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberals voting nay.
See the Honourable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yay.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens agree to apply the vote again and will vote against. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote. I will vote against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 146 defeated, therefore declare motions number 147 defeated. The question is on motion number 148. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 149 to 153. Mr. Halland, seconded by Mr. Nader, move that Bill C-69 be amended by deleting clause 445. The 10-minute period for members voting. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I know everyone is anticipating what I'm about to say, so I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting nay.
I guess maybe I should be going a little slower. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Whip for the opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote. Conservatives will be voting yay. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
The Honourable Whip for the new NDP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Greens again agree to apply the vote and will be voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote and I vote in favour. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 174, 174.
I declare motion number 148 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 149 to 153 defeated.
The question is on motion number 154. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 155 to 163. Mr. Halland, seconded by Mr. Nader. I see the Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find consent agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting nay.
I see the Chief Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives do agree to apply this vote. However, Conservatives will be voting yay.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens, once again, agree to apply the vote, and we will vote against. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote, and I will vote against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare motion number 154 defeated. Therefore, declare motions number 155 to 161 defeated. Yeah. Mrs. Valdez for Mrs. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16th, 2024, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. I see the Chief Government Whip.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to these votes, Liberal members voting in favor. The Honourable Whip of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Conservatives agree to apply the vote, and Conservatives will vote no. The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP have agreed to apply the vote. We will be voting yes, and because it is the last vote, I'm just going to say very quickly, go Oilers.
I don't know if that's in order. I don't know. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote, and I will be voting against.
I'll compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? How about now? Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act 2024, number 1.
Okay, I think we have a point of question of privilege from the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I sent you a notice of my intention of raising a question of privilege related to the revelation contained in the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians' Special Report on Foreign Interference in Canada's Democratic Processes and Institutions. The committee reviewed over 4,000 documents, including over 1,000 intelligence products. The NCCOP report is an alarming wake-up call about the depth and insidious nature of hostile foreign states, state actors' effort to covertly undermine Canada's democratic processes and institutions. China, followed by India, are identified as the most aggressive foreign states that are deploying wide-ranging and multifaceted tactics in foreign interference activities in Canada. The shocking allegations that some members of Parliament, quote, wittingly or semi-wittingly, end quote, worked with foreign state actors is not only unsettling, but a betrayal to Canadians that trusted them to act in Canada's best interest and not a foreign state. The report did not provide any names, and as such, all 338 members of this House, including those who have since left this chamber, are under a cloud of suspicion for intentionally or semi-intentionally working with a foreign state to undermine Canada's democratic processes and institutions. Mr. Speaker, my intervention today will not cover the national security aspect of this extremely concerning situation, but instead will focus on the damage of the reputation,
of all members of the House of Commons. In House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition, page 107 outlines the rights and immunities of members of Parliament. There's a section about freedom from obstruction, interference, intimidation, and molestation. It states, quote, members of Parliament, by the nature of their office and the variety of work they are called upon to perform, come into contact with a wide range of individuals and groups. Members can therefore be subjected to all manners of interference, obstruction, and influences. And on page 112, it goes on to say, quote, the unjust damaging of a member's good name might be seen as constituting an obstruction if the member is prevented from performing his or her parliamentary functions. In 1987, Speaker Fraser stated, the privileges of a member are violated by any action which might impede him or her in the fulfillment of his or her duties and functions. It is obvious that the unjust damaging of a reputation could constitute such an impediment, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that what has been revealed in the NCCOP report constitutes such an impediment for all members of Parliament. Throughout the report, there were many references of how some parliamentarians are willing participants with foreign states. Take, for example, paragraph 55 of the NCCOP report noted that, quote, some elected officials began wittingly assisting foreign state actors soon after the election, end quote. It goes on to say, quote, members of Parliament who worked to influence their colleagues on India's behalf and proactively provided confidential information to Indian officials, end quote. Paragraph 56 stated, quote, a textbook example of foreign interference that saw a foreign state supporting a witting politician, end quote. Paragraph 59 stated, quote, PRC had established an informal foreign interference network. The network worked in loose coordination with one another and with guidance from the consulate to covertly support or oppose candidates in the 2019 federal election. The network has some contact with at least 11 candidates and 13 campaign staffers, some of whom appear to be wittingly working for the PRC. Network's effort to keep federal political candidates away from events that the PRC considered to be anti-China, such as pro-Hong Kong rally, noted similar activities by another network in the riding of Don Valley North, and identify specific individuals involved. Paragraph 68 stated, quote, an Indian proxy claims to have repeatedly transferred funds from India to politicians at all levels of government in return for political favors, including raising issues in Parliament at the proxy's request. Paragraph 72 stated that, quote, PRC officials allegedly interfered in the leadership races of the Conservative Party of Canada. Following this, paragraph 73 noted, quote, India's alleged interference in a Conservative Party of Canada's leadership race. Paragraph 164 stated, quote, some parliamentarians are, in the words of the intelligence services, semi-witting or witting participants in the efforts of foreign states to interfere in our politics. In paragraph 57, it even noted an example of a former MP, and the report is stated, quote, of a particularly concerning case of a then member of Parliament maintaining a relationship with a foreign intelligence officer. According to CSIS, the member of Parliament sought to arrange a meeting in a foreign state with a senior intelligence official and also proactively provided the intelligence officer with information provided in confidence. In the face of such alarming revelation, without knowledge of who the elected official is associated with each allegation, it means that all members are tainted and that the reputation of the whole House is put in question. And since China and India are the two top countries cited as most aggressive in foreign interference activities, I would submit that for those of us who are Chinese Canadians or Indo-Canadians, we are at greater and heightened risks of unjust reputational damage. Mr. Speaker, there are a few examples throughout the years of similar situation where a prima facie case of privilege was found because the reputation of the House was put in question. In March 1966, the House was gripped for several days with the Munsinger case when the Minister of Justice, Mr. Cardin, alleged improper conduct on the part of ministers in the former Diefenbaker government. Mr. Cardin stated that certain members of the House were involved with Greta Munsinger, a, quote, self-admitted espionage agent, end quote, in the employ of the, quote, Russian intelligence service, end quote. On March 10th, 4 related questions of privilege were raised by the members related to the statement made by Minister Cardin. Speaker Lamoureux ruled immediately that there was a prima facie case of privilege, even though all 4 motions were ultimately ruled out of order by the chair because of various reasons. One was disallowed immediately because the motion was too general and did not specify the charges against the minister. One requested that the minister substantiate his charges, and the other 2 motions sought the resignation of Minister Cardin. Then in May 1976, a former member of parliament, Mr. Coquette, was quoted as saying while giving testimony in open court, quote, if everyone who had ever taken or given $600 or $700 bribes in their life were arrested, 50% of the MPs would no longer be sitting. I know it because I was an MP for 5 years, end quote. The matter was raised as a question of privilege, and Speaker Jerome ruled immediately and stated that he had no difficulty in agreeing that there was indeed a question of privilege. We also had a situation in 1983 where several articles in the Montreal Gazette were alleging that Mr. Mackenzie, member of Lincoln, was a paid lobbyist. Speaker Chauvet, in her ruling of March 22, 1983, said, quote, an allegation of criminal or other dishonorable conduct inevitably affects the member's ability to function effectively while the matter remains unresolved. From selected decisions of Speaker Jenny Sauvé, we can read about this case. Quote, not only do defamatory allegations about members place the entire institution of Parliament under a cloud, they also prevent members from performing their duties as long as the matter remains unresolved. Since, as one authority states, such allegations brings members into hatred, contempt, or ridicule. Mr. Speaker, I fear that this is where we're at under these circumstances. Without disclosure of the names of the parliamentarians that are, quote, wittingly or semi-wittingly, that are witting or semi-witting participants in the efforts of foreign states to interfere in our politics, we may subject all members of the House, including former and sitting MPs, to hatred, contempt, or ridicule. Indeed, this is already happening. Outside this chamber just yesterday, there were individuals shouting, questioning, jeering about who the traitors may be. And this is as members of Parliament walk past these individuals on their way to this House to do their work. I believe we must find a way to disclose who are the MPs knowingly, intentionally, wittingly, or semi-wittingly engaging with foreign states or their proxies to undermine Canada's democratic processes and institutions. I believe this can be done in a way that does not compromise national security. If there continue to be no consequences for MPs who knowingly help foreign governments act against Canadian interests, we will continue to be an easy target. It will further erode the trust and faith Canadians have in our democratic processes. If allowed to continue, it will further impugn the integrity of this House. revealing which member of parliament, former or present, is a willing participant of foreign interference activities would not only have the effect of deterring this kind of behavior, it will send a clear message to those foreign states that this will not be able to continue, that they will not be able to continue to use parliamentarians in this way. It will further reassure the public of the integrity of this House. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that the House should refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. A possible way to deal with the issue would be for committee members to undergo the necessary security screening to examine the unredacted report, look into the allegations of, quote, parliamentarians who are wittingly or semi-wittingly participants in efforts of foreign states to interfere in our politics. Allow the named parliamentarians to be informed and to come before the committee as witnesses and to explore options on how to disclose the named parliamentarians without compromising national security or police investigations of the matter. Mr. Speaker, if you find a prima facie case of privilege in this case, here's the motion that I would move: that the matter of reputational harm done to all members of Parliament as a consequence of the redaction of parliamentarians' name from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, quote, NCCOP report entitled Special Report on Foreign Interference in Canada's Democratic Processes and Institutions be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member, and it will be taken under advisement, and the chair will come back to the honourable member as soon as possible. L'honourable Whip.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given the importance of the topic that has just been raised by my colleague, I would just like to reassure this House that the Conservatives are ready to meet this summer on the PROC Committee to continue the study into foreign interference that is going on right now, but specifically on the member's motion. I'm going to advise the House that we would like to reserve our comments for now, and we'll get back to the House. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois understands the importance of this situation and the importance of the study on foreign interference, but we would like to reserve the right to reserve our comments for now. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would also like to be able to review the comments that the members put onto the record, and we will report back at some point in the future.
Resuming debate, sorry? Oh, yes, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. My apologies. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to add a few comments and thank our colleague from Vancouver East.
We all know are of critical importance. I have listened carefully to the member from Vancouver East. I want to read her point of privilege. It's clearly pressing and urgent that Parliament come together. And at this point, Madam Speaker, I would like to reserve further comments, as have other representatives of their parties in this place. I do hope to pursue conversations, as I've indicated in a letter to all party leaders and all members of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. But I think the member for Vancouver East has raised a critical issue, and I would like to add thoughts once I've read her point of privilege carefully and considered whether it's consistent with respecting the top secret nature of the full unredacted report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well noted. Orders of the day? No, just Mrs. Valdez for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and highlight a number of issues that I think are really important for those that are going to take the time to follow the debate that we're going to be having on the important piece of legislation that's before us, Madam Speaker. Virtually from the very beginning, just under 9 years ago, you have seen a government that has been focused on Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of it, Madam Speaker. And we've been focused very much on the sense of fairness for Generation X and millennials, wanting to ensure that all Canadians feel that they are a part of the economy and our society in a very real and tangible way. All at the same time recognizing the true value of the Government of Canada providing the type of services that Canadians would like to be able to see, Madam Speaker, to have supports put into place. As a government, we have seen over the last number of years a number of actions that have really made a positive difference in all of our communities. We often hear about stats being brought forward from the opposition where they attempt to try to portray things in a negative way. You have a leader of the Reformed Conservative Party across the way that likes to travel the country and talk about Canada being broken, Madam Speaker, when nothing could be further from the truth. Especially if you compare Canada to any other country in the world, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. Put it in the context in which how Canada has actually been performing over the last 8 to 9 years. You can compare that to Stephen Harper and the 9 years in which he was the Prime Minister. One of the key indicators I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, is the issue of jobs. Jobs are so critically important in terms of building an economy, in building a society, where 9 years of Stephen Harper, 1 million jobs. Contrast to that, to the 2 million plus jobs that have been created by this government in working with provincial jurisdictions and Canadians, municipalities, and the many different stakeholders that are out there, Madam Speaker. Take a look in terms of the types of investments that we have made over the years, Madam Speaker. And what you will see is that as a government, even though the official opposition has been more focused on character assassination, we have never lost our focus in serving Canadians in a very real and tangible way. Let me give you a specific example. In the first budget that we presented, one of the initiatives, as you know, Madam Speaker, was the fact that we gave an extra tax increase for Canada's 1% wealthiest in our society. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we gave a decrease in taxes to Canada's middle class. But focus in terms of the 1% wealthiest, believing that people needed to pay a fair share. From back in 2015, 2016, going into that budget, that's when it was incorporated. Fast forward it to today, where we have a capital gains tax that's being implemented, where we're seeing an increase. The New Democrats support it, the Greens support it, the Bloc support it, but not the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. And I would like to emphasize, when I say Conservative, I would suggest you to the far-right Reform Conservative Party that we have today. And the reason why I say that is because they're very critical of the government for increasing the capital gains tax. Yes, we are. As one of them says, yes, we are. That's that reform element, Madam Speaker. You know, Brian Mulroney actually increased it more. But Brian Mulroney, albeit in fairness, was a progressive Conservative. Do not confuse that with the reform Conservatives that we see today, Madam Speaker. In fact, the best way that you can summarize the difference between the reform Conservatives, Madam Speaker, and the Liberals, as I said the other day, Liberals care, Conservatives cut. And that is the bottom line. The Conservatives have a hidden agenda that they will not talk about, which means taking away the services, many of which we have put in over the last number of years. What types of services are we talking about, Madam Speaker? Services that genuinely matter, that provide supports to Canadians in every region of this country. Programs that are in this budget and programs that were established many budgets ago, Madam Speaker. A good example of that is the child care program. Remember in the last election, we were campaigning saying that we are going to bring in a national child care program that would see $10 a day daycare in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. How did the Conservative Party respond to that? At the time they said, well, they're going to rip up the deals. They didn't believe in a national child care program that delivered $10 a day daycare, Madam Speaker. Election goes by, the government continued to work on the issue, and every province and territory signed on, and as a result of the efforts of this government, we now have a national child care program that delivers $10 a day daycare, child care, Madam Speaker. That's one of the issues in which the Conservative Party are on the record of saying they would like to rip up those deals based on the last election, Madam Speaker. Fast forward it again to today, where what we see is programs that is going to be there to support millions of Canadians in different ways. We hear about the dental program. Hundreds of thousands of seniors have now registered for the dental program, Madam Speaker. I think it's close to 2 million. And you literally have tens of thousands that have already benefited from a program that's just been rolled out, Madam Speaker. And the Conservative Party is committed to cancelling that program, even though literally thousands of seniors in each and every one of their ridings will benefit by that program, Madam Speaker. They're still going to cut the program. What about the National Pharmacare program that we talk about? It's a program, Madam Speaker, that is delivering, whether it's free contraceptives to dealing with the issue of diabetes. Diabetes is a serious disease in Canada, and there is a substantial cost to it. For the first time ever, we're having a program that's going to deal with those two issues in a very tangible way, Madam Speaker. And once again, we have a Conservative Reform Party that says that they are going to cut that program also, Madam Speaker. Why? Because they don't believe the federal government has a role to play in that area. They are so far to the right, Madam Speaker, they want to see the federal government's presence in our national health care diminished. What does that say about the $200 billion, that's $billion with a B, of investment in health care in the next 10 years in terms of money being transferred over to provinces? Under the Canada Health Act, Madam Speaker, it clearly indicates that the national government does have a role to play. Canadians love our health care system, Madam Speaker. in a very real and tangible way. Often you will find when you ask someone what makes you feel good about Canada, they'll often talk about health care. The Conservatives are no different than the Bloc, the separatists, who they don't want the federal government playing in health care at all. All they say, the Bloc will say, give us money, give us more money, and the Conservatives will say, well, let's not give as much money, but that's all we need to do is give some money. Canadians need to be aware that this Reform Conservative Party is putting health care on the block, Madam Speaker. To what degree are they going to fulfill the commitment that we have made to that $200 billion to ensure that future generations have the type of health care that is so critically important, Madam Speaker? And that's why I do not say very lightly that when you think in terms of the Liberal Party, it is a party that genuinely cares and will be there for Canadians. And we've demonstrated that. Take a look in terms of what took place during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. In every way, the federal government stepped up to the plate and delivered. Whether it was vaccines, to supports for small businesses, to providing disposable income to literally millions of Canadians in every region of this country, because we knew that the federal government needed to play that role, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada. But it doesn't stop there. You know, we have, for the very first time within this budget, this single largest increase, established a disability program. For the very first time. It's a great step forward, talking $200 a month, Madam Speaker. It's a significant amount of money. It's recognizing that the national government does have a role to play in this, Madam Speaker. That's the kind of contrast that you can see between the Conservatives and the Liberals. And I don't have a problem in 2025 talking about that contrast, Madam Speaker, because I believe that Canadian values are a whole lot closer to what it is that the Liberal Party is talking about than the Conservative Party is talking about, Madam Speaker. I want to spend some time talking about some ideas. We know the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Maybe two issues. The Canada Infrastructure Bank is a program in which I have seen so many Conservatives stand in their place and be critical of it. I've even seen other opposition members criticize the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker. All one needs to do is to take a look at Hansard, and you'll get a very clear indication in terms of the number of MPs, in particular Conservative Reform MPs, standing up, being critical, and in essence saying that a Conservative Reform government would get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And they would, and the finance critic says, yeah, in approval. There's no change there. Of course, that is their intent, Madam Speaker. They want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And, Madam Speaker, it's because they do not understand.
Member, I have a point of order raised by the Honourable Member for Selkirk Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as you know, I am hearing impaired, and I'm having incredible difficulty listening to the member from Winnipeg North. And I ask that you show some compassion and ask the member to defer the rest of the speech to this time next week.
That is definitely not a point of order, but I can ask the Honourable Member to perhaps lower the tone of his voice. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the member always has the option to leave the room if he's feeling uncomfortable. But the truth hurts. The truth does hurt, and I can appreciate that. You know, at the end of the day, if I had any sense of a progressive nature, I would feel very uncomfortable within the Conservative Party today. Remember Joe Clark? Joe Clark, like the member from Selkirk, the member from Selkirk. Interlake, Selkirk, Madam Speaker. Joe Clark was a progressive conservative. And remember what the former Prime Minister said? Former Prime Minister said, well, geez, he never left the Progressive Conservative Party. The Progressive left the Conservative Party. Brian Mulroney says that the Conservative Party today has amputated the progressive nature of the party. You don't want to know what Kim Campbell says. A lot of it's unparliamentary, Madam Speaker. So I can tell you that attitude and that Reform Conservative Party, that far-right MAGA movement that's moved into the Conservative Party, I welcome the 2025 election. Because I believe that the moment Canadians understand the type of issues that the Conservative Reform are talking about today, and this is, let me get back to my two examples prior to the interruption, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Reformers, they oppose the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Do you know, Madam Speaker, that the Canada Infrastructure Bank, about $10 billion worth of investments. And contrary to what the Conservative critic is heckling from across the way, there's a lot of projects. There's over 40 projects, Madam Speaker, and many of those provinces are in the province of Alberta, where rumor has it that there is some Conservative members of Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that why would they want to kill a program that is delivering in tangible ways jobs, green jobs, contributing literally hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, much of it going to agriculture. And you know, in the province of Alberta, there's a project to enhance irrigation so that there be more diversification in the province of Alberta, yet you get Alberta MPs and the Conservative Reform Party constantly saying no, they're going to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker. Do you know that there's broadband? And I know there's a point of order coming up, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to let the government House Leader stand on the point of order, I understand.
Oh, government House Leader on a point of order?
The excellent speech of my colleague did not warrant interruption, Madam Speaker, but I do want to request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment of the next sitting be 12 midnight, pursuant to order made Wednesday, February 28, 2024.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mercredi 20.
Pursuant to order from February 2024, the minister's request to extend tomorrow's sitting is deemed adopted. Carried.
I was going to suggest I start from the top, Madam Speaker, with two interruptions. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, to my Conservative reformers across the way, that you flip-flopped on the price on pollution. We know that. Remember that, the flip-flop? You campaigned, all of you, saying that we support a price on pollution. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. They did. They did a flip-flop. I'm imploring you, I'm begging, please reverse your decision on the Canada Capital Infrastructure Bank. It's a good thing. It really and truly is. Not only is there $10 billion coming in from the national government, you will see twice that coming in from other entities, Madam Speaker. You will see internet being expanded by over 250,000 Canadians. You will see all forms of capital infrastructure built, Madam Speaker, in all regions of the nation. And for those Alberta MPs, do some homework. Take a look at what the Infrastructure Bank is doing in Alberta, for Pete's sakes, Madam Speaker. They really need to do some homework. Stop with the political spin that they're getting from, their leader's office, Madam Speaker. Wake up, smell the coffee, and recognize a good idea when you see it. And I'm telling you, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker, is doing wonders across the country in many different ways. Instead, Madam Speaker, You know, I was going to say that was the bad decision of the Conservative reformers from last year, but then that was actually trumped when they actually made the decision to vote against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. That's totally amazing. First time ever the Conservatives voted against a trade agreement. Why do I say that, Madam Speaker? Because as a government, no government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this government. And you'll find, Madam Speaker, in the first 3 quarters of last year, we were #1 in the G7 in terms of foreign investment coming into Canada. And if you compare it to the rest of the world, the entire world, we were #3, Madam Speaker. So you have corporations and individuals around the world looking at Canada as a place to be able to invest. You take a look at Canada and the 2 million plus jobs that have been generated. Take a look in terms of comparison, our GDP to debt ratio, and we're doing exceptionally well, especially if you compare it to the G7, Madam Speaker. Yes, there is room for us to continue to grow. And that's why I'm excited about 2025, that 4 years, where it's a 4-year mandate, will continue to work with willing partners across the way, not only to fulfill the mandate, but to continue to work for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to tell where to start, but I'd like to thank the member for his afternoon maiden speech this time. And I'd like to start by commenting on the very first part of his speech where he talked about the Liberal income tax cut to the middle bracket. That was not a cut for the middle class. The middle class in 2016, if you took the median earnings of that year, they were about $34,000. That middle income only started at $44,000. In fact, what the Liberal Party did is it cut the taxes of every single member of Parliament by hundreds and hundreds of dollars, because anyone earning less than $45,000 per year in that fiscal year got nothing less. In fact, all they got was more carbon taxes on them, and nothing has changed in the 9 years since then. Even more punishing carbon taxes have been added on top of it. So wouldn't the member now admit that that was not an income tax cut for the middle class, and in fact that the median income in that year was around $34,000, and that they've simply pulled the wool over people's eyes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I suspect that the member opposite, as a number of the Conservatives, should be quite embarrassed, but some of them weren't actually there back in 2016 when the voting actually had taken place. Let there be no doubt, there was 2 major initiatives that were taken. One of the initiatives was the special increased tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest. The Conservatives voted no. The other increase or decrease was for Canada's middle class, and the Conservatives voted no on the giving Canada's middle class a tax break. For those that were lower, we saw an enhancement of the Canada Child Care benefit, which literally took money away from millionaires and put it in the pockets of those that had very low incomes. I could go on, for example, about the GIS and the substantial increase for Canada's poorest seniors. This all took place in that first budget, and the Conservatives voted no.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's another example of our colleague speaking, but unfortunately it's demonizing one thing and building up something else, depending on which party one belongs to. And I'd like to note that the money that the federal government transfers doesn't grow on trees. It's from taxes from Canadian and Quebec taxpayers that are sent to Ottawa. And it's also the debt that Quebec and Canadian taxpayers will have to pay. I'd like to understand the logic. When a place like Quebec already has all of the infrastructure for health, for dental care, and for medication, How is it absolutely necessary to create a second system that will cost even more money because the federal government decided to interfere in what Quebec knows how to do very well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm afraid you won't give me the amount of time I would require in order to give a detailed answer to my friend. But let me make this suggestion to her that all she needs to take a look at is the number of people in the province of Quebec that is actually registered for the dental program, and she'll find that there is, in fact, a need for the program. I would go further, Madam Speaker, by saying that there is a need that's virtually in all the different regions of the country. We see that by the number of people that are actually registering. And we haven't even completed the full rollout where we'll see more and more individuals ultimately being able to register. It's important, Madam Speaker, that we recognize that Canada is a vast country with many different regions, and there are some things in which there is a need for the federal government in working with different jurisdictions, trying to be able to provide the programs in a sense that provides some equity and a sense of fairness. So if you happen to live in Vancouver or you live in Halifax or anywhere in between, you can get, for example, your diabetes medication.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, you know, the NDP has been working for years to make sure that every Canadian has access to the dental care they need. We were driving forth motions in this House over the last decade that the Liberals and Conservatives voted against, of course, and the Bloc seems to not support it either. And one of the things we're most proud of in our confidence supply agreement is that the NDP compelled this government to bring forth a dental care program that will see 9 million Canadians be able to go to the dentist and get their teeth fixed. But my question is, because we're talking about the budget here, is on the financing. Now, the Liberal government has provided a dental fee guide that provides reimbursement to dentists and denturists and dental hygienists at about 89% of fee guides. And this is resulting in dental professionals not wanting to sign up for the program and setting the stage for co-payments, when our confidence supply agreement says no co-payments for anybody under $70,000. My question, my honourable colleague, is will he push his colleagues in the Liberal Party to raise those fees so that the Canada Dental Care Plan pays 100% of the fees that are charged normatively across this country, so that our oral health professionals get paid appropriately and people get the care they need without having to go into their pockets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as all members know, that in the last election there was a minority government elected, which meant that as a governing party we needed to be able to work with and get the support of opposition members in order to be able to fulfill our mandates. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the NDP have played a very important role in many of the different initiatives that my colleagues, along with others, have supported, some a little bit longer than others. But at the end of the day, we have a great opportunity to do some wonderful things. And fortunately, because of a sense of cooperation, we've been able to do that. In terms of the specific questions and advocacy, I know that the member has a fairly positive relationship with the current Minister of Health, and I'm sure that he'll no doubt have that discussion with him directly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague a very important question. We realize since COVID that it's been challenging out there. Affordability is a big issue. And our government's been focused on supporting Canadians through various programs. And two in which I want to speak of is our Canada Child Benefit, of course, and the Early Years Benefit, which is helping young families as they, prior to entering school and then afterwards, helping them, supporting them. So those are two big programs in my riding. I'd like him to, if he could share how his people in his riding are responding and sharing some feedback on affordability when looking at some of the investments we've put in place to support families. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question because it reminds me that a few weeks back, we actually had the Prime Minister come into Winnipeg North in a local school, Madam Speaker, where the Prime Minister highlighted the school nutrition program. That particular program is going to help somewhere in the neighborhood of 400,000 children that are actually attending school, Madam Speaker. And the response that we had received from the different stakeholders, the province of Manitoba, was absolutely positive and so encouraging. Since 1988, I can recall individuals like Sharon Carstairs, the leader of the Liberal Party back then in the province of Manitoba, talking about children need food in order to be able to appreciate and learn. You can't learn on an empty stomach. She was right back in 1988, and it's here today where we're actually supporting a national level again program that will see more children being fed nutritional food in our schools. That's a positive thing.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will pick up on the answer from my colleague from a few minutes ago. In fact, there are Canadian provinces that don't have or have little coverage for pharmacare. They don't have the infrastructure for dental care. Quebec has both. There is a concept that is the right to opt out with compensation. Why is the federal government refusing to give that right to opt out with compensation to Quebec so that the structures for Quebecers are not doubled, allowing the rest of Canada to have its own structures? Thank you.
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me give a specific example. Provinces come up with great ideas at times, and often you'll see the national government taking a look at that and seeing how it is that we might be able to expand that. A good example of that would be our healthcare system. Saskatchewan came up with a good idea. Ultimately, it was spread across Canada. The province of Quebec had an excellent idea in regards to $10 a day childcare, took that idea, expanded it across the nation. So it increases a sense of fairness and equity for all Canadians.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, carbon pricing. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, the School of Economics is open, and this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is the Dean. What will you learn in this school? Well, you'll learn that budgets balance themselves, that the economy is people and absolutely not numbers, and that somehow raising taxes will put out forest fires. And guess who the newest graduate that just graduated with a PhD is of economics? None other than this out-of-touch Liberal finance minister. She learned things like, once you put Canadians into a cost of living crisis, you can tell them to solve it by canceling their Disney Plus. Or if you can't afford gas, groceries, and home heating because they've raised your carbon tax scam, go buy a bike for yourself, especially those that live in urban Canada, in rural Canada. This is 9 years of this out-of-touch government that's been nothing short of wacko. And their wacko policies are the reason why today we're seeing 2 million Canadians go into a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year, and now we find out that 1 in 4 Canadians are living in poverty. Wacko, extreme, woke policies have put Canadians in this position today. And speaking of schools, schools have students. And today, after 9 years of this government, students are going through a housing hell. In fact, all Canadians are living through housing hell. It's because this government spent $90 billion on housing only to double housing costs. And not only did they do that, housing starts have declined in this country according to their own housing department, the CMHC. Yet they still shovel millions of dollars of bonuses to the same department that caused this issue under one of the most incompetent housing ministers, previously the most incompetent immigration minister in Canadian history. High interest rates are a massive barrier to home builders. This is what we're hearing from everyone that's a home builder, a developer, even someone that just wants to get into home building. But how did we get here? How did interest rates get so high? It's because when this Liberal NDP government spent more than every single government before them combined, they created a cost of living and an inflation crisis. In fact, 40-year highs in inflation happened under them. They had a lot of wasteful spending, and what did that do? That made the Bank of Canada raise interest rates at the most rapid rate in Canadian history. That's why we see that Canada now, according to the IMF, is most at risk for a mortgage default crisis. It's this high rate of interest that's stopping home building. It's putting Canadians in a bind and taking more and more from their paychecks every single month. And now OSFI has testified at Finance Committee warning about a price shock as mortgage renewals could see a 50% increase in prices. You imagine when this finance minister and prime minister told people to go out and borrow as much as they want because interest rates would stay low for a very, very long time. What they didn't know was that this incompetent Liberal NDP government would pour billions and billions of dollars of fuel on the inflationary fire that they started, making those interest rates go up. And now, when people are going to renew their mortgages, they're sometimes renewing at double or triple the rate. That's not what they were promised. They were supposed to have a quote-unquote responsible government. But what they ended up getting was this housing hell, this out-of-debt, high-tax, high-spend government that put them in this position where now we're seeing people with good-paying jobs. We're talking about nurses and teachers living in their cars, and students that have to live under bridges. And in some cases, they're students that are living in 16 people in one small space. It's because this government doubled their rents, doubled their mortgages, and now they're in a housing hell. We also found out that delinquencies are on the rise. And it's because Canadians have to shoulder the burden of 9 years of bad policy making that put them in that position. I recently talked to a single mom in my community who has 3 kids. She said that she had left an abusive relationship, moved out on her own. But of course, she's one of those ones whose rent doubled. It went up. It doubled over the last 9 years, but recently she had a $300 increase in her rent. And for a single mom with 3 kids, it was already hard enough to pay for gas, groceries, and her home heating. So what did she do? She had to move in again with her abusive ex-husband because she just could not afford daycare. She could not afford to buy food. In fact, she was already starting to skip meals. She's one of those 1 in 4 that was experiencing food insecurity. And when I spoke to her, she had the exact same story, that it wasn't like this before. She had done everything right. She came here as an immigrant. She did everything right. She went to school here. She got a job. She had kids. She was married at that time. Yet, all she got was a government that worked against her, that raised her taxes and made her cost of living more and more expensive. And this isn't the only story. This is millions of Canadians that are in this kind of situation, to the point where people are asking, why did we move to this country? And most of them are now thinking about leaving. Last year, more than 400,000 people left Canada. And the top 2 reasons were the high cost of living and because their credentials weren't recognized, especially for those that moved here as immigrants. And what did this government decide to do? They thought it was a brilliant idea to jack up the carbon tax scam. We found out last month, again, that rents are at the highest rate they've ever been before. And on top of that now, when It's these same people these Canadians who are trying to just get to work in their car or trying to buy nutritious meals for their kids and themselves or just to stay warm in the winter. All of those costs went up by 23% because this government jacked up the carbon tax scam 23%. It should be a wake-up call to this out-of-touch government. It should be an absolute wake-up call, the poverty report that came out today, where we now know that we cannot believe anything that comes out of this government's mouth. They didn't tell the truth about how many people were in poverty. That was proven today. And now we find out that 1 in 4 Canadians could possibly be living in poverty. It's unheard of in this country. It was never like this before. It just goes to show that everything that this government has done has made life worse for everyday Canadians. But you hear this government over and over again say, life has never been better for everyone here. Enjoy what you have and enjoy what we give you. The number that we heard today of Canadians in poverty could rise. It rises to 30% for Canadians aged 18 to 30 and to 44.5% for single-parent households, while 42% of renters can't afford 2 or more household essentials. 21.7% of Canadians can't cover an unexpected expense of more than $500, while 8.8% of Canadians can't pay their bills on time. On top of this, 7.2% of Canadians can't afford to heat or cool their homes. The truth is that working Canadians will have to foot the bill for this government's spending once again. And this government talks about tax fairness. Never have Canadians have had a bigger tax burden than after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. Let's start with the carbon tax scam. A scam that they hid from Canadians recently. Madam Speaker, did you know that they had a gag order on the PBO that was asking them to release a report, a damning report, that proved that the carbon tax scam committed $30 billion of economic vandalism. $30 billion that was taken away from the economy, taken away from workers, taken away paychecks from workers, investment into things like equipment and other capital. No wonder Canada's productivity is as worse as it was in 2014. In fact, it's 7 straight quarters of productivity decline. What does that mean? To the average person, that means Canadians are poor. And it's easy to tie that in with the poverty report that we see today. Despite the sunshine that this Liberal NDP government tries to portray with their economic vandalism over the last 9 years, the reality is that Canadians are more poor than they've ever been before, and it's only getting worse. They introduced tax hikes like the carbon tax scam. But the fact that they hid this damning report from their department, and it took the PBO the courage after Conservatives put pressure on to release this report that proves $30 billion was hid of hidden costs of this scam on Canadians. In fact, if it wasn't for the Conservatives putting on pressure and forcing papers to be released, surprise, surprise, the day that the vote was supposed to happen, they released the report. And what do you know? It proved what Canadians already know, that this Prime Minister and the carbon tax scam are not worth the cost. It's raised the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Its costs have gone up because of it to our farmers, to our truckers, and to everyone else. That's why we're seeing this record number of poverty rise in this country. They sold this scam as something that would automatically fix the environment. They tell you that if you pay a little bit more tax, we'll pour it over top of these forest fires and we'll put them out. The reality is that emissions have gone up, that those forest fires haven't gone down. Every claim that this government had that this carbon tax scam was to fix the environment was false. Their own department admitted that they don't tie in how much of this carbon tax scam is related to so-called what they say is it fixes climate change. It doesn't work like that. And that's why they're not tracking it. Even they know it's not worth the cost. Just yesterday, the PBO admitted to our common sense conservatives that the cost of climate change would have no effect on the cost of the carbon tax scam to Canadians. He proved it. You just have to pull up the blues from the committee yesterday, and it's clear to see that they keep jacking up the carbon tax, but it's done nothing to fix the environment. And how embarrassing for a government who claims to be these stalwarts of the economy and environment, but their ranking on climate change index fell. It fell 4 spots, 62 out of 67 on the world stage. But it's on par with this embarrassing Prime Minister that jet sets around the world just to embarrass Canada further. We need serious leadership once again in this country. The PBO also said that Canadians pay more into this tax than what they get back. The claim that 8 out of 10 Canadians get more back in rebates than what they pay into it is false. And the PBO proved that over and over again. Carbon tax scam 1, which the PBO did costing on and an analysis on, proves that a majority of Canadians, 6 out of 10 households, are worse off because of this scam than what they pay into it or what they get back in rebates. And there's another part to this whole thing. It's called Carbon Tax Scam 2, the Clean Fuel Regulation. That has 0 rebate, and it affects every single Canadian in every province. And the PBO yesterday admitted to me that if a majority of Canadian households are worse off with Carbon Tax Scam 1 that has these phony rebates in it, then when you factor in Carbon Tax Scam number 2 that has no rebates on it, overall, a majority of households are still worse off. So their claim that it leaves Canadians better off is false, and it keeps getting proven wrong over and over again. And then on top of all of that, they introduce a job-killing capital gains tax hike, which is a direct attack on hardworking farmers, fishermen, physicians, tradespeople, home builders, and of course small business owners. Just today we heard from a plumber at Finance Committee talking about how his small business is his retirement savings. He didn't put money into RRSPs, and he doesn't have a pension because he put all his time, effort, and money into his business. He admits he's not rich. He's not one of the ultra-rich that this government keeps talking about. He did everything right. He worked as hard as he could to leave something for his kids and his grandkids and their kids after that. But on par with this Liberal NDP government, hard work is punished in this country. I know many people that live in Calgary Forest Lawn that left the countries where they were from, took this big risk to come here. They took the risk because they wanted to come to a country that they were promised that if you worked hard, you could make something of yourself and leave something for your kids. But after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government's failed economic policies, that Canadian dream that they were promised is broken. It's gone. That's why 9 out of 10 young people say they've lost the dream of home ownership. That's why 2 million Canadians are going into a food bank in a single month, and there's people living in their cars with good jobs or living in tents. And they have a government that won't stop attacking their success. In fact, they vilify success. Any type of profit, this greedy government, will do anything to fill its coffers, and in fact, the only people they really care about are rich Liberal insiders like the $22 billion in consultant fees that they pay. Not all Canadians are well connected like that. They wish they were, but this government is doing everything they can to work against hard-working Canadians. We heard from a farmer today who all he wanted to do was work hard, make food for Canadians, and leave his farm for his 4 daughters. But once again, this job-killing capital gains tax hike will ensure that less will go to his kids and their kids, and more will go to this greedy government. As I mentioned before, Canada is in a productivity crisis. GDP per person has gone down. That is literally the definition of how successful people are in this country, and it's gone down, and it continues to go down. In fact, this government drove away $460 billion of investment to the U.S. They made sure that U.S. workers are getting paid better than Canadians. That means for every 58 cents of investment in a Canadian worker, that's what Canadian workers get for every dollar of investment that goes to an American worker. They've driven it all out with their high tax, high spend ideology that's driven away investment and workers from this country. And what did that do? That made talent leave as well. And with that, it made Canadians poor. But let me tell Canadians something. Hope is on the horizon. Because it wasn't like this before this Liberal NDP government, and it won't be like that after they're gone. Because after the next carbon tax election, when the member of Carleton becomes the Prime Minister of this country, Canadians will get what they deserve and what they've been promised by this common sense Conservative government. We're going to axe the tax. We're going to take the tax off for good and for everybody to bring down the cost of grass, groceries, and home heating. We're going to build the homes by incentivizing municipalities to build, build, build. We are going to fix the budget, and we're going to bring in a dollar for dollar law. And indeed, we're going to make sure that income taxes are lower, simpler, and fair for all Canadians, and not punish hard work like we've seen under this government. And we're going to stop the crime. We've seen drugs, disorder, chaos all across this country increase. We're going to put an end to that. And Madam Speaker, we're going to bring home that Canadian dream once again, that if you put in hard work, you will be able to accomplish great things. We're going to bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and his speech. And he talked a lot about 2 issues that I'm concerned about, is affordability, of course, and housing. And our government has been focused, of course, in the last number of years on key issues for families and supporting Canadians. So I'm wondering if he's saying that we have affordability problem, we got housing problem, crisis, etc. Why? Madam Speaker, I ask him, why are they voting against all the good programs that we're bringing forward? Dental program, voting against. Farmer care, voting against. The early years, voting against. The Canada Child Benefit, voting against. So when he talks about axing the tax, what he's actually saying to Canadians, when we take power, if we take power, we're going to axe all those programs, and it's easy to understand because they're voting against it, which means they are not in favor of them. So I'd like him to tell me and tell Canadians, is he going to axe all those good programs or not? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, let me start by saying when we form government, Canadians will be able to realize the Canadian dream. And he's asking why did we vote against some of those measures. Well, it's clear to see we don't want to be complicit in the economic vandalism of this Liberal NDP government after the last 9 years that sent 2 million Canadians into a food bank, that made 1 in 4 go into poverty. We're not gullible like the NDP that need to protect our leaders' pension like they keep doing by propping up this government. We're going to do what's right for Canadians. We're going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime and bring back that Canadian dream.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Madam Speaker, the measures in C-69 are full of jurisdictional interference, housing, health, education, the banking sector. the epitome of fiscal imbalance. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
Well, my colleague makes it very clear that after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, everything is broken. Everything he's listing is just a list of the things that this government has done, where we see that Confederation is also more broken than it ever has been before, because this divisive Prime Minister has pitted region against region, sector against sector, Canadians against Canadians. But that's what he wants. He rules by dividing, and then he deflects and blames. We're going to bring home a country that's more united.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I had the benefit of being in the same Finance Committee meeting as my honourable colleague this morning, where I heard the same evidence about the capital gains inclusion rates. And of course, most of what my honourable colleague has just said in here was simply contradicted by the evidence, including that there's zero evidence that the capital gains inclusion will have any benefit or, negative effect on job creation in this country. But my question is this. He seems to be opposed to the raising of the capital gains inclusion rate. I'm wondering if he can explain why it was the Mulroney Conservative government who raised the capital gains inclusion rate in 1988 from 50% to 66 2/3%, and then again in 1990 to 75%. Were the Conservatives wrong about the capital gains inclusion rate then, or are they wrong now?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
First of all, that member was in the committee when a small business owner, a plumber, who did everything right, that worked as hard as he could to leave something for his kids and their kids behind. But this capital gains tax is going to punish all that hard work. And this member sat there, and yet he would rather listen to Liberal NDP paid economists and not everyday hard-working Canadians. That's a problem with this government. They keep propping up this Prime Minister to protect their leader's pension, all at the expense of the suffering of Canadians. And second of all, let me remind that member, when John Manley, who was the finance minister under the Liberals, reduced the capital gains tax to 50%, what ended up happening? Well, productivity went up. Government revenues went up. You know why? Because it helped stimulate the economy once again.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently both to the member's speech as well as the last two NDP Liberal MPs who asked questions. And the funny thing is they complain about when the Conservatives attain government that we will cut their great programs like the Green Slush Fund, where that $1 billion, almost $400 million has gone to conflicted directors-owned companies. I'm wondering if the member could expound on the other great Liberal programs that have resulted in this kind of corruption that the Conservatives will end when we assume power.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, first of all, we're going to cut the number of Liberal seats in this House when we form government. That's the first thing we'll cut. And of course, we're going to axe the tax. We're going to cut the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. And indeed, we will cut out the corruption. My friend, who's a great hockey player, I will admit, highlighted just one piece of a plethora of corruption that we've seen under this government. The WE scandal, this Green Slush Fund, which is growing in scandal every single day, who him and other members are doing a great job of highlighting. But we're also going to cut out this infrastructure bank that's built exactly 0 projects. It's a $30 billion program. It's built 0 projects, yet shoveled millions of dollars to Liberal-connected insiders. This is the kind of corruption we're going to cut under a common-sense Conservative government once a member for Carleton becomes Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting the finance critic for the Conservative Reform Party says that they're going to cut the infrastructure bank. And he's just reaffirming a policy that we know. But my question for him is that, is the member aware of the many projects that are taking place in his home province? One of the examples would be the investments in irrigation, which is helping farmers diversify. And I know, Liberals have continuously been there to advocate for farmers, and the farmers would actually be fairly disappointed in the Conservatives not recognizing the importance of irrigation in the province of Manitoba. Why does the Conservative Party oppose that particular program?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
It's a little bit rich coming from the most anti-Alberta government in Canadian history. We thought Trudeau 1 was bad, but under this Prime Minister, we've never seen such brazen attacks on the hardworking people from my province. The greatest province in this country, Alberta, has come from this Prime Minister. The attacks don't stop, whether it's on our province, on our energy sector, on our farmers, and everyday hardworking Canadians. I don't think there's any Canadian today that can trust this government that whatever they're doing is in the best interest of Canadians. And we recently saw that with the carbon tax scam, where the Environment Minister, who is probably one of the most anti-Alberta ministers that I've ever seen, hid a report that proved to Canadians that there's a $30 billion carbon tax loss to the economy, to workers. They did everything they could to hide that report. So I don't know anyone that can trust that this government is doing anything for the best interest for Canada or for Canadians.
The
Honourable Member for Shepard. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In his speech, my colleague talked about, he talked about housing. Madam Speaker, right now, there's a trend both on the Liberal side and on the conservative side. It's like a coalition to try to interfere in the areas of jurisdiction of Quebec in housing. The bill, Madam Speaker, from the opposition leader has tried to download the bill to cities to find solutions for housing. And so that's why Quebec wants an unconditional transfer of funding.
Well, let me just correct the record first. The only coalition is the carbon tax coalition of the Liberals, NDP, and the Bloc. There is no way we would be complicit in any way, like the Bloc has been, in making sure that housing costs have doubled. That's not something that we were complicit in. And I will tell you that our common sense plan to fix the housing crisis in this country will do just that. We will bring up the supply by incentivizing municipalities to build, and stop the gatekeeping.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Bill C-69 is an omnibus budget implementation bill that creates or amends 67 different acts. The government had promised not to bring that type of thing back, and yet it did. And it continues to do so. C-69 enacts, among other things, the Consumer-Driven Banking Act, which makes the federal government exclusively responsible for regulating this sector, with the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada serving as the regulator. We called on the government to take this division out of C-69 and fix its flaws over the summer, and to come back to us in the fall with a framework that does not give Bay Street an undue advantage over other financial institutions, and that respects Quebec's and the province's jurisdiction, and that delegates the administration of the framework to an appropriate agency. And, Madam Speaker, the government has just voted against this request. The government does a bad job, it doesn't listen, it's partisan, and it harms Quebec, and that's why we're going to be voting against its bill.
I would like to talk a bit about an open financial system, give you a bit of context. As we know, most financial services are handled by financial institutions with whom we deal directly. As institutions are legally and financially responsible in cases of data fraud or data theft, they guard our data jealously. In an open system, they would have to share our information with digital platforms so we could access our own data with a single click. In an open system, financial institutions would be financial product manufacturers in a way, whereas technological businesses, they wouldn't necessarily offer financial products, but they would be intermediaries and data aggregators. For this to happen, we need oversight. Because currently, these businesses, these fintech businesses, they've started developing, but they're in a legal gray area. They're not being regulated. There's no oversight, so they are developing through the back door. Users are giving their own personal identifiers to fintech companies. Then the applications go into our account. They sweep to extract data and store the data. Financial institutions' secure networks are regularly visited by people who are not in finance, and that makes these networks vulnerable. More and more of these schemes are developing, which increases the risk. Now, there's not much risk if you have an aggregator scanning public data to, for example, tell us the mortgage rate of all financial institutions. But when an aggregator is collecting our personal data to give us a full picture of our financial situation, that is more dangerous when it comes to protection of personal and private data, especially financial data. And the application can be used to do transactions, which means that there can be orders, online orders, and then there's a whole nother level of risk, which is the risk of fraud. If there are many orders done quickly with the help of artificial intelligence systems, then that could totally destabilize all of our financial institutions. And what about the principle that we need to know our client? How can a financial institution know its client when the intermediary is an app? The bottom line is that we need oversight and regulation. There need to be clear requirements and duties. Madam Speaker, as you know, the financial sector is shared jurisdiction provincially and federally. Financial institutions which are not banks, for example, credit co-ops, trust corporations, and so on, those are handled by Quebec and the provinces. Financial intermediary, like brokers and financial counselors, are under the responsibility of Quebec and the provinces. Currently, in the finance sector, there are financial intermediaries. In all that, there are a few possible models. First, Interac. The Interac system allows exchanges between institutions and allows us to use our debit cards everywhere. Interac was created by financial institutions themselves. The businesses agreed on one shared type of technology and on standards to protect the safety of transactions. Shared standards and rules regulate the system. That was the approach taken in the United Kingdom and in Canada, and this is the approach that was favored by the Open Banking System Committee in recent years. Because in this case, both governments retain their regulation powers, and in open banking, there is no transfer of power. But the disadvantage is that it's self-regulated. So there can be a prioritization of development of the sector rather than protection of private and personal data. Banks, which first supported regulating themselves, realized that legislators would not agree to that and that cooperation would be a more realistic approach. There's a second approach that we like best, and that is for values. It's provincial and federal. The Supreme Court also recognize jurisdiction over systemic risks to the financial sector. In Quebec, we have a regulator of financial markets so that businesses can have earnings and those earnings can be recorded and registered. there was coordination. So Quebec's law is similar to the federal law, which is similar to all provincial laws, and the same goes for all laws regulating real estate transactions. Quebec's law is stricter in some ways. For example, in Quebec, we require a French version of everything at the AMF. Other provinces do not require that, but everyone must uphold shared standards. Now, for years, as you know, the federal government wanted to centralize this through one committee and concentrate the entire financial sector in Toronto, to the detriment of Montreal in particular. Quebec and the Quebec business community have always opposed it. The Bloc Québécois pulled off something in 2021. We were able to amend a budget implementation bill to close the federal office responsible for creating the Single Securities Commission. That was quite a success for us in committee. And thanks to this, the model of cooperation between governments, which survived repeated assaults by the federal government, is perpetuated and works well. As I was saying, the securities model is the approach that my party and I prefer for open banking. C69, in C69, Ottawa shows unilateralism and centralization. As I was saying earlier, in C69 enacts the Consumer-Oriented Banking Act, under which the federal government alone would regulate the sector, and the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada would act as regulator. That is problematic, because the agency is not at all qualified to do so. Since fintech companies do not fall under federal jurisdiction, Ottawa has chosen to regulate them indirectly by regulating the way in which banks will be able to do business with them. In plain English, C69 provides that banks and other financial institutions under federal jurisdiction will be covered by the new law. They will be required to cooperate with financial technology companies, but will only be able to do so in accordance with federal regulations and standards. Non-federal institutions, well, they're left in the lurch. They will be able to join voluntarily if they obtain the approval of their province, which will then have to waive the application of its own laws to the part of their activities that falls within the scope of open banking. For the moment, C69 does not concern insurers because of the sensitivity of the medical data they have, or intermediaries such as brokers, but it is likely that the framework will extend to them eventually. The precise rules and standards applicable to the sector, notably in terms of consumer protection and financial responsibility, will be set out in another bill scheduled for the fall. But the decision to make this a federal bill, to make this only federal, is being made now in Bill C69. Tangibly speaking, the Quebec Consumer Protection Act, or the Quebec Privacy Act, could cease to apply to all financial institutions for their activities related to open financial services. That's major. The impact of exclusively federal open banking on the prudential obligations of Quebec's financial institutions, as enacted by the AMF, is unclear at this point, as we are about to start third reading of, as we're at third reading of the bill in this place. Now, in addition to transferring legislative power from Quebec to Ottawa, C69 puts Quebec institutions at a disadvantage as compared with federal institutions. While banks would only have one set of regulations to follow, an institution like Desjardins would find itself, as a result of this bill, dealing with two governments. They'd be right in the middle. They would deal with the Quebec government for general operations and the federal government for technological interactions with customers. This is nonsense. Being subject to two orders of uncoordinated regulation could be downright dysfunctional and could put banks in an outrageously disadvantaged situation as compared to cooperatives and trust companies. And, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as we proceed to private members' business, what time will we be starting private members' business, Madam Speaker? Now! The honourable member will have 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining when the subject returns before the House.
Sorry, 8:30. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, Bill S-224, the name of Mr. Carey, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking in persons. Report stage, we're resuming debate on motions in group number 1.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Bloc Leader's Office told me that I would be making a speech today to speak to S-224, I thought it was a joke. But no, it was not a joke. I will indeed be speaking to S-224. Madam Speaker, S-224 is quite simple because it contains only one section. We worked very hard in committee, we heard witnesses, and we decided to repeal the section in question and the title of the bill. So all we have left now is S-224. Now, what are my thoughts on the number of the bill? Well, it reminds me of a few memories of mine. So originally, this bill sought to better protect sex workers by protecting them against human trafficking. But the challenge, the obstacle that we always come up against when we try to define a concept is that what we don't include in the definition has many more consequences than what we do include in the definition. So how it ended up is that rather than trying to amend the definition, witnesses informed us that the bill, not only would it not help, but it would also harm by risking amalgamating sex work and human trafficking. Ms. Lam, Director General of the Canadian Alliance for Reforming Sex Work, told us on June 12, 2023, if S-224 passes, then anyone who helps sex workers remain safe will be accused of human trafficking. People will be too afraid to be associated with sex work. That would make sex workers even more isolated and vulnerable. End of quote. This quote summarizes the massive obstacle we came up against. The Bloc Québécois moved an amendment containing a definition that considered the comments we'd heard from witnesses. We tried to better define what it means when one person exploits another's, but unfortunately, our amendment was rejected in committee. So here we are with this empty bill. Now, I could speak at length about the advantages of the legislative definition, but I'll be told that I'm wasting your time, Madam Speaker. So, with your permission, I will conclude my remarks now. We shouldn't give up on this legislation. I do think it's important to protect sex workers. As for human trafficking, we must ban it. We need to ban that and combat it as much as we can. But we need to do our homework more thoroughly. We need to ensure that we are properly defining these concepts. We need to ensure that our definitions are more helpful than harmful. So that's that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
The honourable for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in the House today in full support of Bill S-224 in its original form. I want to commend my colleague, the member from Oshawa, for his hard work, his tireless advocacy on behalf of human trafficking victims. I consider him to be a friend and a mentor, in addition to being my neighbor, and I have seen the hard work he has put in to fighting for victims of crime and trying to get all parties on board with a common sense idea to hold offenders who commit the crime of human trafficking to a higher standard than we hold the victims. Unfortunately, this bill has been attacked by the Liberal government with an amendment that not only hollows it out and guts it, but goes so far as to actually delete all of the contents of the legislation, making it meaningless and also making the bill ineffective in challenging the status quo. Unfortunately, this is on brand for the Liberal Party of Canada to disrespect victims of crime, to maintain a status quo of chaos and disorder, and not stand up for those who are suffering from the way the justice system currently operates. The Liberal Party of Canada does not support victims of human trafficking, just as they do not support victims of all crimes. It is not a government interested in serving the interests of law-abiding citizens, but is more concerned with being easy on criminals. Undermining Bill S-224 is completely on brand because we know how little they care about victims of crime. And I can go over the record. Liberal bail policies, for example, have turned courthouses into turnstile houses. Police officers work very, very hard in our communities to make arrests, to enforce the law, and to keep our communities safe, only to see those who they arrest released back into the community to commit the same crimes over and over again. Catch and release bail policies have contributed to a spike in all sorts of crimes across Canada, from auto theft to violent crime, and are contributing to a system of chaos and disorder. We have also seen the Liberal government's approach to enforcing drug laws. Certainly, Madam Speaker, you would recall that in British Columbia we saw the results of a sadistic experiment to legalize hard drugs, further promoting chaos and disorder. And of course, we have the judge shortage problem. We have seen that this government is not interested in appointing enough judges to ensure that we have a functional justice system. Long delays have caused cases of violent crime to be thrown out of the courts. And I ask anyone hearing my words, just imagine being a law-abiding citizen. You do everything that you've been asked to do. You go to school, you get a job, you pay your taxes, you contribute to this country. And a crime is committed against you or your family. The system that you pay into does not have your back. In fact, it is so ineffective that the person who committed the crime against you never has to face consequences for his or her actions. That is the system of chaos and disorder that we have under this Liberal government. Because again, it does not have the backs of law-abiding citizens. Instead, it is concerned with being easy on criminals. The system of chaos and disorder is the status quo under the current Prime Minister. And the reality is that by opposing Bill S-224, by putting forward an amendment that renders it absolutely meaningless, the Liberal government is clinging to the status quo. They are clinging to the chaos and disorder that they have caused. You know, the crime of human trafficking is a particularly heartbreaking one. It exploits the most vulnerable people in our communities. And for those of us from Ontario, it hits close to home. From 2012 to 2022, 2/3 of the human trafficking cases reported across Canada occurred in Ontario. The 401 highway corridor has become a hub for trafficking crimes, and it is fair for Canadians to expect some action from the government to address these concerns. We have heard from police officers who are frustrated with the status quo, police officers who have said quite openly that it makes it harder for them to do their jobs. I'd like to quote a member of the Durham Regional Police Service, who I'm fortunate enough to say serves my home community of Durham. And the Detective Constable Jeff Tucker said, and I quote, "There is a lack of understanding for the victims. The victims are re-traumatized every time they have to testify over and over again. The criminal justice system provides more rights to the accused than the victims. Victims are not protected by the system, only criminals." This is a very serious problem, and it's not hard to see why police officers would be disappointed with the status quo that we have. Currently, under the law, only 8% of human trafficking offenders are convicted, and Bill S-224 in its original form sought to solve this problem. The justice system is broken, to put it bluntly, and it's not hard to figure out who is responsible. The Liberal Prime Minister, in power for 9 years, is responsible. Despite all his efforts to claim no responsibility for his own actions, he has broken the justice system, and a course correction is necessary. I would like to use my time to share the perspective of the mother of a human trafficking victim. Linda Harlos has been a champion for Bill S-224 in its original form. Linda is an advocate in the fight against human trafficking, the founder of the organization Parent with Purpose, where she's a sex trafficking and abuse prevention educator, and shares her story of being the mother of a sex trafficking survivor. Linda writes, "In the current global landscape, the question is not if a child will be targeted for exploitation, but when. We must ask ourselves, are our protocols robust enough to prevent them from becoming victims, and if they do, to ensure justice is served? Every night I lay my head on my pillow, tormented by the knowledge that my naivety led to my daughter's trafficking. Can you, as policymakers and leaders, rest easy without feeling shame or guilt, knowing that justice remains out of reach for her due to a lack of proof for her suffering? Was she expected to photograph the moment she was being waterboarded for not complying with a client's demands? Should she have documented her trafficker threatening her son's life as retribution for her refusal to allow further abuse? In a household of 3 women, 2 have endured repeated sexual assault, yet these incidents remain unreported. Why? Because we are painfully aware that current laws will re-victimize us without delivering justice. My daughter would willingly face re-victimization if there were any hope that justice would prevail. While local organizations excel at addressing victims' basic needs, they fall short in securing justice. The solution is straightforward. Punish those who exploit our children and the perpetrators who buy from them, not the victims. It is imperative that we strengthen our legal frameworks to protect and deliver justice for the most vulnerable among us. I thank Linda for her work and for her advocacy. I thank all of the people who stood up in support of victims of violent crime, including the member for Oshawa, who has been a tireless advocate. And I would say that members of this House have an important decision to make. Will they support Bill S-224 in its original form, or will they allow a Liberal amendment to continue promoting chaos and disorder across our country? It should be a no-brainer. It should be very obvious that change is needed and that the course correction of this country is in the hands of its leaders to listen to the people of Canada. I leave that on the conscience of all members of this House, and I thank you for giving me the chance to speak in support of victims' rights.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready to decide on the motion?
Oui?
Yes?
The House ready for the question? The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 2. Motion number 1, Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Motts, move that Bill S-224 be amended by restoring the long title as follows: an act to amend the criminal code trafficking in persons.
If a member participating in person.
Sorry, the Government House Leader?
We would request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 19, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on the point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were at Canvas House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call at 6:30 so we can get on to government orders.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, Bill C-69, Budget Implementation Act 2024, third reading stage.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. After the break, we're back to talk about C-69. I will be focusing on the section on the federal open banking part that centralizes powers. As I was saying before the break, we know that banks under federal jurisdiction would only have one regulation to follow with this bill, and institutions under provincial jurisdiction would be between two governments. For Desjardins, be the Government of Quebec for its general functioning and the federal government for its technological interactions with its clients. Having two levels of regulations that are not coordinated could be dysfunctional and put banks in a situation that is a big advantage over credit unions and different types in that category. Why always advantage Bay Street? It's unacceptable. So C-69 presents Quebec with a conundrum where all options are bad. We can refuse to adhere to the federal framework, and then our institutions remain locked in the 20th century while their federal competitors enter the technological 21st century. We can accept that our financial institutions enter the federal framework, but then Quebec would have to give up applying its own laws to all activities related to the open financial system, especially with the civil code and consumer protection. It's unacceptable. Then there's the worst case scenario. An institution like Desjardins could, to ensure its survival in the face of federal competitors, choose to cease being a Quebec institution under the Quebec Credit Union Act and become a federal institution under the Cooperative Bank Act. Trust companies would face the same choice. And then, as the open financial system threatens to expand into insurance, all our insurance companies could go federal. That's what's at stake in C-69. And then, if this worst-case scenario comes true, the entire financial sector will be completely outside Quebec's jurisdiction for all its activities. This is a serious threat to Montreal's financial sector. In short, by using its power over the banks to regulate all the companies that interact with them, Ottawa is attempting to oust Quebec and the provinces from the world of finance, something it failed to do when it tried to regulate securities. So the way forward, Madam Speaker. Rather than taking the unilateral, centralizing route, Ottawa should have opted for cooperation. Convene a federal-provincial meeting of finance ministers to work on the open financial system. Attempt to emerge with a joint declaration by which governments would announce their intention to develop a common regulatory approach with a clear deadline, for example, 2025. This could include setting up a federal-provincial coordination office, send a clear message to all financial institutions, not just banks, agree on a common technology, there could be a secure information transfer protocol, etc., because open banking is coming. Get to work on common regulations, so accreditation rules for fintech, security standards, clarification of financial responsibilities, consumer and data protection, etc. We've asked the government to withdraw the section on open banking, which centralizes this sector solely at the federal level, to take a few months to coordinate with the various players in the provinces, and then to come back to us in the fall with a framework that respects the different jurisdictions and does not penalize institutions under provincial jurisdiction. This government has refused our proposal, and we are going to have to build this new system on very shaky foundations. Another concern, in C69, the government entrusts the management of the framework to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, an organization that does mainly financial education and has no expertise whatsoever on this. In committee, the agency acknowledged that it had no expertise in sharing financial data to minimize the obvious cybersecurity risks. It also told us that it currently has no plan to develop the expertise needed to oversee the security aspect of open banking. We also asked a number of questions. The agency said it was unable to answer them. For example, as financial technology companies are not banks, they do not fall under federal jurisdiction. Did the government obtain the consent of the provinces, particularly Quebec, which has its own civil laws, before introducing this bill? Unable to answer. During the briefing session on the Notice of Ways and Means that preceded the bill, I understood that financial institutions under provincial jurisdiction could adhere to the federal framework if they so wished, as long as the province gave its assent and waived its right to regulate open banking activities itself. Is this the case? Unable to answer. Another question, which provincial laws should give way to federal ones? Unable to answer that. Who will certify technology companies? Ottawa or the Autorité des marchés financiers for Quebec? Unable to answer. Will Quebec's Consumer Protection Act apply to open banking activities? Unable to answer. In the event of fraud or damage, will it be possible to file a lawsuit or a class action under the Civil Code or the Consumer Protection Act against a financial technology company? Unable to answer that again. Will the sharing of financial responsibilities between the financial institution and the technology company require changes to the prudential standards of financial institutions? Will the Autorité des marchés financiers have to change its rules to comply with the federal framework? Once again, Madam Speaker, unable to answer. This is not surprising. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada is not well positioned to manage this framework and learned that it was given this role when? Only the day before the budget was tabled. This is totally amateur from the government. So, Madam Speaker, in order to avoid a catastrophe or a dangerous exercise in backpedaling, we ask the government to withdraw this section of C69. Our proposal was to do our homework better and propose a good bill this fall. The government refuses to do so, so we will oppose this bad law, which puts all of this sector on a bad foundation. It's unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate a number of the comments the member is mentioning, but I can also understand why it is through technological changes, advancement in terms of webs, designs, and how the banks do need, and I should say the consumers do rely more and more on internet-type banking. The question I have for the member is, more so, it's in listening to him, he gives the impression that the reason why they're voting against this budget bill is because of that specific issue. Is my interpretation right, or is there other aspects to the legislation that the member opposes?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comment and question. This is a major problem for us in this bill. Of course, this bill, 600 plus pages, amending many acts. There are good things in it, there are bad things in it. An example of something good, well, changing the rules to better tax companies that artificially put their profits in tax havens. That's good. The $11 billion that goes to the oil sector to produce hydrogen, that's a subsidy custom made for the oil industry. That's not a plan for climate change, so we're against that. But for us, and I took a lot of time to talk about open banking because it's significant. It's significant for Quebec, for Montreal, for our financial institutions like Desjardins. So it's unacceptable, and I denounce once again the lack of responsiveness from the government when it comes to helping Bay Street against competition in the financial sector. The government seems to be ready to do anything for Bay Street banks. That's unacceptable. That needs to change. the framework won't be put in place before next fall. Why not take the summer to coordinate finally and to have a solid foundation rather than a shaky, poorly managed framework? This is going to be a catastrophe. Questions and comments. Members must be at their seats to be able to ask questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. And sincerely, once again, I have the impression that from the government, we are seeing an nth attempt to make us poorer, to interfere in what is most dear to us in our fields of jurisdiction. And I know in 2021, securities and the symbolism that has for Quebec, does he want to tell us more about that? But in the financial sector, the government and even the opposition say they are champions for the economy, but they forget there are so many improvements to be made. And here I'm thinking of another aspect. So regarding securities, and then now capital gains, we had intelligent proposals, but once again, there's no response from the government. I'd like him to tell us a little bit about that. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend, the member for Shefford, for her comment. Regarding capital gains, that comes into place on June 25th, but the bill doesn't exist yet. We're told there will be a pre-bill at the end of July that will be tabled and debated and studied in the House this fall only. We intend to propose amendments to improve it at that time so that the principle that millionaires pay higher taxes than people in the middle class, well, it's not the case currently, but that collateral victims be better protected than in what we're expecting now. Regarding the question of financial institutions of Quebec, the Quebec model for that, for securities, for open banking, which is in question here, while this symbolism is important, the government recognizes the nation of Quebec symbolically, but for us it's more than a symbol. Over 100,000 well-paid jobs around Montreal's financial sector and all of the expertise that goes with that, with insurance as well. We don't want to be at the mercy of the power corporations, the Sun Lifes, or Canada Life. We've seen how that's not working well. Quebec has expertise in the financial sector and insurance. We want to maintain that. And the federal framework allows it, but the desire to centralize too much by this government or different governments we have here is dangerous, and we always have to fight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I just want to say I am really privileged to serve on the Finance Committee with my honourable colleague, and I want to thank him for all of his excellent contributions at committee. My question to him is on the capital gains exclusion issue, which is not covered by this bill, but as he points out, will be coming in legislation to this House sometime soon. He heard evidence today that suggested that when the Conservatives raised the capital gains inclusion rate in Canada in 1988 and 1990 from 50% to 66.6% to 75%, there was no real material effect on investment by businesses. It didn't have any negative effect necessarily on their investment in machinery equipment, nor has there been an increase in that investment as capital gains has come down since year 2000. In other words, he heard evidence that there's no real relationship between the capital gains inclusion rate and investment by business. I'm wondering if he can tell the House what his thoughts are after hearing that evidence.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, with whom I also have the pleasure and privilege of serving on the Finance Committee. We sit next to each other, and I think we've learned to work well together, and that's a great privilege. I raised the matter earlier today at committee. The paradox is that it's the Conservatives who had increased the inclusion rate for capital gains to 75%. The Liberals lowered it to 50%, and now the roles are reversed. The Liberals want to increase it to 2/3, and the Conservatives are tearing their shirts. For the economic impact, I'm not yet a specialist. The IMF has said that if there is an impact, it would be limited. But for tax fairness, I think regarding the principle, it's something important to put in place. Yet, there are a lot of concerns for people who aren't in the 1% of the wealthiest who would be selling an apartment building to take their retirement. That's a model that is common in Quebec, so we want to study the coming bill to see what's in it and to better protect the collateral victims. That might be possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Séance de commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-L'Île.
Oui. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech, Madam Speaker. And this is a major interference in the financial services and firms of Quebec. So how does my colleague think that the financial sector of Quebec is going to react to this bill? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from La Pointe-de-L'Île. He's also a good friend. Yes, it is indeed. This is genuine interference in provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. For example, Desjardins came to testify at committee, and it raised many concerns, many major concerns, because once again, regardless of which party is in power, the government always works for Bay Street to the detriment of other financial hubs like Montreal and other Quebec companies. If the government had just a little bit of respect for the federative formula of the country right now, it would never dare to interfere in this way. That's all we're asking the government to do, is to respect our areas of jurisdiction. They just stick to the dream of John A. Macdonald of the Confederation. But that's not how it works these days. The compromise was a federation where each and every government are all sovereign in their areas of jurisdiction, and instead of properly managing the problem, this government tries to circumvent the problem and intervene in provincial areas of jurisdiction, and it's as if they don't respect the specific nature of Quebec, even though it has been recognized by this House. And this is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard earlier my colleague referred to the capital gains tax, and earlier I heard the leader of the official opposition. I heard this earlier this week. He said it was impossible to amend the bill in committee, and I was a bit confused because the leader of the official opposition has been a member of Parliament for 20 years. So, to my understanding, is it possible that the leader of the official opposition doesn't know how a bill works? I'd like to hear from my colleague on that, please. The Honourable Member for Jonquière, of Joliette, a brief response, please. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was with the current leader of the official opposition on the Finance Committee, so he knows very well that we can't present amendments, and so that was a barefaced lie. Resuming debate.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak to budget, the budget bill, Bill C-69, here in the House today. Madam Speaker, I think budgets are an opportunity for us to examine the values that we have as a nation. To many people in this House, government can be a force for good, but to others, I'm thinking of my Conservative colleagues, they view government as something to be feared, something to be shrunk, something to be incapacitated. To us, on the New Democrat side, we believe that government plays a vital role in Canadian society to deliver services that Canadians individually cannot, and that the market also is unable to provide. Whereas others in this House, and again I think of my Conservative colleagues, believe that individuals ought to be left to fend largely for themselves, to sink or swim as they may. On this side of the House, in the New Democrat caucus, we believe that government can be a force to build a fairer, more equal society. Others in this House don't share that value. They believe that politics is a dynamic that exacerbates division or that aggrandizes differences. For us in the New Democratic Party, we believe that good politics focuses on what is working well in society, and we look for ways that we can harness optimism and collective strength to make things better. Others in this House, and again I look across the way to my Conservative colleagues, they sell a line to Canadians that everything is broken, exploiting fear and insecurity. Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of President Joe Biden's famous dictum that he actually stated well before he was ever president, where he said, "Don't tell me your values." He said, "Show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values." Well, I think this budget provides a great opportunity to show Canadians what the various values are of the various parties in this House. Now, New Democrats know that millions of Canadians are really struggling right now from coast to coast to coast. The cost of living is up dramatically. It's getting much harder to pay the rent, the mortgage if you're lucky enough to own a house, to buy food and pay your bills. Yet at the same time, we know that large corporations and the well-off in this country are doing better than ever in some cases. There are certain sectors like the oil and gas sector and the grocery sector that are making record profits. Profits higher than they've ever made in the history of their operating in this country. While at the same time, often gouging Canadians with sky-high prices, either at the pumps or in the grocery aisles. Even with corporate profits soaring, the investment of the business community in this country and in Canadian workers, in machinery and equipment, in technology, and in the Canadian economy is declining. Major shareholders and top executives are often reaping enormous benefits without the promised trickle down to workers, communities, and consumers that right-wing economists promised us some 30 to 40 years ago. Now, the New Democrat caucus has used our power in this minority parliament to deliver results for people. In this budget alone, we have compelled our partners in the Liberal government to build more homes, to preserve existing affordable housing, and to protect renters. We used our power to bring in universal single-payer pharmacare, setting the stage for the biggest expansion of our healthcare system in a generation, starting with contraception and diabetes medication and devices.
Amazing.
We pushed to establish a groundbreaking national school food program. We're the only country of the G7, one of only a handful of countries in the industrialized world that does not have some form of universal access to school nutrition, something that hurts our kids and puts an added cost on families who are struggling to pay their bills. This budget reverses damaging cuts to Indigenous services. It invests in accessible, high-quality, nonprofit childcare. It establishes a dedicated youth mental health fund. Madam Speaker, this is the work of New Democrats who used our values to try to bring in policies and programs and to allocate resources to Canadians in need in this country. To us, we didn't sit and just tell Canadians that we think everything's broken. We rolled up our sleeves and came up with policies that will make things better for Canadians. Now, my colleagues on the Conservative side of the House have done none of this, but instead just preach a narrative that everything's broken and that nothing can be done about it.
So sad.
That's not a value that we share. Now, while these achievements illustrate in part what a New Democrat government could accomplish, this 2024 budget does not fully reflect our party's vision. This is not an NDP budget, but it's a budget that was influenced by the NDP. Likewise, Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act, includes many positive measures that the NDP was able to compel the Liberals to implement. However, we want to underscore that this legislation does have several shortcomings. There is much, much more, in our view, that the federal government can do to make life easier for people and to provide opportunities for generations to come. New Democrats will not stop working to deliver results for people. Now, I just want to talk briefly about some of these positive aspects. The National School Food Program will be in place as early as this fall and help some 400,000 children access food that they need to grow up healthy. This is an important first step towards establishing a national program that we hope and envision will provide universal access to nutritious food for all elementary students, some 2.8 million kids in this country in grades 1 to 8. Across Canada, nearly 1 in 4 children do not get enough food, and more than 1/3 of food bank users are children. These are shocking statistics, Madam Speaker, in a G7 country. According to Children First Canada, there's been a 29% increase in food insecurity in children in the last year alone. A national school food program will not only give students in Canada access to nutritious food, helping them learn better, but it will also make healthy eating a daily lesson for our kids. Countries with national school food programs have documented better academic performance, improved short and long-term health for children, help for family budgets, and improved efficiency in the healthcare system. This is something that Conservatives are voting no to.
Shame.
Now, Bill 69 includes measures to make housing more affordable. I want to touch on a few of the measures. It will enhance the home buyer's plan by increasing the withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000 and temporarily add 3 years to the grace period before repayments to that RSP are required. It will crack down on short-term rentals, hopefully to unlock more homes for Canadians to live in by denying income tax deductions on income earned from short-term rentals that do not comply with provincial or local restrictions. It continues the ban on foreign buyers of Canadian homes for an additional 2 years to ensure that homes are used for Canadians to live in, not as a speculative asset class for foreign investors. Now, I'm always struck by my colleagues in the Conservative Party who tell us, just wait till they're in government and then they'll fix housing. Well, the New Democrats are not waiting for that day, which we hope won't come. We are working now because we know that Canadians need help with decent housing now, not a year or 2 or 3 from now. We also, by the way, are mindful of the Conservative record. When the Conservatives have been in government, they didn't build any affordable housing in this country at all. In fact, it was the Mulroney government in 1992 that took the federal government out of social housing for a generation, leading in large part to the crisis that we experience today. Bill 69 has a myriad of other measures that will make life more affordable for Canadians in important ways. It'll make it easier to find better deals on internet, home phone, and cell phone plans by amending the Telecommunications Act to better allow Canadians to renew or switch between plans and to increase consumer choice to help them better find a deal that works for them. We know that internet and cell phone use now are consumer staples. They're really essential utilities that every Canadian needs to stay connected and function in their communities, in their homes, and at work. This budget will crack down on predatory lending by strengthening enforcement against criminal rates of interest to help protect vulnerable Canadians from harmful illegal lenders. It'll make it easier to save for children's education by introducing automatic enrollment in the Canada Learning Bond to ensure all low-income families receive the support they need for their children's future. And it will launch Canada's consumer-driven banking framework to provide Canadians and small businesses with better, secure access to more financial services and products. Again, these are measures that the Conservatives are voting against. Finally, Bill C-69 includes measures to support workers by protecting gig workers, by strengthening prohibitions against employee misclassifications in federally regulated industries. It will establish an important first historic right to disconnect to help restore work-life balance for workers. It will extend additional weeks of employment insurance for seasonal workers in 13 targeted regions. It'll advance employee ownership trusts to enable employees to share in the success of their work by encouraging more business owners to sell to an employee ownership trust. Now, before I leave the positives, I just want to comment, there are disappointments in this budget. I think one of the primary ones for me is the Canada Disability Benefit. The Liberal government promised to bring in a Canada Disability Benefit that the New Democrats have been pushing for years, and they said that that benefit would lift people living with disabilities out of poverty. That's what they promised. And yet, the Liberal government's plan announced as budget is to provide a maximum of $200 a month. And that's based on holding a disability tax credit certificate, which is only a fraction of the Canadians in this country who need such assistance. At present, a single adult with a disability will live below the poverty line if they receive funding from any of the provincial programs across Canada, and an additional $200 a month is not enough to bring them above the poverty line. Over 1.5 million people with disabilities currently live in poverty across Canada, yet this plan will only be accessible to an estimated 600,000 people, and even for them, it will not lift them out of poverty. New Democrats are deeply disappointed to see this lack of investment and, frankly, a colossally broken promise to people who need it the most. A $200 a month maximum benefit going to less than half of those who need it is simply unacceptable in this country, and we'll continue to push this government to significantly increase that benefit to make sure that all Canadians living with disabilities receive the money they need to truly lift them out of poverty. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about tax fairness. In the 1960s, the Carter Commission spent 4 years in this country looking at Canada's tax situation, and they came to some very, very important conclusions. One of them, famously summarized by the phrase, "A buck is a buck is a buck." And that, Madam Speaker, means this, that it doesn't matter how you receive your income, it should be taxed the same. Now, unfortunately, through successive Liberal and Conservative governments, we have built a tax system where that principle has not been respected at all. We heard today at the Finance Committee from the Canadian Labour Congress economist who authored a report entitled Canada's Shift to a More Regressive Tax System, 2004 to 2022, which found that overall Canada's tax system is only moderately progressive through the bottom half of the income distribution and is regressive at the top of the distribution due to several sources of untaxed or lightly taxed income, such as capital gains, inheritance and bequests, and employer-provided benefits that predominantly go to top earners. This report found that in 2022, the total tax rate for the lowest household income decile, that's the bottom 10% in Canada, was 35%, whereas the total tax rate for the top 1% in Canada is 24%. In other words, the top 1% pays taxes at a rate 11% lower than the poorest 10% in this country.
Interesting.
Moreover, the report found that the top 5% paid a lower rate in 2022 than the bottom 95%, with the top 1 percentile paying an even lower rate. I think Canadians should ask themselves why Canada's tax system imposes a higher total rate on the lowest income households versus the top 5%. Can anybody in this House go back in our communities this summer and explain why Canada's tax system, why the top 1% of households pay the lowest total tax rate of any income group? I can't explain that. Now, according to that report, a comprehensive tax review in the United Kingdom concluded that a good tax system must be both progressive and neutral. This is to say that it can raise the revenue that government needs to achieve its spending and distributional ambitions while minimizing economic and administrative inefficiency, keeping the system as simple and transparent as possible, and avoiding arbitrary tax differentiation across people and forms of economic activity. They wrote this: a fair tax system should be based on horizontal equity, the principle that two people with the same amount of income in a given year pay the same rate of tax regardless of the source of that income. Bay Street accountant Kenneth Carter, who headed that important Royal Commission on Taxation in the mid-1960s, captured that notion. Yet, since the 1960s, we have built a tax system in this country, again, through conservative Liberal governments, that fails to achieve a tax system based on horizontal equity, despite the recommendations of the Carter Commission. Now, I want to just turn back to the issue of the capital gains matter that the Conservatives have raised with such I think, furor in this House. Now, I want to comment as well. When the capital gains tax was first brought in this country, it was 1972, and it was brought in by a Liberal government at the rate of 50%. It was the Conservatives who raised the capital gains inclusion rate in 1988 to 66.6%. They then raised it again in 1990 to 75%. So to hear the Conservatives rail against a measure today that would set the capital gains inclusion rate in this country at 50%, the lowest it has ever been for the first $250,000 of capital gain, and then to 66.6%, a moderate amount that they themselves raised all capital gains to in 1988, is really something to behold. Now, I want to read from a couple of very important witnesses that appeared at the Finance Committee today. Dr. Jim Stanford from the Center for Future Work said this: "A capital gain results not from producing and selling a product or service, but rather from acquiring and reselling an asset. It reflects speculation, not production. Other forms of income, like wages, must be fully declared. Granting asset traders this unique preference is morally unfair and fiscally wasteful." I can't say it any better than Bea Brusk, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, said when she said, "Why do we tax a worker who flips burgers for a living at 100% of her income, but someone who flips stocks for a living who's wealthy, we only tax 50% of their income?" That's what that's the principle that faces Canadians today. And this is something that I challenge my Conservatives to explain to Canadians. Why do they believe that workers like mechanics and teachers and servers and cleaners have to pay tax on 100% of their income because they get it in the form of wages, but wealthy people or people who are declaring a capital gain of over $250,000 have to pay on only 66.6%. Now, by the way, this measure that's being announced in this budget will still permit 1/3 of all capital gains that anybody has in this country to be tax-free. And still the Conservatives are apoplectic. By the way, I want to say in my remaining time, there is zero evidence that the rise of the capital gains inclusion rate through the 70s and 80s and 90s had any negative effect on business investments in this country, nor the reduction of it in the year 2000 back 50% had any positive influence on investment in this country. There is zero evidence. But of course, my Conservative colleagues are more interested in rhetoric than facts, and I think Canadians will understand that when we come to talk to them in the summer about fair taxation and why the wealthy should pay their fair share of tax in this country, just like the working people of this country have always done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member once again gave us a lot to think about, and it's interesting because we often don't hear about some of the history and what decisions different governments have made, and I find it kind of interesting because bringing up the late Right Honourable Brian Mulroney was interesting because it does definitely demonstrate really what a progressive Conservative government is like and versus what this neocon reform Conservative government is like. And what I also found interesting was that Prime Minister Brian Mulroney brought forward the GST, and it was Stephen Harper, Prime Minister Stephen Harper's government that lowered the GST by 2%. And how they tried to recoup that was actually by making seniors work 2 extra years. So these same people, seniors who have built the foundation of our country, have given so much. Conservatives said, hey, seniors, you're going to work harder for 2 extra years, and we're going to lower the GST for everyone, which is the consumption tax. And so my question is really involving what the member believes to the vision of the Conservative Party, who today is against increasing capital gains on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians, yet their history demonstrates that they have no problem increasing taxes or having to contribute more when it comes to some of the most vulnerable within our community, whether it be youth, whether it be seniors. So we'd love to hear the members' comments on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. There's a lot to that question. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Waterloo for that, that thoughtful question. You know, I mean, Canadians, this is not your father's Conservative Party. This is a mean-spirited, fact-free, Donald Trump influenced party that has reduced politics to slogans. I call it nursery rhyme politics. Bumper sticker politics, where they take complex, serious issues in this country and reduce them to a jingle.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. Now, the Mulroney government, I think, was a government that may have had different policy ideas than my party, but they were serious about the issues of the day, and that's why the Mulroney government increased the capital gains and inclusion rate in this country. Yeah. Again, I haven't heard my Conservative colleagues say a word about that. They look down at their shoe as soon as I raise that issue, because they can't explain why their party raised the capital gains inclusion rate. And of course, the reason they did that back then was because back in the 1980s, I think all parties in us were concerned about tax fairness. And because we paid attention to the Carter Commission, we paid attention to facts as established by a Royal Commission, not whipping up division and making up false numbers that don't make any sense. But Canadians know the answer. Most Canadians know they're not going to be selling buildings and making capital gains over $250,000 every year like the Conservative colleagues' wealthy benefactors do. And so we'll know whose party will support good tax policy in this country.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, we have a model that might exist elsewhere in Canada, but it is unique to Quebec. You have someone, say a mechanic, a teacher, etc., who invests in a duplex, a triplex, or quadruplex that often they live in. And that's to cover their costs during retirement. So for 30 or 40 years, the person is investing, paying their taxes, but then when it's retirement, there are issues for their pension. And that's not the same as a real estate investor who's flipping properties every few years, or investors who are hiding their money somehow. Does my colleague agree that these small-level investors will have their lifetime's work reduced basically to zero, should be better protected in this capital gains legislation?
Well, thank you for that question. I think that's a legitimate question, but I think it's important for us to remember some basic facts. Number one, the capital gains exemption for principal residences is maintained by this budget. So Canadians can purchase their own principal residence and sell it tax-free. That remains. Now, I know people are worried about how this change might affect gains on the sale of a property such as a rental property or a second home. I think something that's very important to remember is that the $250,000 inclusion rate, which stays the same as it always was at 50%, can be stacked. Which means, let's say two people, a couple owns a second home, or they own a vacation property, and they go to sell it. They can add their $250,000 capital gain inclusion rates together to make $500,000. I'll also take a moment just to say quickly about family farms. Family farms benefit from a lifetime capital gains exemption that is going to be raised in this budget from $1 million to $1.25 million plus. Family farms also benefit from the principal residence deduction, which is the value of their house, and 1.24 acres is also exempt totally from capital gains. So there are provisions in this budget that protect the family farm, that protect cottages and second residences. So the people that my honourable colleague is concerned about, I think, will be well taken care of by this budget.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for a very insightful speech and deep dive into this bill. My riding of Couch and Malahat Langford out on beautiful Vancouver Island, the search and rescue services and the firefighting services are largely staffed by hardworking volunteers, members of our community who come out, put their lives on the line to act as first responders. Now, one of the measures in this bill is increasing the search and rescue and volunteer firefighter tax credit from $3,000 to $6,000. And I really want to recognize the work of my colleague, the member for Courtney Alberni, his private member's bill, the efforts he's gone to get a campaign around this, and we successfully used our leverage in this House of Commons to push the Liberals to do this on behalf of volunteers. I'm just wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if my colleague can comment on this particular aspect of the bill and maybe reflect on it as yet another example of how we've been able to use our leverage in this place to really help our hardworking volunteers in ridings right throughout Canada.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to especially thank my hardworking and excellent colleague for raising that question. I mean, there are a lot of issues in this budget that we don't have time to touch on, and I'm very grateful he raised that one because, again, the spirit of volunteerism in this country and the things that bind communities together, particularly in rural Canada, deserve to be recognized. And this budget does do that by doubling the search and rescue and firefighters tax credit from $3,000 to $6,000 in recognition of the essential role and sacrifices of these volunteers to keep Canadians safe. I hear a lot of rhetoric from the Conservatives about public safety, public safety, public safety. They're going to vote against a budget that actually provides money in the hands of the real people in our communities, the men and women who are actually volunteering their communities to help keep their neighbors safe in times of strife. That goes back to what I said at the beginning of my speech about values, where New Democrats believe that government can pool our resources and use those resources to help make communities better in this country, to make Canadians safer, more secure, healthier, give them greater opportunities, whereas the Conservatives don't share that view of government. They think government needs to be shrunk, gotten out of the way, cut taxes, cut services, and where will that leave people in those rural communities? I wonder. I'll tell you, it'll leave them less safe, less secure, less healthy, and with fewer opportunities. And that's not the Canada that I want to see for my children.
For one last question, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to build off of that, when my honourable colleague was talking about those values, he spoke about the disability benefit, and I certainly too am very disappointed. A lot of people in my riding were counting on the Liberals to come through on that promise, and unfortunately they aren't. But could he talk about that value-based system where consecutive governments legislate poverty? And what it means to actually ensure that people have a livable income that they can rely upon, and what they give back to society when that occurs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Vancouver Kingsway has 1 minute to respond.
Well, I yearn for the day when we can bring in an authentic New Democrat federal budget in this country that will actually, I think, deliver those values. And we don't share the values of the other parties in this House. We believe that no Canadian should live in poverty. And we believe that there are positive measures and policies that can actually realistically achieve that. Like, for instance, my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre has got a bill in this House for a guaranteed livable income. That's a creative idea. Frankly, New Democrats have been the driving force for creative ideas in this country since 1960. Healthcare was a system we created. Pharmacare was a system we created. Dental care is a system we created. Guaranteed livable incomes, social welfare supports. The idea that everybody in this society should be able to get a public education through post-secondary, and free education for university and colleges and trades. These are ideas that New Democrats have that will share the bounty of this country and make sure that the wealth that's created by Canadians from coast to coast to coast is shared equally in this country so that everybody has a fair chance to get ahead. And I'd like
the honourable member, I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I've been trying to give him a bit of a signal there. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs, Minister responsible for Economic Development Canada, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. That's quite the titles.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor to rise in this chamber to talk about Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act, which really is focused on strengthening the foundations for a good middle-class life, especially for young people, to do as well as their parents or even better than their parents. This is our commitment to Canadians, and we are committed to doing it in a fiscally responsible way. A little bit about the structure of Canada's economy, the bones of our economy. Our economy in Canada is resilient, and we will deliver the strongest economic growth in the G7 next year. All of this despite of everything we've been through with almost 4 years of a pandemic and all of the disruptions that it has caused, the supply chain disruptions, the inflation. Canada continues to lead the G7 in growth. Our debt to GDP ratio is amongst the best within the G7. And Madam Speaker, more than 1.1 million Canadians are employed today than before the pandemic. Now, if you let that sink in, you realize that that is an incredible statistic. More than 1.1 Canadians are employed today than before the pandemic. Our unemployment rate remains at record lows, and with our fiscally responsible approach to the budget, our AAA credit rating is assured. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, too many Canadians aren't feeling this growth. Too many Canadians are struggling with inflation, the high cost of everything like groceries, as well as the lack of housing that they cannot afford. Notre croissance est une force, c'est certain, mais nous...
Our growth is a strength, but we must be responsible to ensure that everyone experiences this growth and that people can move forward and find their place in the world.
One of our biggest challenges is the housing crisis, and most people will agree that the best way to bring home prices back down within reach is to focus on increasing supply and to do it quickly, and that's exactly what we are doing. This budget will enable significant more apartment blocks to be built across Canada. In fact, our caucus was in Winnipeg recently to announce the $122 million to the City of Winnipeg for the Housing Accelerator Fund. We are cutting red tape to help homeowners get shovels in the ground quicker, and we are unlocking government public lands for residential housing. Budget 24 has a long list of targeted relief to make housing more affordable, and by collaborating with builders and leveraging the resources of the federal government in partnership with provinces and municipalities, we will build close to 4 million new homes by 2031. We are addressing the housing crisis head-on with solutions to build homes faster while continuing our commitment to Canada's middle class. Inflation has fallen dramatically over the last almost 2 years. In fact, inflation went down several weeks ago. The Bank of Canada announced. 2 years ago, remember, it was at 9%, and the Bank of Canada predicts that we will return to the target rate of 2% by 2025. While the numbers on paper are positive, our government knows that affordability is still a real issue for Canadians. To lower costs for families, we've expanded our social safety net. Our $10 a day childcare is saving Manitoba families over $2,600 a month per child this year alone. And we're bringing in Canada Dental Care. It will save family hundreds of dollars every year on dental care. And in fact, in Manitoba, in 2023, 28,300 children benefited from the Canada Dental Care program in Manitoba alone. So the next time the Leader of the Opposition says that this program is not real, it doesn't do anything, I think we have to call them out on that. The 28,300 children in Manitoba alone benefited from the Canada Dental Plan. And by the summer, people aged 65 and up and those under 18 will be covered by the dental plan. By 2025, 9 million uninsured Canadians will be covered. We also know too many kids go hungry at school, which is a barrier to our success. Our government is launching the National School Food Program that will help 400,000 more children have the food they need to succeed in school. This is how we support fairness for every generation. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have already voted against this. They will continue to vote against this. Our government understands we need to look ahead to the future and keep on supporting families. I want to focus on the prairies. As Minister of Prairies Can, we know that the $23 million extra direct funding from Budget 24 to the Department of Prairies Can will support completion of the world-leading research infrastructure at the University of Saskatchewan Centre for Pandemic Research, at the Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organization in the great city of Saskatoon. VITO is getting $23 million. The result is better preparedness to tackle the next pandemic with expertise from Saskatchewan. Budget 24 also invests $20 million over 3 years to support performing arts organizations in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and it proposes another $3 million over 2 years for the operations of the RCMP Heritage Centre in Regina. Conservatives, of course, will vote against all of this. The result will be a more vibrant cultural industry in communities all across Western Canada. The regional development agencies, including Prairies Can, will share over $200 million over 5 years to build on Canada's AI advantage. The result will be more real support to help startups across the prairies to bring new technologies to market, something that will benefit key sectors like agriculture, the clean tech economy, and manufacturing. We also have critical investments for innovative housing solutions, such as the design and upscale of modular homes, the use of 3D printing, mass timber construction, and panelized construction. The result will be more targeted funding for Prairies Can to invest in more innovative home buildings in communities big and small in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and in Manitoba. And this all means, Madam Speaker, new possibilities. Our government is also empowering entrepreneurs to take their space in Canada's economic success. I am particularly proud of the work Prairies Can is doing with regard to inclusion in the small business sector, ensuring that no one is left behind as we move forward.
Let's take the example of the Franco-Manitoban community that contributes greatly to Manitoba's prosperity. It is involved with 15 bilingual communities in Manitoba, Prairie Can, by creating solid ties and helping them to develop their economic potential. In Manitoba, it pays to be bilingual. Thanks to our government's support, Prairie Can contributes to developing and implementing funding programs and develops programs that have an impact on Franco-Manitobans. This is part of Prairie Can's role as an investor that convenes others and creates opportunities and provides financial support to for-profit and non-profits that take on economic challenges in Manitoba. For example, the Economic Development Council in Manitoba has received funds to offer services that help with training, access to capital, mentorship, networking, and more. Another important project is with Prairies Can is a great deal of funding for bilingual associations in Manitoba to strengthen the labor market in rural areas.
Speaker, there's much in the north as well. Budget 24 is providing $23.2 million this year for Nutrition's North subsidy program to lower the cost of healthy food and other essential items people use every day. Food security is key in the north and the Arctic. It's why we're committing over $100 million to support the Harvesters Support Grant and Community Food Fund to promote Indigenous communities in implementing locally led solutions to food insecurity. Nutrition North was further expanded to include the market food component called the Community Food Programs Fund with an additional $20 million per year over 3 years. Based on the feedback from Indigenous partners, recent program improvements have transformed Nutrition North into a broader and more inclusive program that respects and responds to the unique food security issues of Indigenous and Northern communities. By the way, Indigenous and Northern communities co-developed the Harvester Support Grant, something that provides country food, traditional food to Inuit and Northerners in the Arctic. We know Nutrition North alone will not solve food insecurity in Northern communities, but it is constantly evolving with feedback from Northerners from across the region, and we are committed to making it more efficient and more effective. Another of my priorities for the North, which is covered by Budget 24, includes measures to help clarify and reduce timelines for major projects by advancing the principle of one project, one review. It commits to engagement with partners, Northern premiers, Indigenous governments. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, excuse me, this budget is about how government can do great things for the people it serves. To me, the bottom line is that we are driving the kind of economic growth across the country, including for Northerners and people living and working on the prairies, that ensures every generation of Canadians can reach their full potential. That is why, honourable colleagues, we must pass Bill C-69 and continue the momentum. Merci beaucoup, c'est un plaisir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I know member opposite, my colleague from Manitoba, was talking about how great the economy is, but I have in front of me a document that was published by the International Monetary Fund just in April. And it says, it's entitled, "The U.S. economy is outperforming those of other G7 countries." So the United States, from 2019 to 2024, is up 8%. Second is Italy, third is Japan, fourth is France, fifth is the UK, sixth is Germany. And guess who's dead last? Canada's GDP per capita shrank by 2%. So where's all this economic growth that he spent the last 10 minutes talking about?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to say that the simple facts are that there are 1,100,000 people, more people working in Canada now than before the pandemic. Our unemployment rate has been and is at record lows. That's really something that's unheard of during these times of disruption and these difficult times. We know inflation is too high. I believe we've turned the corner on the rate of inflation, and within another year, another year plus a few months, the Bank of Canada predicts that inflation will be at near 2%. We will continue the growth. It's well known that our debt to GDP is the lowest in the G7. And we're proud to roll out programs that help Canadians, such as dental care, such as pharmacare, such as $10 a day daycare, all programs that the Conservatives government and my colleague from Winnipeg voted against.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, my colleague referred to investments in clean energy. And we know for Western Canada, for Alberta, those investments are especially in carbon capture sequestration. And many specialists have said that's a waste of money. And today we've seen a report requested by the government of Alberta by Deloitte that says that if we want to reach the emissions cap, the best solution is not to invest in carbon capture because it's far too costly, but it's to reduce production of oil. Does the member find that the investments in the budget for carbon capture and sequestration are a waste of money?
The Honourable Minister.
Listen, this is a very important question for the future of Canada. We know that the 3 prairie provinces in Canada are very strong in developing energy. They always will be strong. The question is, what type of energy will they be developing? It's clear to have the transition to a green economy, it will take a lot of technology, a lot of different paths to follow. And what's most important is that we want to ensure that people keep their jobs in their own industry, and we'll have a transition that makes sense.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Speaker, my colleague across the way talks about the lowest net debt to GDP ratio, but that only matters if the government is including the assets of the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, but excludes the liabilities for future payout. When you actually look at the gross debt, we're actually the 22nd worst out of 29 in the entire OECD, and we're actually near the bottom of the G7. What if the minister or the member across the way could commit to using the real numbers instead of the dodgy fact or the dodgy misinformation he's using today?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, that's a bunch of baloney. He talked about the Canada Pension Plan. Let's talk about the Canada Pension Plan and the benefit that it brings to Canadians. Let's talk about old age security and the benefit it brings to Canadians. Let's talk about Medicare. Let's talk about dental care. Our government is investing in Canadians, and if you want to factor in all those benefits in the economic formulas, however way you want to organize them, you realize that Canada is the best country in the world to live.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Yes, I congratulate my colleague for his French, and I say hi to Franco-Manitobans. We've heard a number of ministers, Liberal ministers, say that they'll take measures to protect French in Quebec, that they recognize that French is on the decline in Quebec. But public accounts analysis reveals that 94% of official languages programming in Quebec goes to strengthen English, are dedicated to Anglophone institutions and lobby groups, and nothing changes. We look at the 2023-2028 action plan, nothing has changed. Does my colleague think that it's by continuing to contributing to the Anglicization of Quebec that French will be strengthened outside of Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Listen, it's very clear that Canada is a bilingual country. I'm proud to represent Francophones, the Franco-Métis in Saint-Boniface and Saint-Vital, but at the same time it's difficult in Manitoba to ensure that the French language grows. And we need schools, we need early childhood education, and we need more investments to ensure that Francophones, the Francophone community can continue to grow and contribute to our society. I'm not familiar with the reality in Quebec very much, but I know that the French language is threatened as well throughout Canada, and it will take focused efforts to ensure we can have more French.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on the important issue in which the Prime Minister came to Winnipeg on 3 different occasions. One was to visit a North End school. We talked about the National Nutritional Food Program for children. We had the Prime Minister come and work with on the issue of housing in the area of the Transcona area. We also had the Prime Minister come to talk at the Grace Hospital about the investment in healthcare, generations of healthcare. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of how it is that the different levels of government came together, working in cooperation to deal with these type of issues.
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely right. The member from Winnipeg North is right. The Prime Minister has been to Winnipeg several times over the last few months to make incredible announcements that invest in Canadians, whether it's It's a new healthcare agreement with the province of Manitoba, investments in nurses and doctors, in the many hospitals that serve Manitoba and Winnipeggers. And fortunately, we have a provincial government in Manitoba that was at the table, that was not that were not fighting us, and they were contributing their own dollars towards helping Manitobans and Winnipeggers keep Winnipeggers and Manitobans healthy. The school food program, an incredibly positive program which was launched at least in Manitoba, was launched in Winnipeg in a school with hundreds of kids that were energetic, that enjoyed the nourishment. And we know that Canadians are feeling the struggle. Inflation is affecting Canadians. That's why we are investing in Canadians on so many fronts. And for the life of me, Madam Speaker, I don't understand why the other side, the Conservatives, the Conservative opposition, continues to vote against everything we are doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To start, I'll mention I'm sharing my time with my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I'm pleased to rise to talk on Budget 24, which the government has labelled Fairness for Every Generation. Now, I think we can quite easily say this government is inflicting their version of fairness on every generation. I'm sure they're sitting there on the other side saying, why let just boomers suffer through high rent, high food inflation, and high crime? Under Liberals, the idea is let's be fair and make Gen X and millennials suffer as well. That is the Liberal version of fairness. Churchill commented, the inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings. The inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries. And that's what Canadians are suffering under this government, the equal sharing of miseries. Now, I want to look at some of the sharing of miseries under this Liberal NDP government. We'll start with rent. We have a crisis across the country of skyrocketing rent. I read from rentals.ca a report. Average asking rents for all residential property types in Canada hit an all-time high of $2,202 in May, surpassing the $2,200 mark for the first time. That's up 9% from last year. In 2015, when this government took over, the average rent in Canada was $966. That's a 128% increase in rent. I don't think any Canadians have been receiving a 128% increase in their family income since 2015. Now, even adjusting for the out-of-control Liberal inflation, that's still 28% higher than the inflation-adjusted total compared to 2015. I want to talk about a couple examples across the country. Burnaby, BC, $2,500, up 8%. North York, average rent for one bedroom, by the way, $2,300, up 4%. Ottawa, $1,884 for one bedroom, up 7%. Kingston, $1,800, up 8.4% from last year for one bedroom. Now, luckily for the people in the prairie provinces, a lot of the prairie provinces have been spared the high rent increases, but no more thanks to this government. Calgary, one bedroom is up 6% from last year. Winnipeg, up 9%. Edmonton, my own hometown, up 16% from last year. Regina, up 16.7% from last year. Saskatoon, up 13% from last year for one bedroom. Fort McMurray, up 13%. That is the reality and the so-called fairness under this government. Fairness of access to misery is basically what this government has delivered. Mortgage payments have doubled since this government has taken over. Housing prices have doubled. I want to read a quote from Bloomberg, the business magazine. Canada is probably sitting on the largest housing bubble of all time. Not the largest housing bubble in Canadian history, but of all time. Inflated home prices in Canada are a result of easy money supplied under the government's monetary policy.
At present moment, there is a risk in mortgage rates climbing, which we're seeing, as Canadian bond yields are dragged up, particularly at a time when debt-to-income ratios are sky high. Canadians, as we are aware, probably have the highest consumer debt-to-income ratio in the world. The worst part of a housing bubble is when you have a credit bubble underneath it. Again, we have such high debt-to-income right now. The amount of Canadian leverage into the system versus incomes is pretty astronomical, and we've seen debt servicing going up dramatically. There's definitely a risk here that if mortgage rates go higher, which they have, employment will rise, which it has been recently, then this thing does end up in a deleveraging cycle. And what does the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation have to say on this topic? To quote, this year and next, 2.2 million mortgages worth over $675 billion will be facing interest rate shock as they come due for renewal. 2.2 million households. That's 45% of all households in Canada. Our mortgage rates are coming up for renewal shortly. CMHC continues, most of these borrowers contracted their mortgages at record low interest rates and most likely at or near peak housing prices. So we have 45% of mortgages in this country, probably about the 1.5–2% mark, they're going to have to renew 5 or 6%. Mortgage shock, as CMHC calls it, leading up to hopefully not what Bloomberg is forecasting, which is a collapse in the housing bubble. Now, if we remember back in just July 2020, the Bank of Canada governor said, our message to Canadians is that interest rates are very low and they're going to be there for a long time. If you've got a mortgage or if you're considering making a major purchase, or if you're a business or you're considering making investment, you can be confident rates will be low for a long time. Now, I think maybe Webster Dictionary needs to go out and update their definition of a long time to say that it's less than 4 years. And of course, we all remember the Prime Minister trotting out in front of his cottage for an interview when asked about the risks of this massive borrowing and perhaps rising costs to service it, said, of course, condescendingly, interest rates are at a historic low, Glenn. Well, guess what? They're not at historic lows. And if you wish to have an example of how out of control things are, how fast things can change, and how poorly planning this government is and how it hurts Canadians, the supplementary A's, which we debated just recently, they showed an added $1.9 billion of needed taxpayers' dollars to pay for interest on the debt. $1.9 billion more than their calculations they did just in February when they were doing the main estimates. Of course, the main estimates are, of course, the cash authorizations required for the entire year. That was done in February. Between February and May, when the SUP-As came out, interest rates were up $1.9 billion more than the government thought they would have to ask for in February. Now, you often hear this government talk about the Farmer Care Plan, which, of course, of 9,000 different available drugs in Canada, only covers birth control and diabetes. It's $1.9 billion for 5 years. If you think about that, just their mistake in February and what interest would cost Canadians on the national debt, they were off the equal value of their so-called Farmer Care Plan for 5 years. Now, taxes. This budget, there's $498 billion projected to be raised in taxes. That's up $166 billion from 2019 that they're taking from Canadian taxpayers. That's $216 billion more in taxpayers' money taken by this government since 2015, 76%. And that's up $50 billion from just 2 years ago. And yet somehow we have this government telling doctors, small businesses, farmers, they need to cough up a little bit more unless Canada slips into some dystopian hell. Again, $216 billion more than when the government took over. That's almost the entire, that's 76%. And yet if we don't get a bit more, the government Canada will fall into dystopian hell. The Deputy Prime Minister, what kind of Canada do you want to live in without this extra few $1 billion? Do you want to live in a country where a teenage girl gets pregnant just because she doesn't have the money to buy birth control? So apparently, the last 9 years, they did have money to buy birth control, but somehow after $216 billion more in tax hikes against Canadians, now teenage girls are facing this. Interest on the debt, $291 billion for the next 5 years. That's equal to an entire tax haul when the Liberals came to power. If you think about that, just the interest for 5 years will be equal to our entire tax haul in the year 2015. I will end with another quote from Churchill. Socialism is the philosophy of failure, the creed of ignorance, and the gospel of envy. I think we can very easily substitute the word socialism with Liberal government when you look at this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, my question is in regards to the capital gains tax. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way can explain to Canadians why it is when the Liberal government makes the decision to have a fair sense of taxation, that the Conservative Reform Party tonight and previously have said, no, bad idea. Yet when Brian Mulroney, the former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister, not only raised it, but raised it at a higher level in which we're raising it. So if the Conservative Party today argues that that's going to cause so much in terms of problems, what does he think happened when Brian Mulroney, the Progressive Conservative Prime Minister, raised it? There seems to be a double standard, and maybe there's not a double standard. Maybe it's because it's really and truly a Conservative Reform Party given direction from the far right.
For Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his usual nonsensical question. I was disappointed last week when we were debating the estimates. I wasn't able to take a question for him. Now, he talks about something that happened 40 years ago. I suggest perhaps he gets into his probably government-subsidized DeLorean and go back to the future, to today's state. He talks about the capital gains. This government has increased taxes on Canadians by over $200 billion per year since they took over. And yet somehow that $200 billion won't pay for this added little bit they're calling for. It's ridiculous to think that somehow after raising taxes $200 billion, now the real secret to success is getting that extra couple billion from the capital gains. It's clearly not needed if they're able to raise taxes $200 billion just since they came to power.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, you know, what happened in the Harper days was a recession in 2008 that was $150 billion was put into the economy, and it was balanced in 7 years. This Liberal government has had 9 years, and I wonder if he could just elaborate on the fiscal failure of the doubling of the debt, the tripling of the carbon tax, and what the carbon tax has done to initiate the cost of inflation that Canadians are seeing in their rents and their mortgages and in their grocery bills today.
For Edmonton West.
It's a valid question. I think something that we don't often talk about in this House is how this government has increased the tax load on Canadians so much. 76% increase since 2015. 76% more taxes taken in by this government, and yet somehow they still miss balancing the budget by $50 billion last year. The money is coming in, and it's amazing the money's going out at a faster rate, and yet all we have from this government is failures to serve Canadians, failures to get passports done, failures to provide to the military, failures to provide housing or work on the inflation front. This government clearly is a failure, which is why I would not be supporting this budget.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member for Edmonton West, whose work on the mighty OGO committee I've appreciated, his chairing of that esteemed committee. My question is about housing, and he did run through some of the really startling increases in rent across the country. The communities I represent are rural communities, and I read his party's housing legislation, proposed housing legislation, with interest, and found that it was really silent on the needs of rural communities when it comes to getting housing built. A lot of the strategies in there don't speak to communities of 10,000 people or 5,000 people. I wonder what the Conservatives have to offer when it comes to building housing in rural communities where the problem isn't the municipality, it's not density near transit stops. The need is core infrastructure funding from the federal government.
The Honourable for Edmonton West, a brief answer.
Thanks. Probably the best thing this country can do for all housing or all homeowners and those seeking housing is to get the inflation down so we can bring interest rates down to make housing more affordable. I would suggest this member vote with this government or with this party, with the opposition, to get rid of this party or to get rid of the Liberals so that we can actually attack inflation, get spending down, and therefore get interest and mortgage rates down.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the health-conscious constituents in the riding of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke. And for anyone tuning in tonight, you may be wondering why we are talking about health products, even though the bottom of your screen says this is a debate on Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. The short answer is the Prime Minister broke his promise to end the use of omnibus bills. Like a living, breathing, hold my beer meme, these Liberals clearly thought the last government wasn't omnibusing hard enough. This bill is so obese, it's even cornering the market in Ozempic. Ironically, this budget implementation bill gives the Minister of Health and Anti-Tourism brand new powers to make Ozempic illegal for weight loss for everyone else. Since the Liberals started bragging about taking away people's drug plans and forcing everyone into a one-size-fits-all, Ottawa knows best, Soviet-style drug plan, I've had one question. When Canada finds itself in the next drug shortage, how will the Liberals decide who lives and who dies? Not a single member from the Socialist Coalition has been willing to address the question, but the Budget Implementation Bill Division 31 provides a sinister answer. The government will do whatever it wants. Here's what the weighty omnibus bill says, quote, the governor in council may make any regulations that the governor in council considers necessary for the purpose of preventing shortages of therapeutic products or foods for a special dietary purpose in Canada or alleviating those shortages or their effects in order to protect human health. End quote. Now, if you take the word of the officials from Health Canada, all they're seeking is the power to import baby formula without bilingual labeling. But if that were true, if the government's real intent was for a temporary emergency measure, the amendment would have been limited in scope and time. Instead, this government went with the kind of language which maximizes power and minimizes oversight. Here's the language the government originally sought for the therapeutic products. Quote, if the minister believes that the use of a therapeutic product, other than the intended use, may present a risk of injury to health, the minister may, by order, establish rules in respect of the importation, sales, conditions of sale, advertising, manufacture, preparation, preservation, packaging, labeling, storage, or testing of the therapeutic product for the purpose of preventing, managing, or controlling the risk of injury or to death, end quote. Credit goes to the members of the Finance Committee for adding an amendment to insert the words on reasonable grounds into that section, but it doesn't matter. Quote, the minister may make the order despite any uncertainty respecting the risk of injury to health that the use of the therapeutic product other than the intended use may present, end quote. Madam Speaker, that's quite a power grab. This NDP Liberal government is literally saying it doesn't need evidence to support their radical policy. In fact, the Liberals are saying that any evidence which contradicts their policy can be ignored. This isn't the Liberal government gagging scientists. This is the Liberal government gagging science, handcuffing science, and taking science out back and executing it gangland style. If we take the word of the bureaucrats from Health Canada, The minister needs these extraordinary powers to prevent teenagers from consuming nicotine pods. But if that were true, if this was only about preventing nicotine addiction amongst youth, what explains the very next section? Quote, an order made under subsection 30.01 or 30.02 that applies to only one person is not a statutory instrument within the meaning of the Statutory Instruments Act, end quote. The Minister of Unhealthy Road Trips will have the power to pass a regulation to prevent a single person from promoting a health product. And not just promoting. The minister could regulate a single person with respect to importation, sale, conditions of sale, advertising, manufacture, preparation, preservation, packaging, labeling, storage, or testing of the drug. Even more concerning is that these regulations targeting a single individual won't be considered regulations under the Statutory Instruments Act. Between this section and the section on uncertainty, the government has essentially neutralized the rights of Canadians to appeal these regulations to the federal court. This is an unprecedented power grab by the technocrats at Health Canada. And given the arrogance on regular display by the car-phobic Minister of Health, it would not take much to convince me that he is the one seeking the radical, unreviewable powers. Whether his lust for power is rooted in the repeated childhood traumas of station wagon vacations with his parents is not for me to say. But if this language was included in a Conservative bill, he would be among the first to accuse us of having a hidden agenda. With just the flick of a wrist, this Minister of Health or the next one could ban any drug based on some vague concern about health. Now, as a parliamentarian, I oppose giving any government, Liberal or Conservative, this level of unchecked power. Health Canada's technocrats will claim this is the same as the regulations limiting alcohol and tobacco advertisements. It's not. This law would give the Minister of Health the power to shut down a single podcaster or TikToker who advertises health products. They could shut down an Instagram influencer who talks about Chinese herbal remedies. The government hasn't gone so far as to give itself the power to issue secret orders. Instead, they just gave themselves the power to issue an order against a single person, not disclose the person's identity, not disclose the actual health risk, and not to have to publish it in the Gazette. Health Canada could destroy a person's livelihood by publishing a single sentence in an obscure webpage buried deep in some government website. If anyone doubts the Socialist Coalition is capable of that, remember, these are amendments to the Food and Drug Act buried deep in a budget implementation bill. These changes were not even given a mention in the actual budget. Instead, the government promised it would spend $3.2 million to update Health Canada's supply management capacity over the next 3 years. Now, it takes a special kind of liberal arrogance to believe government can manage a supply of drugs for over 40 million people. They can't manage passports. They can't manage to recruit anyone into the military. They can't manage an app for collecting travelers' information. They can't manage the graft at the Sustainable Technology Development Corporation. They can't manage the self-dealing within the local journalism initiative. This Prime Minister can't even manage a cabinet. As a former Liberal cabinet minister said last week, this government has been drinking from a fountain of socialist bafflegab. The technocrats who've been voicing this as finance minister believe Canadians would be happier if Canadians were taxed at over 50%. The only thing socialists can manage are bread lines. With the median age around 40, that means nearly half of Canadians were born after the collapse of the last socialist empire. They don't know about bread lines. They don't know about that Soviet-style socialist drug plans mean Canadians will have to line up for life-saving medicines. The well-connected and the wealthy can bait people in line to wait for them. The poor and the marginalized will have to take a day or two off work and wait in line at the government pharmacy. And just like the Soviet Union, when reality fails to conform to communist ideology, the government will ratchet up repression. If rebellious reporters speak up about the drug shortages, the government can accuse them of putting the health of Canadians at risk and issue an order silencing them. The reporters could take the minister to court, but when the judge asked the government lawyers, how certain are you that this censorship will protect the public health, the government can reply, not certain at all, Your Honor, and the judge would have no choice but to rule in the government's favor. If you think this sounds unconstitutional, you'd be right, but it wouldn't matter. The Liberals would use their favorite notwithstanding clause called Section 1. We saw it time and time again during the pandemic. Governments issued unconstitutional orders, citizens took them to court, and judges ruled they weren't health experts and would defer to the government's experts. With the precedent set, the technocrats at Health Canada saw it as a green light to seek more power. The Ministry of Health already has the power to ban a drug or recall it or place any number of conditions on its sale. They already have the power, but it wasn't enough for them. Like our Prime Minister, who admires the communists who control China, they want the kind of power only communism can grant them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. No tin hat over there. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is in regards to the idea of misinformation. I'm very much interested in her thoughts on it because the far right, in particular her leader of the Conservative Reform Party, is very good at disinformation through social media. And I tell you, whether it's issues such as cutting the carbon tax and missing out the rebates, misleading Canadians, feeding into the extreme right. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts. Does she think her leader is doing a good job by representing the extreme right?
The Honourable Member, order. Sorry. Just before I give the floor to the Honourable Member, I just want to remind members if they want to contribute to the discussion, they should be waiting until the appropriate time. The Honourable Member Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe you could grant me more time for questions and answers so that everyone can ask a question. Here. As far as the member opposite, my best fan, my greatest fan in the chamber goes, the Liberals have gone so far left, together with the other radically left parties, that anything, even in the center, seems far right to them because they're so far left themselves. As for our effective leader, I believe that all Canadians will be served well. He is interested in them and will do a good job for Canada in controlling spending, bringing down debt, and making Canada the kind of country that everyone is proud to live in and can prosper in.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I have the pleasure of sitting with her on the Defence Committee. Now, here's what I'd like to hear from her. She started her speech by saying that we are debating an omnibus. An omnibus bill, by definition, contains any and every measures. There are a ton of fiscal and non-fiscal measures. We feel that there are some unacceptable measures in there, but there are some positive measures in there. For example, when it comes to the Canada Child Benefit, if a child passes away, then the benefit will be maintained for 6 months. Does the colleague feel that there's anything positive in C-69, or is it absolutely all bad?
Madam Speaker, the member mentioned that we sit on the Defence Committee together. And tomorrow we have the Secretary General from NATO, who's served us well for a decade, who's going to be coming to visit. What is truly an embarrassment for all Canada is the fact that we are not doing what we should be for North America to protect it. This budget is so devoid of funding for the protection of our nation. The Prime Minister takes no pride or concern over the security of those living in Canada, cutting $1 billion out of the budget alone for the military. The people across the ocean and in Ukraine are fighting the fight that we might get drawn into. One of the witnesses even said that we are at war, so it's a matter of time. We need to control spending for a day when we really need it, and we should put more money into giving the equipment to the women and men who serve us in the Canadian military.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I always like to hear from my comrade from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Now, that being said, Madam Speaker, she railed against the NDP's dental care program, and it's important to note that 200,000 seniors have had dental care so far, including hundreds in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. In fact, Madam Speaker, as we speak in Pembroke, dentists are advertising the NDP's dental care program, and the reality is many people in her riding are benefiting from the NDP's work. So could my colleague, please tell us why she's opposing a dental care program that her constituents...
Order. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, a brief answer, please.
I'm not a comrade yet, Madam Speaker, and I know the dental community in Renfrew, Nipissing well, especially Pembroke, and I can tell you that I get nothing but complaints across the valley about this so-called dental program. They didn't plan anything. It's not a plan. They just threw money out there and signed people up. There's not a single dentist in Pembroke who is signing up to this Soviet-style dental plan, and there's not 200 people who've received service. If he can show us otherwise, I'd be pleased to speak to it further.
So, order. If members want to contribute or want to try to answer or want to have comments, they need to wait until the appropriate time. Resuming debate, the annual member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased for the opportunity to rise today and speak on the Budget Implementation Act, even though we are in the 11th hour of this session, looking forward to rise at the end of this week for summer recess. It has been 9 years of this costly Prime Minister, and each successive budget creates a bleaker outlook for Canadians' futures. The guise of fiscal restraint has been cast away, and the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister have put the pedal to the metal. They have decided to spend Canadians' money at an alarming rate, with no plan to balance the budget, pay off the debt, or even rein in deficits to a modest level. They are literally going for broke. They believe they can tax their way out of the problems which their out-of-control spending has created. While inflation has reached record levels, the government continues to pour fuel on the inflationary fire with tens of billions of dollars in new spending. And I know I've gotten carried away, Madam Speaker. I should be mentioning that I am going to be splitting my time with my colleague, the member for Central, Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. In fact, Tiff Macklem, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, stated that this Prime Minister's $61 billion in new spending was not helpful, and I quote, not helpful in bringing down inflation. It cost the average Canadian family an extra $3,867. But this Prime Minister refuses to learn from his mistakes and continues to double down on his failed policies, which means more inflationary deficits, driving up inflation and interest rates, doubling our national debt, thus endangering our social programs and jobs across the country. More to the point, Madam Speaker, doubling the national debt means that the federal government will now be spending more on interest on its debt than it will send to the provinces for health care. $54.1 billion will be spent on servicing our national debt, half of which this Prime Minister is responsible for. The high spending addiction of this government has endangered Canadians' livelihoods. It has led to a record high of 2 million visits to food banks in a single month. And now we have a report from Food Banks Canada that 1 in 4 Canadians are living in poverty. After 9 years of this Prime Minister's disastrous policies, 25% of Canadians are living in poverty. Every party in this House had the chance to vote on giving Canadians a break, to help them keep more of their money in their pocket, when Conservatives proposed giving Canadians a break from the carbon tax for the summer. But instead of giving Canadians the relief they are looking for from the oppressive Liberal carbon tax regime just for the summer, they have doubled down and introduced a new capital gains tax increase. Despite Canadians struggling paycheck to paycheck, the Liberals have decided to endanger their retirements which have taken decades of prudent planning, saving, and investing to build. According to this government, it is unfair for a plumber to sell their business they built over decades to fund their retirement. It's unfair for an electrician to sell the company they built to fund their retirement. It's unfair for a doctor to sell their shares in their practice to fund their retirement. You know what is unfair, Madam Speaker? It is unfair for the Liberals to take more of Canadians' hard-earned, self-made retirement funds so that they can continue to indulge in spending billions of dollars on their failed policies. Yet the Prime Minister continues to squeeze Canadians for every last dollar with tax increases while showing no signs of fiscal restraint. Perhaps if the Prime Minister is worried about the richest in Canada, he should take a look in the mirror. While life has gotten worse for Canadians, this Prime Minister and his friends have never had it so good, with tens of billions of dollars going out the door each year to his high-priced consultants. Hundreds of millions of dollars in favorable contracts to his friends at McKinsey, while it was led by the Prime Minister's close friend, Dominic Barton. $222 million given to Rio Tinto, just months after Dominic Barton became the chairman. The billion-dollar green slush fund funneling hundreds of millions of dollars to Liberal insiders with no oversight. Canadians suffer and Liberal insiders prosper. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is on track for its worst decline in living standards in 40 years, with more than 9 in 10 middle-class families paying more in income taxes. Struggling families can't afford this Prime Minister's higher taxes and out-of-control spending, which is driving up the cost of everything. This government has doubled rent, mortgage payments, and down payments, and the number of tent cities is growing across this country. It is no wonder that Canadians are fed up with this NDP Liberal coalition. The Prime Minister is trying to trick Canadians now into believing that he will fix what he broke by doubling down on his failed policies. Issues that were created by 9 years of methodically disastrous policies and have made life more expensive for Canadians. Policies which have stolen the dream of home ownership from young Canadians. Policies which have forced Canadians to live paycheck to paycheck. Policies which have endangered Canadians through a steep increase in violent crime. Now that these policies have caused crises in housing, immigration, crime, inflation, and other areas, this government feigns interest in fairness. It is not fair to Canadians to jeopardize their retirements with a punitive capital gains tax increase. It is not fair to double housing prices and rent. It is not fair to drive up inflation, drastically increasing the prices of everyday necessities, including basic food items. It is not fair to push 25% of Canadians into poverty and force millions to visit food banks in a single month. This government does not care about fairness. They care about spending as much taxpayer dollars in their short time left in government and setting themselves and their insider friends up for comfortable retirements. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it will come as no surprise that I cannot support this Budget Implementation Act. It is more of the same. the same failed policies from the NDP Liberal coalition, which refuses to acknowledge its failures. If any member in this place truly believes in fairness, they cannot vote in favour of this bill. No member can look around Canada today after 9 years of this NDP coalition, Liberal coalition, and truly believe that this government has served Canadians well. It borders on the absurd that Liberal members can stand in this place, claim that this budget, which is more of the same policies that got us into this current mess, will somehow now get us out of it. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Unfortunately, Canadians are the ones paying the price for this madness. I will repeat what I said when speaking to the budget. Canadians are losing hope. They are hanging on by a thread, and this bill will be the scissor that severs it. This bill should not be passed. Canadians are depending on all opposition members to stop this government's harmful policies and its out-of-control spending and vote non-confidence. Yes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, allow me to provide and pick up on the issue of caring. If the member opposite and members of the Conservative Party truly cared, they should do some self-reflection in terms of why it is that they don't believe fixed-income seniors that do not have a dental plan not be allowed to have access to getting dental services and supported by the Government of Canada. Even Pembroke has dental services, I think a half dozen or more, being made available to their constituents, Madam Speaker. I would ask the member why. Oh, I know that. Madam Speaker, my question is, why will the Conservative after Conservative Reform member across the way, all those reformers and former Alliance members, why would they not support fixed income seniors in the ridings in which they represent getting dental care? Is it because they don't care?
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question, because at the end of the day, what Conservatives are going to do, and we have a simple plan, and I know he could probably repeat it verbatim, we will axe the tax. We will build the homes. We will fix the budget and stop the crime. You know what? This government has a housing accelerator fund that is not building houses. It has a school lunch program that is not serving lunches. It has a national dental program with a handful of dentists that have signed up. And, Madam Speaker, we are going to cut the waste and mismanagement of this government and restore common sense for Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her pronouncement. Now, here's my question for my colleague. It's a topic she knows very well, common sense. When my father raised me, we talked a lot about common sense. What is common sense? Common sense is based on things that are unanimous or almost unanimous, that almost everyone can agree on. Now, is this party going in the direction of unanimity? Because there's still a wide swath of the population worried about climate change, worried about the billions we're handing to already ultra-wealthy big oil. And that's taxpayer money. So since the colleague supports common sense, would she support withdrawing these subsidies to big oil and increase health transfers to provinces? That way, the provinces would be able to catch their breath when it comes to administering health care. So will her potential future government cut subsidies to big oil and increase health transfers?
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, I think one thing that Canadians can count on is that Conservatives are the party of common sense. We are consistent in our approach when it comes to reducing taxes. We are consistent when it comes to making life more prosperous for Canadians. Right. And we are consistent when it comes to how we vote in this place, something that member should actually talk to her leadership about.
Bravo! For a brief question, the Honourable Member Skeena Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek for those comments. I enjoy sitting on committee with her. I was thinking back to another minority parliament that saw a tremendous amount of progress when it comes to iconic policies that are now an integral part of the fabric of our country. Things like the Canada Pension Plan, things like Canada Student Loans, things like the 40-hour work week and 2 weeks vacation time and a new minimum wage. Many of these things that were put in place despite the opposition from the Conservative Party. Is she not worried that she's on the wrong side of history when she rails against things like a national dental care plan, like universal pharmacare for people who need prescription medication? Is it not clear that these things will make our country stronger?
The Honourable Member Carlton Trail Eagle Creek, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for that question. He's right. We do serve on the Government Operations and Estimates Committee together, and one of the things that we've been actually dealing with is the absolute out-of-control spending of this current Liberal government when it comes to outside consultants, when it comes to lining the pockets of Liberal insiders and their friends. And so I guess what I would put back on the member is just a question to him. When is he finally going to start standing up for Canadians and be an opposition member that is looking out for their interests? Thank you.
Again, there are members who want to contribute, and they shouldn't be doing that until they are recognized. The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, now I've been around this place long enough to see a clear pattern of what a Liberal budget is, and also their omnibus budget implementation acts, which, of course, they promised not to use. So what exactly is the pattern of a Liberal budget, you ask? We have to go back to 2015 for a moment. Well, what happened in 2015, this Prime Minister promised 3 years of so-called modest deficit spending budgets before he made a cast-in-stone promise to return to a balanced budget in 2019. What happened to that promise, you may ask? Well, in every one of those 3 years, the Prime Minister spent considerably more than he promised he would. And in 2019, he didn't even attempt to honor his so-called cast-in-stone promise to return Canada to a balanced budget. In other words, this Liberal Prime Minister did not even try to do what he promised he would. So why even make the promise at all to return to a balanced budget when you have zero intention of doing so? Because, of course, making promises on things he has no intention of ever honoring is basically a hallmark character trait of this Prime Minister. So where are we today with this latest Liberal 2024 budget? We are now at total spending of $535 billion for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Let's pause for a moment to recap. The 2022 so-called return to fiscal responsibility budget was $434 billion. Now, here we are in the 2024 budget, and the proposed spending is up to $535 billion. This means that this latest Liberal budget proposes to spend $100 billion more than what the Liberals themselves labeled as a return to fiscal responsibility budget just a short time ago. And let us not forget that before the pandemic began in 2019-2020, the Liberals were spending around $338 billion. So we went from $338 billion to now $535 billion. That is an increase of almost $200 billion a year in annual spending. Let's not kid ourselves. Everyone knows the Liberals will spend more than the $535 billion they are proposing. More so given that next year is an election year. So now we can all see the pattern to Liberal budgets that I mentioned earlier. Every year we're told what will happen, but never actually comes to pass. The forecasts, the promises, everything the Liberals promise ends up being completely false. They do not even try to live within the fiscal limits they propose for themselves. And most offensive of all is the Prime Minister's office has the audacity to label this budget as the Fairness for Every Generation budget. I'm literally aghast, Madam Speaker, by this. The 2024 Fairness for Every Generation budget proposes a $40 billion deficit for this fiscal year alone. We know that this is not the case. The Finance Department has put out saying that there are billions over that particular projection already. This is noteworthy because the Liberals for previous debt forecasts were at $35 billion for 2024-2025 and $26.8 billion for 2025-2026. So, Madam Speaker, that's a big difference we can see. $40 billion, and now, previously they said $27 or so billion for 2025. We all know the cost of servicing this national debt has exceeded the federal spending on health care. This, Madam Speaker, is what Liberals call fairness for everyone. Not unlike the capital gains increase, the Liberals will tell you this tax only impacts Canada's most wealthy. Yet we heard from many everyday Canadians who, through a divorce, a health crisis, retirement or otherwise, are in a one-time situation where they might be looking at paying a once-in-a-lifetime capital gains tax. Doctors, small business owners, people in the trades, you name it. Larry the plumber was brought up today by our member from Winnipeg who's working hard. None of these people are so-called ultra-wealthy, but they will all be hit hard by this latest Liberal tax grab. The Liberals know that these people exist and also know that the Liberal tax grab will hit them hard. But they still will look you in the eye and say only the ultra-wealthy are impacted by this. I don't know if anyone, the Liberal or NDP side of the House, realize how angry people become when they believe they are deceived and misled by their own government. But make no mistake, they are not happy with this Prime Minister. And he needs that extra tax grab for fairness, he says. Let's talk about fairness, Madam Speaker, for a moment. There is now an entire generation of young Canadians who are left out despite all of the Liberal spending. Literally, this problem is so bad that even the Prime Minister himself now openly admits that young people now feel like they can't get ahead in the same way their parents or grandparents could. But it's much worse than that. This Prime Minister is leaving future generations of Canadians with record levels of debt with no plan whatsoever to return to a balanced budget ever. This Prime Minister has failed in every single budget to do what he promised he would do in the budget the year previously. He just spends more and we go further into debt. That's not fairness. Now, before I close, Madam Speaker, I'd like to share something with this place. We, of course, spend a portion of our time in this place debating budgets and budget implementation acts. For a sitting government, they hope to table a budget that resonates with Canadians. As all experienced parliamentarians will know, some budgets resonate more than others. Some very little at all. This particular budget has not been like most. I do not recall at any time so many different citizens coming forward in opposition to a budget as they are for this budget, and by extension, this Budget Implementation Act. I make a point of reading every email and returning every phone call and scheduling as many meeting requests as I can. I can tell every member of this place that this particular budget is not impacting many Canadians the way the Liberal government would have you believe. The Liberals may call this a fairness for every generation budget, but many I hear from see this budget as being anything but fair to them. I'm not one to follow polls, so it doesn't surprise me at all that so many different polls show this budget, like this Liberal government, as falling down so badly. Madam Speaker, I would submit this is without doubt an unfair budget for many Canadians. I will be joining with those Canadians who now say enough is enough in rejecting this Prime Minister and his desperation budgets and this flawed Budget Implementation Act. One final point before I conclude my comments this evening. Earlier today, I read a report from the National Post, and the headline said it all. Airplane food cost more than $220,000 on the Prime Minister's Indo-Pacific trip. Meals included beef brisket with mashed parsley potatoes with truffle oil, braised lamb shanks, and baked cheesecake with pistachio brittle. When the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister lecture others about fairness and needing people to do a little more, why is it that this Prime Minister never does his part? That the reason, Madam Speaker, is this Prime Minister is always above these rules. Why does this Prime Minister consistently make demands upon others that he himself fails to follow? Canadians, Madam Speaker, are tired of this. And my riding, for sure, I'm sure with many other members in this place, they want an election, and they do not want this budget or this Budget Implementation Act, and that is why I will be opposing it. I'd like to thank all members of this place for taking the time to hear my comments today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, very quickly, Madam Speaker, you know, Member made reference to aircraft and expenses. I was in opposition when Stephen Harper actually flew to India and then made the decision to fly his car to India at a cost of $1 million for the taxpayer. Now, you know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we value all tax dollars. We also value the services that tax dollars can provide. There's the difference between conservatives and liberals. Liberals care, conservative reformers, they cut. My question to the member is related to the cuts. We talk about disability benefits, we talk about pharmacare, we can talk about dental care. These are the type of programs that this government is getting behind, providing literally hundreds, if not thousands, of his constituents supports. Why is the Reform Party of Canada, or the Conservative Party, same thing, made the determination that they're going to cut those services?
The Honourable Member Central, Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I'll let Canadians judge the content and the conduct of that member. He can't even get the party's rights, the correct names in this room, so I don't know if they'll trust him with details. When it comes to a Prime Minister's security detail, Madam Speaker, it is the RCMP that make the decision on what security is appropriate. I believe that it's important for a Prime Minister to remain safe and secure, particularly when we're doing international travel. So I'll leave the RCMP to make those concerns. But, Madam Speaker, what is 100% under the conduct of the Prime Minister is his perchant for expensive hotels, for the $220,000 on meals and alcohol, Madam Speaker. That is what I'm contesting here, Madam Speaker, not the security detail.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague started his speech. We cannot hear the question from the Honourable Member because there are people that are having a debate. That is not the one we should be listening to at the moment, so I hope that people will adhere to the decorum of this chamber and not speak while someone else who has been recognised is speaking. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague mentioned the importance of striking a budgetary balance and cutting useless government costs. In C69, there is a subsidy for oil and gas, for apparently green hydrogen, a tax credit that can go from 15 to 40%. Just last year, when we see what the federal deficit was, it was about $40 billion. How much tax credit was given to oil and gas? $30 billion. We could cut 75% of the deficit just like that, Madam Speaker. Isn't that just a great idea that my colleague could think about?
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the Bloc Québécois wants to vote for or against the government and their bill. It's the member's prerogative. Who has the prerogative to decide if a budget, if the Prime Minister is good and balanced for Canadians? With regard to the Conservative Party, it's important to note we vote against the government. We have no trust whatsoever in this Prime Minister and no trust whatsoever in the Minister for Finance. And the bill here before us will never be approved by myself or my party. I'd like to commend the Honourable Member for his French. Questions and comments?
I like my colleague, but he said, well, I've never seen a budget with such a negative response. I remember a budget, and he would too. The terrible, horrible, no good, very bad Harper budget of 2012 that gutted veteran services, gutted health care, forced seniors to work years longer in their lives, and gave billions, tens of billions of dollars in handouts to banks and billionaires and oil and gas CEOs. Conservative financial management is an oxymoron, Madam Speaker. So I like my colleague a lot, but how could he possibly not apologize for that extraordinarily bad budget and the terrible financial management of the Harper years?
Brief answer, the Honourable Member Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I'm so happy that this member from the NDP has raised the subject of choices and what is worthy of support. I actually spoke to a constituent that could not believe that the NDP supported the Budget Implementation Act last year because they made big changes to natural health products and their regulations, and they could not understand why the NDP would support the Minister of Health to put in place a regime which is actually going to see less types of consumer choice and more expensive natural health products. Madam Speaker, I would love for this member to start acting like and looking through the Budget Implementation Act like he probably did with Mr. Harper, but I would like to also see the NDP start standing up to this Prime Minister and their terrible bills.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows, Madam Freeland, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that Bill C-69, an Act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16th, 2024, be now read a third time and adopted.
Participating in person, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
I request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 19, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-65, Electoral Participation Act, and of the amendment of Mr. Cooper.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak on Bill 65 this evening in the House, as well as the Electoral Participation Act. Madam Speaker, as the title of this bill suggests, one of its key priorities is to encourage participation in the electoral process. And we know that democratic engagement rests on the trust in our electoral system, and that is why, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-65 also proposes to enhance safeguarding measures in the Canada Elections Act. As we all know, Madam Speaker, Canada's democracy is amongst the strongest, the most stable in the world, thanks in large part to the Electoral Elections Act, the fundamental legislative framework that regulates our elections here in this great nation. We have every reason to be proud of this legislation, but we are not immune to the global challenges that modernized democracies face. The integrity of the electoral process is the lead up to, during, and after elections is a prerequisite for trust in our democracy. This is why it is essential that we continue to address evolving threats to our democracy through regular improvements to the Canada Elections Act. This, Madam Speaker, helps ensure that our system remains robust, resilient, and equipped to keep pace with the issues of our time. It should come as no surprise that safeguarding our elections includes measures to mitigate foreign interference. Foreign interference, Madam Speaker, can take many forms, including social media campaigns designed to sow disinformation. The Communications Security Establishment's latest report highlights how online foreign influence activities that have become a new normal, with adversaries increasingly seeking to influence our elections. Madam Speaker, we and all Canadians are right to be and have a right to be concerned about these threats. This is why the government has been proactive in taking steps to counter foreign interference. Our government's work to protect our democracy, this began, Madam Speaker, as early as 2016 when we tabled Bill C-22, which led to the creation of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, a committee that assembles members from both chambers of Parliament to review matters concerning national security and/or intelligence. In 2018, the government put forward Bill C-59, which enacted the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency Act, giving the agency the mandate to review and investigate all Government of Canada security intelligence activities. That same year, we also introduced Bill C-76, which modernized the Canada Elections Act and introduced a number of prohibitions, including preventing foreigners from unduly influencing electors, a prohibition against foreign third parties from spending on election-related activities, and a prohibition against third parties from using any foreign funds. In 2019, we put in place the Plan to Protect Canada's Democracy, which included the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections, the SITE Task Force. The plan was subsequently updated in advance of the 2021 general election. Most recently, Madam Speaker, we introduced Bill C-70, the Countering Foreign Interference Act, which complements measures to further safeguard our federal elections and mitigate foreign influence in C-65 that I'm speaking on today. And last September, our government launched the public inquiry into foreign interference, where we look forward to receiving the Commissioner's final report as well as recommendations. These substantial government-wide initiatives demonstrate this government's commitment to continuing to remain vigilant in our efforts to protect our electoral system. This commitment is further reflected in the safeguarding measures proposed through Bill C-65. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight how this bill proposes a better protection for our elections from foreign influence, disinformation campaigns, and the misuse of technology, all of which, Madam Speaker, seek to erode trust in our institutions so that Canadians can feel safe and confident participating in our democracy. First, we know that election interference can happen at all times and not just during elections. This is why Bill C-65 proposes to extend the application of the existing ban on undue foreign influence at all times, rather than being limited to the election period. This means, for example, that the ban on foreign entities unduly influencing voters to vote a certain way or influencing them to refrain from voting will extend to all times. Second, Bill C-65 creates a clearer and more consistent definition of foreign entity activities under the Act to close any and all gaps. For example, currently, foreign entities can circumvent the law by having more than one purpose, where the ban on undue influence is limited to a foreign entity whose only purpose is to unduly influence voters. That would no longer be possible under Bill C-65. The bill proposes that foreign entities who have even just one of their primary activities as unduly influencing electors would be captured. Thirdly, Bill C-65 proposes important new financing rules to increase transparency and prevent anonymous foreign and dark money from entering our elections. This includes banning the use of crypto asset contributions, money orders, and prepaid instruments such as prepaid credit cards or store gift cards for regulated activities by third parties and political actors. And C-65 is introducing important new financing rules for third parties. Madam Speaker, allow me to explain. Bill C-65 only allows third parties to use contributions they have received from Canadian citizens and permanent residents to pay for regulated election expenses. This includes partisan activities, partisan advertising, and election surveys. This means that third parties will no longer be able to use funds received from any other third parties, such as corporations or businesses, for regulated expenses. And for greater transparency, Madam Speaker, third parties will also need to report on the details of the individuals who contributed in total over $200, including names, addresses, and amounts of each contribution. But we understand that third parties may not all receive contributions and may have their own revenue and they wish to use for regulated expenses. In those instances, third parties who meet the threshold of 10% or less of their overall annual revenue in contributions will also be able to use their own revenues to pay for regulated activities. In addition, third parties will be required to provide financial statements to Elections Canada, proving the revenue are their own. These amendments to enhance transparency on the source of third-party funding are important. Under the current rules, third parties are only required to report on contributions given to them for election purposes. Contributions received for other purposes may be mixed into the third party's general revenue, leaving a transparency gap as to where these funds came from. The Chief Electoral Officer spoke to this concern in his June 2022 recommendations report tabled here in Parliament. He noted that the proportion of third-party reporting on the use of their own funds for regulated expenses increased significantly, from 8% in 2011 to 37% in 2019 and 63% in 2021. This increasing trend in third-party financing is concerning, Madam Speaker, which is why the government is taking action through Bill C-65. Let me reiterate, however, that third parties who do not meet the threshold may still participate in regulated activities, but they would have to do so with the contributions they received as donations from Canadian citizens and permanent residents. Madam Speaker, the next element I would like to speak on is disinformation. Disinformation, a key tactic by malign actors, aims to fuel discord and erode public trust in the electoral process. It seeks to manipulate voters and electoral processes through intentional falsehoods, often spread online, as well as, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, intimidation at times. In 2022, the Chief Electoral Officer called disinformation about the electoral process the most important threat to Canada's election mandate. Security agencies have noted that disinformation is a persistent threat to election integrity. In the 2021 National Electors Study conducted by Elections Canada, following the 44th general election, 71%, Madam Speaker, 71% of electors were concerned that the spread of false information online could have a moderate or more impact on the electoral outcome. This included 37% who thought it could have a major impact. And as noted by the electoral officer, intelligence officials and leading academics, the use and impact of disinformation is not limited to the election period. Madam Speaker, Bill C-65 aims to build confidence in our electoral process, on our democratic institutions, through new and expanded prohibitions to address these threats. In particular, the bill introduces a ban on false statements about the voting process that are deliberately made to disrupt the conduct or the results of an election, all while respecting the principles of free expression and open dialogue. Amendments provide clear guidance on the type of intentional false statements that could be made or published to ensure contraventions of the Act are clear and are enforceable. This includes making or publishing false or misleading statements relating to who may vote in an election, the voting registration process, when, where, and how to vote, whom to vote for, the process to become a candidate, how votes are validated or counted, or the results of an election. Another element I would like to address, Madam Speaker, is the potential misuse of technology. Technology, as we all know, has helped revolutionize democracy. but it also gives rise to risks. For example, content generated by artificial intelligence is becoming harder to distinguish from reality. When paired with disinformation, artificial intelligence, such as deep fakes, pose a significant threat. Today, with a computer and a few keystrokes, malicious actors can generate highly realistic videos, audio, and text content that can depict people saying or doing things they never said or did. To address this emerging issue, Bill C-65 amends existing prohibitions in the Act that can lend themselves to the misuse of artificial intelligence, namely false statements, impersonation, and misleading publications, to provide clarity that they apply regardless of the means used. This means, for example, that the prohibition on impersonating the Chief Electoral Officer, Madam Speaker, an election official, or a candidate would apply regardless of the technology that might be used now, to include deepfakes or other technologies that may evolve in the future. Bill C-65 also extends the scope of the existing ban on using a computer to affect the results of an election, to now apply to the use of a computer to disrupt the conduct of an election. Madam Speaker, the last element I would like to speak about and highlight is the importance of the personal safety of those who participate in our electoral process. As my honourable colleagues know well, the threat environment continues to evolve. There has sadly been a surge in vandalism at constituency offices, increasingly violent online discourse, and threats made against party leaders, candidates, and election officials witnessed during the 2021 general election. Bill C-65 therefore seeks to address some of these concerns by providing increased privacy and safety to electoral participants. For example, returning officers' personal information will be better protected by removing the requirement for them to publish their home addresses in the Canada Gazette. Rather, only their municipality and province of residence will be published. We have also seen reports of, or have personally experienced, a growing uncivil discourse and behavior targeting members of Parliament, including myself, Madam Speaker. Members from all parties have spoken out against these unacceptable harassment, threats, as well as intimidation. Indeed, the Sergeant of Arms and Corporate Security Officer of the House of Commons recently noted that harassment of people elected to serve this very institution has skyrocketed, increasing 800% in the past 5 years. 800% in the last 5 years. To respond to this alarming trend, Madam Speaker, Bill C-65 proposes two changes to the disclosure of requirements for regulated fundraising events over $200 that include a prominent attendee, such as a party leader. To ensure the safety of all participants, the requirement to provide 5 days advance public notice of such regulated fundraising events would be repealed. To ensure ongoing transparency, precise location details for events would continue to be provided to the Chief Electoral Officer as part of the party's post-event reporting requirements under the Act. However, to protect the security of events hosts who engage in politics or book a political event, the requirement public-facing post-event report 30 days later would only include the municipality and the province of the event. This approach, Madam Speaker, aims to prevent bad actors from undermining the safety of participants and hosts at these events. It aims to strike an appropriate balance between the very real security threats faced and the ongoing need for transparency. Madam Speaker, in closing, I know that safeguarding our democracy is a priority shared by all my honourable colleagues in this House. Hear, hear. The amendments to the Canada Elections Act proposed in Bill C-65 build on existing safeguards and propose a number of targeted but critical improvements to continue to build trust in our democratic processes. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that we can work together, all members of Parliament, to ensure Bill C-65 is studied and passed in time for all measures to come into force before the next fixed date general election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A key problem with Bill C-65 is that Sections 40 and 41 amend Sections 269 and 279 of the Elections Canada Act to allow voters to write in the name of a political party rather than a candidate. Does the member opposite agree that this is a dereliction of our historical practice of electing individual members to the House of Commons and not political parties?
Honourable member for the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question because that was some of the discussion that's some of the discussion that I actually have in my own writing, and some of the discussion that my colleagues and I are having, not just here on this side of the House, but on all sides of the House. And this being the second reading, what I look forward to is that when it reaches committee, we can have those very discussions, so that therefore a lot of what we expect to be in this bill is in this bill once again to ensure democracy. But equally as important is the protection of the candidates as well as the MPs that may in fact be elected.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. With Bill C-65, we are moving the election date from October 20 to October 27th, and this, we are being told, is because of Diwali. But it's in the Election Act, and what's being modified by C-65 is that we're multiplying the opportunities for the electors to go vote. They can go vote during 7 days on the day of the election, plus 6 other days. And during the election, it is possible to vote, and you can also vote by mail. Students can vote at their institutions, so there are so many opportunities of voting, and it is for this that this was created, so that we are not voting on a very particular day if there's a particular event happening. So what is the real reason for moving the election date? Because it will move it closer to 6 days to the date of the municipal elections in Quebec.
Terry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. As I'm sure the member knows, and what's been articulated and brought forward by the folks that are looking at this recommendation is the religious and cultural observations that are going to be taking place in that time frame, and hence the reason for the decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just on that same point, in this bill where the date is moved from October 20th to the 27th, there is a perception out there that this is going to allow for some MPs in this place to personally benefit. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it's incumbent upon us to show leadership in this area. The NDP has publicly committed that when this bill gets to committee, we are going to move an amendment to bring the date back to its original date of October the 20th. And through you, Madam Speaker, will my colleague be joining the NDP in supporting that amendment?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. One of the things I really appreciate in this House is that we do have the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to actually bring these bills to committee after second reading and have those discussions. And I do look forward, as the member stated, to have that discussion on that very issue. And I'm sure not only folks from that side of the floor, but also folks from this side of the floor will participate in that dialogue, this discussion, and make the appropriate decision on that very issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Bloc Party, in opposition to the legislation, is very much concerned about the municipal elections as taking place in the province of Quebec. October the 20th, the date that's is currently, Madam Speaker, is the exact same day in which the province of Alberta has its municipal election. So well over 3 million people will actually have to vote on October the 20th in the province of Alberta. And I just say that so that members are aware of that. And when it does go to committee, that the committee members at least give some consideration to the province of Alberta as the Quebec Bloc is giving consideration to the province of Quebec. The question I have for my colleague is, would he not agree that Canada as a whole is recognized as a democracy that works exceptionally well, in good part because of Elections Canada and our laws? This particular changes that are being proposed is going to give more strength to our Canada election laws. Therefore, the principles of it is something in which we should all get behind and maybe look at some fine-tuning.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. That opens up a huge answer to a large question. And Madam Speaker, as many members know, I was one of those MPs that
There are people who are having conversations, and we are hearing them very clearly. So I will ask members of Parliament to leave the chamber if they want to have side conversations. I am going to ask people to leave if you want to have conversations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as many members know, I was one of the members of Parliament that had an unfortunate circumstance happen in my home. And as I stated publicly, you know, how it affected me is how it affected others because of me. And when you look at the effect it's had on my family, in particular my spouse, who still has a hard time sleeping, my neighbors, I believe that this bill will help at least contribute a little bit to resolving a lot of those challenges and the toxicity that we see out there in the public that's reflected by individuals and taken out on many members of Parliament and even our teams at our constituency offices. As well, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. You know, this is a party on this side of the floor that cares. And unlike the folks on the Conservative side, we do take into consideration and respect what we hear from our constituents, our residents, and when we do enter that process of committee, the intent is to take what we hear and the concerns that people have with this bill, bring it forward, put it on the floor, discuss it, have that dialogue, and address some of the issues that concern the NDP and others in this House with respect to the time when the elections to take place, but equally as important is the individual components of this bill to ensure that it provides what it's supposed to provide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has been shoveling money to third-party influencers since 2015. It refuses to put any frameworks, limitations on artificial intelligence. And we know for sure during the 2019 and 2021 elections, the Prime Minister knew about foreign interference against the official opposition and did nothing about it. How can we be trusted? How can they be trusted to know how can we trust them to avoid putting any loopholes that they will be able to exploit in the next election?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I've witnessed in this House for the past 9 years now an attitude, and most recently a very large attitude by the leader of the opposition that fans the flames of hate and misinformation. And we are here now with Bill C-65 speaking about misinformation.
Yes.
Misinformation. Here's a perfect example of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I think that the member opposite, you know, by saying that there's fanning of flames or whatnot, or disinformation, I think that this is a chamber where we hold each other in some esteem. If he wants to note a particular subject and make an allegation against the leader of the official opposition, we're all, I believe, here to debate the actual bill and to not cast aspersions on each other's character. If he wants to make a claim, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I would like to see this member bake some evidence in this chamber, please, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, what I would ask the member to do, frankly, is pay attention during question period. There's your evidence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, what I would ask the member is in regards to the overall legislation that's being presented and the commitment from the minister responsible that's brought forward the legislation to look at reasonable amendments that would give more strength and make the bill good or better. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to why it is important to allow it to get to committee.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, brief answer.
Madam Speaker, and the reason why I think it's important to get to committee, quite frankly, is just based on some of the questions that we had here today, is to have that dialogue. And part of that dialogue to be exactly to answer the questions, some of which the Conservative Party is asking today. And I look forward, very much forward, to that dialogue, Madam Speaker, to get right to the crux of where the problems exist, the who, the why, and the how, as well as I said earlier, you have on this side of the House a party that cares. You have on that side of the House a party that does not care. And with the Liberals continuing to put forward regulations and legislation based on the best interests of the public is something that we're doing with a great deal of respect, Madam Speaker, versus the disrespect that the Reform Party of Canada continues to put forward almost on a daily basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just to clarify, can you tell me how much time I have?
There's still there's still some debate going on, and I would ask members if they want to continue to have their conversation to take it out. They may not be in agreement what is said in the House, but I would hope that they still respect each other. So the honourable member has 10 minutes, 14 minutes. Okay, 14 minutes. So 10 minutes for the speech and 4 minutes for questions and comments. Sorry. 14 minutes for the speech. The honourable the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm going to just start with a little rebuttal to my colleague who just spoke from the Liberal Party, who said that the Liberals care and Conservatives don't. I agree with the latter part. I don't agree with the former, because everything that Canadians care about, the NDP's accomplished in this Parliament, whether we're talking about dental care or pharmacare, anti-scab legislation, affordable housing, and I can go on and on, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to electoral law, the reality is, we heard the Prime Minister when he was campaigning in 2015 saying this is going to be the last election that is first past the post, and we know how much the Liberals cared about keeping that commitment. Oh, yeah. That being said, we support this bill. And why do we support it, Madam Speaker? First off, we know that the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith will be bringing forward an amendment to ensure that the election date is held on the election date as committed to on October 20th. That is an amendment the NDP is bringing forward. We have heard that other opposition parties support that amendment, even the member from Regina Louvain, who is shouting in the House right now.
Member should exit the chamber if he prefers to yell out. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Yeah, it's an crew over there, Madam Speaker, in the Conservative benches, so we can see how unruly they get as the evening rolls on. Now, the reality is that all Conservatives should be supporting this bill with the NDP amendment. And here's why, Madam Speaker. What this bill does, and the Conservatives haven't spoken to this one iota throughout this debate. They always talk about having more debating time. They never seem to actually read the bills that we're debating. So not a single Conservative commented on these facts. What this bill does is adds 2 additional days of advanced polling, which includes a total of 7 advanced days and polling days, including Election Day. That is a good thing, to have more access for elections. Not a single Conservative in any of their speeches commented on that. Secondly, what this does is enshrines in legislation the Vote on Campus program for post-secondary students. Madam Speaker, we want to have young people voting. And so why would Conservatives, not a single one talked about it, and why would Conservatives oppose having post-secondary students and people on campus actually voting? Madam Speaker, what this bill also does is makes voting easier in long-term care facilities across the country. The elders of our nation, those who have given so much for this country, often have difficulty voting. Why would Conservatives oppose ensuring that long-term care residents actually have the right to vote? Wouldn't that be, you would expect, the first thing that they would say would lead them to support the bill? It also, Madam Speaker, and again, not a single Conservative, I imagine, even read the bill, because if they read the bill, you would expect that they would make these mentions. It increases protections against election interference and foreign financing. during election campaigns. So with all of those provisions, these are things that the NDP pushed for and we have in Bill C-65, why would Conservatives oppose this legislation? And Madam Speaker, I must say I believe that what they're doing is taking their lead from what we're seeing with the deplorable Republican Party south of the border. What Republicans have noticed is that they can't win a free and fair election. And we've seen the extent to which MAGA Republicans are actually willing to usurp democracy. It has shades of what we saw a century ago, Madam Speaker, in Europe, when the far-right movement basically threw out elections and destroyed democracy in one country after another. Well, the MAGA Republicans, knowing that they can't win a free election, have decided that they're going to exclude wide swaths of the population from actually having the right to vote. What they are doing is trying to limit voting in the way that we saw in the 19th century, where large groups in the population could not vote. Now, Madam Speaker, this as well comes back to the deplorable record of the Harper government. So what the Harper government did under the member from Carleton, who had the lead in that file, was try to restrict voting, try to limit voting, try to make it more difficult for groups of Canadian citizens to actually vote. And they succeeded in putting so many roadblocks and obstacles that it made it harder for poor Canadians, for younger Canadians, for racialized Canadians, for Indigenous peoples to vote. They put restrictions on that right, that sacred right to vote in democracy. So, Madam Speaker, when you hear the Conservative opposition, when they say, no, we are not going to pass this legislation, we're going to fight it tooth and nail, it's because this is a tradition in the far right, that when they can't win a free and fair election, what they do, and we see this with the MAGA Republicans are trying to cheat to win victory, cheat to usurp democracy, cheat to try to ensure that they can win regardless of the cost to our institutions and to our democracy. And Madam Speaker, we have seen the foreign interference that is writ large. I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that means that the Oilers have just scored, but I'm sure somebody will rise on a point of order and perhaps update this House if anybody is aware. I would be more than pleased to be interrupted on that point. If anybody has any information, I'm looking around, a lot of MPs in this House. Does somebody know what's going on? On a point of order, you can rise. I'm encouraging you because I'd like to know. Okay, or even you, Madam Speaker, if you know, let me. Oh, we have a point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member. I think the honourable member just got his answer. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, that is the sweetest point of order that I've ever heard from a Conservative in this House. I thank my colleague for raising that point. But getting back to more serious matters, Madam Speaker, our democracy is not to be trifled with. I think we all think back to the days in 2015 when the current Prime Minister promised to overhaul our electoral systems and make them even more democratic. With proportional representation, we would have a much different House, Madam Speaker, as you know. There wouldn't be 24 or 25 NDP MPs, there'd be nearly 70. There'd be fewer Liberal and fewer Conservative and fewer Bloc MPs. There'd be more Green Party MPs. What it would do is change the composition of this House, and that's why so many countries around the world have adopted proportional representation, because the idea of having a fair electoral system where votes count and there is, through mixed member proportional, the ability to cast your ballot both for local candidates but also for a larger percentage that is divided up. The House of Commons then reflects more faithfully how Canadians actually vote. And the Prime Minister at the time in 2015 undertook that solemn commitment. He said that this was the last election with first past the post. And Madam Speaker, we saw the results, that he reneged on that when it suited him. And we know, Madam Speaker, if in the next election, whenever that comes, if the New Democrats become the governing party in this country, we will bring in proportional representation. We will make sure that it truly is the last first past the post election, because it's in the interest of Canada, Madam Speaker. That is why we have campaigned, and our leaders have campaigned over the years, to make sure that we have a fair electoral system. That it's not just the system itself, it's giving people access to voting, Madam Speaker. And this is why this bill is important. And the NDP pushed hard to make sure that there were provisions in place in this bill that would actually ensure that the next election has the greatest participation possible of Canadians, of all ages, of all backgrounds, of all colors and creed, to make sure that every Canadian has that right to vote. And that's why we pushed so hard for additional days of advanced polling. Canadians are working hard, Madam Speaker. As Conservatives have said, the NDP, we're the worker bees in Parliament. We work hard on behalf of our constituents. And we know that our constituents are sometimes working 12 and 16-hour shifts. On an election day, it's even though they do have the right to go and vote, it sometimes is impossible for them to do so. So having additional days of advanced polling ensures that we actually do have in place ability for every Canadian to vote. But we also have in post-secondary institutions, in apprenticeship and trade schools, we have sometimes real challenges for the youth of this country to get out to vote. And that's why we pushed hard to ensure that the Vote on Campus program for post-secondary students would be put into place. That, again, will be vitally important for the next election, to ensure that every Canadian has that right. And making voting easier in long-term care facilities, Madam Speaker, I feel particularly strongly about that, because in the last election, in 2021, it's the last election that my father and mother voted in. They were in a long-term care facility. I took them to vote in that election. They both passed away shortly thereafter. A few weeks later, after the election, my father passed away. It was a year later that my mother passed away. I was able to take them to the polls to vote, Madam Speaker, but there were other residents of that long-term care facility that couldn't vote that day. We need to make sure that long-term care residents who've contributed their lives to this country, to building this country, to ensuring that this country is the free and fair democracy that is the envy of the world. And for long-term care facilities to not have those special voting provisions to ensure that every resident could vote does a disservice to those incredible sacrifices that those long-term care residents made over the course of decades to our country. And so we pushed hard for that, Madam Speaker, to make sure that that was in place. And that's why we are proud to see that in the legislation. But we also need to ensure that we don't have the election interference and foreign interference that has been reflected in the NCCOP report, profoundly worrisome allegations of foreign interference, particularly around the Conservative leadership conventions, particularly in 2021. We need to find out about the extent of that foreign interference. And we've seen other democracies suffering under foreign interference, whether it's the Brexit referendum in the United Kingdom or the election of Donald Trump in 2016. These are cases of documented foreign interference. It had a profound impact on those democracies, Madam Speaker. We need to make sure that this doesn't happen in Canada. And that's why we pressed for these provisions of Bill C-65 to ensure that we increase protections against election interference and that we stop the ability of foreign financing of third-party campaigns or of the parties or candidates themselves. We need to all take seriously that threat to our democracy, Madam Speaker, because this foreign interference doesn't come from countries that have a democratic tradition. As you know, Madam Speaker, this comes from foreign dictators who have control over their countries and who want to extend that control to Canada. So, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that we have full access of all Canadians to the next election campaign, that we open those ballots for advanced polling early, that we ensure that we have a free and fair election, and that's why the NDP is supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 8:38, pursuant to order made on Monday, June 17, 2024, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante, Monsieur Leblanc.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Leblanc, seconded by Madame Sachs, moves that Bill C-65 be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs.
Reasoned amendment, Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Kamick, move the following amendment. Shall I dispense? You want me to read it? Sorry, I didn't hear no. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moved that the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, as the bill delays the next federal election so that more departing members of Parliament can collect taxpayer-funded pensions, a measure that is particularly offensive at a time when Canadians are struggling due to the NDP Liberal government's inflation, carbon tax, and housing costs. If
a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried upon division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise.
For Saskatoon West.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 19, 2024, at the expiry for the time provided for oral questions. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honour of informing the House that the Senate has transmitted a message to the House of Commons to let it know they adopted the following bill. Bill S-244, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act and the Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Council.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been some consultations between the House leadership, and I suspect if you were to ask for unanimous consent to call it midnight at this point in time so we can get into the late show, that we would get it approved.
I have received notice from all recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion, will please say nay. Agreed.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House has deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Just want to remind members to please exit quietly. They still have one more business to do. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, this Liberal government refuses to acknowledge that Canadians pay more into the carbon tax than they get back. However, over a year ago, the Parliamentary Budget Officer published his report, which showed that, taking into account the full economic impact of the government's carbon tax regime, most Canadians were worse off. On top of this, the government has a secret report which shows that the carbon tax regime also has a costly impact on our GDP, lowering future GDP growth by tens of billions of dollars. After it was revealed at committee that the Liberals had put a gag order on the Parliamentary Budget Officer in a desperate attempt to protect their false narrative to prop up their failed carbon tax, Conservatives put the pressure on and the report was made public. What's even worse is that they've hid this number for years. Let's stop to think about that. This Liberal government has been hiding the fact that the carbon tax will cost Canadians $30 billion by 2030. This works out to $1,824 per family in extra annual costs. Despite both these reports showing that Canadians are worse off with the carbon tax, the Liberals are doubling down to the detriment of Canadians and our economy. Their claims are false. Canadians are not better off paying a carbon tax. The carbon tax has proved to be ineffective in reducing Canada's carbon emissions to targeted levels. This government has missed every target it has set. In fact, the Environment Commissioner has reported that the government will miss its targets for 2030. However, even if we reduced our emissions to zero, the natural disasters would not suddenly cease to happen. We are not in a bubble protected by this government's carbon tax. In fact, the effects attributed to climate change will continue to happen, even if Canada reduced its emissions to zero. Despite all these factors, the government continues to push its disastrous carbon tax, making Canadians poorer and tanking our future economic prospects. Can this government explain why it refuses to accept the fact its carbon tax has done nothing but cause misery for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, sometimes it's really hard to know where to begin when hearing a speech like that. But let me begin by the part about the secret report ideas. There is no secret report, and the PBO officer himself today at committee said that the government is not muzzling him. He specifically stated that. But it also makes no sense to say that there's some kind of hiding of documents when all of the data, that information, was specifically provided to an independent costing officer to inform them as they're preparing their public reports. So routinely, Environment and Climate Change Canada, like all of the departments in this government, routinely give the PBO access to large data sets to support them in the creation of high-quality analysis. And there's cooperation in preparing for those reports. And just last week, the Environment and Climate Change Canada published the data that was provided to the Parliamentary Budget Office on carbon pollution pricing relative to national and provincial gross domestic product for the 2022-2030 period. That's a data set that we've been talking about. So we've actually disclosed the information. The PBO officer has specifically said he is not muzzled. He said that there may have been a misunderstanding because he was speaking in a second language. And it's very clear everybody has the data now. But let's talk a little bit more about these pieces. I'm so tired of hearing this part about carbon pricing costing more. Over 300 economists from right across our country have signed a letter to us as parliamentarians specifically telling us that is not true and to tell us it works. So let's talk about both those things. First of all, pricing carbon pollution does work. It is simply incorrect to say that we are not meeting targets. There hasn't been a target set. We are on track to meet our 2026 target. That was stated by the Environmental Commissioner. But let's go a few steps further. We put a national inventory report in with the UN just last year for the 2023 inventory for our gases, our GHGs. That shows that last year we were at the lowest for our emissions in over 3 decades. 3 decades, it was our low, except for the pandemic years. We are actually showing amazing progress in turning that ship around. And it was a big ship to turn around because the Conservative government that preceded us had done absolutely nothing. They did not have a plan to curb our emissions. We have put in place a plan. Our emissions are coming down. We are doing the hard work. And in fact, that is being done in a very efficient way with carbon pricing. So let me talk just briefly before I leave about the fact that carbon pricing includes a rebate. I'm going to highlight that because I think that we don't talk about it enough. But that is actually why most Canadians actually get back more through the carbon rebate. 8 out of 10 families get back more through the carbon rebate than they pay in carbon pricing. As of April 15th, 2024, a family of 4 may receive the quarterly payments, as I'm going to list here. $450 4 times a year in Alberta, 300 4 times a year in Manitoba, 280 4 times a year in Ontario, 376 4 times a year in Saskatchewan, 190 4 times a year in New Brunswick, 206 4 times a year in Nova Scotia, 220 in PEI, 298 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, 4 times a year, plus there's a rural top-up to make that even more.
Honour Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, this Liberal government has lost itself in its own ideological mess of narratives. Their insistence on misleading Canadians, despite their own lived experience dealing with the carbon tax, reminds me of a famous quote, and I quote, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." End quote. Canadians aren't buying what this government is selling. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been so expensive. His inflationary taxes have driven up the cost of everything. Mortgages have doubled, rent has doubled, food prices are up, forcing families to pay $700 more for groceries this year, while millions of Canadians are lined up outside food banks. Canadians are tired of this government and its broken promises and failed policies. They are ready for change and a government that will actually take action for Canadians. When will this government call a carbon tax election and allow Canadians to decide whether or not they want to axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, over 300 economists from across our country, universities right across our country, wrote to us as parliamentarians and said, no, the carbon pricing does not cost Canadians more than they pay. Like, they get more back through the rebate than they pay. And yes, it is effective. It is a market mechanism. It is effective and it works, but more to the point, climate change costs Canadians. And that is a cost that's going to continue going up if we do not tackle it now. That is what the Conservatives are going to do. They're going to let the planet burn and they're going to force us to pay for it.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne à mettre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.